And good afternoon here from Donington Park. We're on the GP circuit this weekend for this Brscc Summer Race Day. As you can see behind us, we're lined up on the grid with the runners and riders from the Evolution Trophy, the likes of the ClubSport Renault Club, the Classic VW Cup. We've got the Mazda Mark IVs there, and we've got basically any series that wants to have a bit of a start-up, get involved. This is the championship, the series that they can jump into and get ready to go. And the action today is going to be thick and fast. We've got the Audi TTs, we've got the BMW Compact Cup, we've got the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup, and at the end of the day we've got the little thing of a 2-hour endurance race from the SuperSport Endurance Trophy. It's going to be a great day of action, and I haven't even got on to tomorrow yet because we've got further visits from Formula Fords, Metros, we've got the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series, to name just a few. But one person that's going to run us through all of this and bring you the grid for this first race of the day is our man up in the commentary box, Mr. Scott Woodwis. Up to you, Scott.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Rob. And yes, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to more live coverage from the British Racing and Sports Car Club here at a rather indecisive Donington Park. I say indecisive because the temperature on my phone says 19 degrees centigrade, but it has been splitting with rain. It's overcast, it's grey, but it's still warm and humid. So track conditions are going to be a little bit interesting out there. Maybe a little bit greasy, possibly a little bit touch and go in terms of track conditions and how it's going to be in terms of grip. The car's already heading off on their formation lap for the first race of today and of the weekend. This being the Brscc Evolution Trophy. This is a brand new development series that's been put together by the Brscc to bring new series, new championships and new projects that are being put together onto one grid, because instead of put them on their own with few cars or put them in another existing championship which might well possibly get in the way or kind of be an add-on towards that championship. Any new projects are being put together in this new series so they can develop, they can grow, they can race with each other, and then when they've got a big enough grid that they can stand on their own 2 feet, they'll then be lifted out of Evolution Trophy onto their own grid and racing will get underway. So, looking at the grid then for our first race of the day, Tommy Gillam has taken Classic VW Cup and overall pole in Evolution Trophy in his VW Golf. He starts alongside Team Hard teammate Adam Marshall, so it's an all-Team Hard front row. Matthew Hollier then is next, third on the outright grid, but also on ClubSport Renault Cup pole, alongside Nick Gwinnett, who took a double victory at Snetterton. Then it's Tim Mole and his wonderful little Mark I Berg Cup Golf. Watch out for that car from P5 on the grid, looking pretty potent out there. He starts alongside the Renault Clio of Tony Hunter. Ken Lark's VW Corrado starts in 7th place, alongside the Gen 4 Clio Cup car Richard Clark in 8th. And then rounding out the top 10 is Dawn Butcher in her Mark V Golf GTI, and the first of the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV trophy car being driven by former Formula Ford Festival and Rallycross champion Chrissy Palmer. He starts in 10th. 11th fastest for Joe Weaver, the story behind him, which we'll talk about with him and with the Audi TT Cup. He's in his Audi TT Cup Racing car, starting 11th. Nick Sanderson is 12th on his Seat Leon Super Copper, alongside 13th place man Chris Mohan, his VW Golf GTI. 14th fastest for Ben Taylor in the second of the Mazda MX-5 Mark IVs, and he's just ahead of the returning Sam Hicks, who we saw at Brands Hatch, but he missed out on Snetterton. He's back on the grid in 15th place. 16th is Jason Brow in his first race in the ClubSport Renault Cup in 16th. Donald DeVar is a story about him too, I'll tell in a second, in 17th place in his Golf Mark I GTI. 18th place for Chris Adams and his VW Golf. 19th for Bruce Hadfield, who made his debut in the Mark IVs at Snetterton. He's on the grid in 19th, at the head of Richard Owen in the first of the Renault Meganes that we have in the ClubSport Renault Cup this season. So good to see the Gen 3 Megane on the grid in 20th. That's the bright yellow metallic machine. And then towards the back of the grid, Harry Scott is best of the 2 Classic TT Cup cars and the Mark I Audi TT. Graham Farrington in his Renault Clio 197. And then we have Philip O'Halloran in the second Mark I TT. And Dominic Bowen, who did qualify, didn't actually set a time in qualifying, and sadly I saw his car going out of the circuit on a trailer, so unfortunately whatever happened in qualifying to Dominic sadly means that he is unable to take part in the race weekend thus far. Now, 2 stories to tell in this particular grid. One is Joe Weaver, which we'll get into more detail with the Audi TT Cup race, but this is his first ever car racing weekend. He has graduated out of the Senior Road Tax Championship in Super 1 karting. He only passed his arts test last week. He's making his first ever racing start here in the Evolution Trophy, as well as the Audi TT Cup Racing Series that's coming up as our next race after this. So very busy first couple of races for Joe. And he's already put this car 11th outright in the Evolution Trophy, and he scored it in 18th on the Audi TT Cup grid. So we're looking forward to seeing how Joe gets on in his literal first ever car race, first ever time driving front wheel drive as well. So let's see how he gets on and see if he can possibly make a good start here to his life as a circuit racing driver. So the cars will make their way on towards the grid. It's the grey and green machine on the left of the shot of Tommy Gillam. Alongside him, the bright white car of Adam Marshall. But watch for the two Renault Clios towards the second row of the grid. The black car in the middle of shot, that's Matthew Hollier. And Nick Gwinnett and his car was rapid at Snetterton. Let's see if he can do the same here at Donington Park. Last few cars just getting into position now before we get racing underway here at Donington Park, and what is very mixed and almost muggy but very sort of humid and warm but also overcast conditions. This should be quite the interesting race to come then. So 15 minutes of Evolution Trophy action to kick off our live Brscc summer race weekend here at Donington Park. The 5-second board's gone up. Watch for the red lights at the top of the screen, and when they go out we are racing here at Donington any second now as we get underway. Good jump from one or two of the Audi TTs towards the back, but it's a pretty even start from the two Volkswagen Golfs on the sprint down towards turn one. But look at the rocket start from Nick Gwinnett in the red Clio around the outside. I said to watch him, and the double Snetterton winner round the outside in towards Redgate Corner, and he takes the lead as they head up through the right-hander and up towards the downhill at Hollywood and through the Craner curves for the first time. One or two cars running a little bit wide as they come through towards the Craner curves, and already look, the two VWs are getting into the mix. There was almost a little bit of contact between Tommy Gillam getting very close to the back of the Clio, but already Gwinnett after that fast start is under pressure from Adam Marshall as they make their way through the Craner curves out towards the old hairpin for the first time. Everyone seems to be minding their P's and Q's on this first part, but already it's the two Mark V Golfs from Team Hard. Tommy Gillam ahead of Adam Marshall, making their way now on towards the right-hander at McLean's and out towards Coppice for the first time. 15 minutes of racing. We're on the full Grand Prix out this weekend, so a bit of extra track time for anyone else here, and also a bit of an extra track position and grip for anyone out there who wants to make the most of their day's racing here at Donington Park. The rest of the pack's going streaming through. Good start from Dawn Butcher. She started 9th, is up to 5th already in her Mark V Golf. That's an ex-production GTI machine. And now as they make their way out through the S's for the first time up towards the Grand Prix loop, so through the S's towards Melbourne Hairpin and then Goddard's to end the first lap. It is Tommy Gillam, son of team boss Tony Gillam. Of course, he's raced all sorts in motorsport, British touring cars and GTs and everything else in between. Making the most of his run in this car. Oops, there's a bit of a sideways moment there for Dawn Butcher. I'm not sure if there was a bit of a tap from Richard Clark in the Gen 4 car, and squeezing past both of them there was the Seat Leon Supercar, but that was the Nick Sanderson, the grey and red machine, picking his way through, so he took 2 for the price of 1 as a result of that little skirmish. Now there's a car to watch for, Tim Moll in the brilliant little Mark I Berg Cup Golf. So they make their way down the pit straight for the first time. So at the end of lap number 1, it is going to be Tommy Gillam who leads the way, Adam Marshall in 2nd place. It's then 3rd place for the Nick Gwinnett Clio, and there is Dawn Butcher, I think, just getting back past Richard Clark there. And now also having a great start, actually, is Harry Scott from the back of the back of the grid. And Harry Scott started back in 21st. We saw him make quite a jump from the start of the race, but he's gone all the way up towards the that's the 9th position, it looks like, in the Audi TT, so a really good jump from him so far as they make their way up towards out of the old hairpin for the first time. So some battles midfield going on. I'm intrigued to see how far Harry Scott can get up, because given he started, as I say, 21st on the grid as the highest of the two classic TT cars, there he is in 9th place there, the dark blue Mark I TT. The Mazda MX-5s are also getting up there as well. Looks like it's Chrissy Palmer leading that contest from Ben Taylor, and then Samuel Hicks is up there in 3rd place as well. Make their way up towards the down the back straight and towards the S's now for the 2nd time. So this battle's going to be pretty intense here. And there goes Richard Clark with a big dive up the inside of the Golf of Butcher. And Dawn Butcher says, right, you tangled a little bit at the hairpin. I'll let you have a bit more room this time. And through he goes to make up another place. That will be Richard Clark up into 7th place. He can now continue the charge after Nick Sanderson to repass him to get back into the top 6. No change so far, it seems, though, in the top 5 cars ahead of them. Plenty of traffic down at the hairpin there, so you can see that's Chrissy Palmer under threat from Ben Taylor as they scrap over the lead in the Mazda MX-5 Mark IVs. But still, this battle goes through nose to tail. So still Nick Sanderson in the Seat Leon. Just past the Classic VW Cup. One car for the pit lane, looks like, and that is Ken Lark, possibly, because that car, no, maybe not, it's still at pace. I thought for a second it was peeling off into the pit lane, but it looks though it's at good pace, but not quite the same sort of pace we've seen it before, because that Carrara is pretty rapid out there, but that car, whether Ken missed a shift or possibly wasn't on the power quick enough, couldn't quite get the traction quick enough to make that stick. So he's dropped back a few spaces. He's now back down in 12th position at the moment, but he's up 5 spots from where he started, so that's looking good. So see here, that's the other Audi TT at the moment looks of it. No, is it? Yes, I think that is. That's the 107 car. So that is 107 machine of... No, that is Harry Scott. So the other one, Philip O'Halloran, I think was the one that made the big jump from the back of the grid. So one of the two Audis is up there making good progress. So he's back at... In fact, that is Harry Scott, in fact, actually. He made some progress towards the back of the top 10. He's battling with Donald DeVar. I'll tell you about a little bit of his car in a second. But he's had quite the 24 hours as Donald. He's trying to make his way up there as best he can to try and hold on to position. So make the way now down the back straight now for the 3rd time. Let's see if Ben Taylor has now managed to make his move past the former Formula Ford Festival and Rallycross champion. So through he goes. Down the hairpin. You see the bright yellow car there, that's the Renault Megane. That's Richard Owen's Renault Megane. First time we've had a Megane in the ClubSport Renault Cup, so good to see we've got one of those making its debut for the first time. As they make their way through, looks like Chrissy Palmer's quite keen to reclaim that position if he can. There goes Chris Mohan in the number 20 car. He's making his debut in Classic VW Cup this weekend, but well, not debut, his first appearance this year because he has raced in the championship before, or in the series before, and he's under pressure from Sam Hicks, who appeared at Brands Hatch in the white number 9 Mazda MX-5 Mark IV, but couldn't quite get himself to Snetterton, so it's making his 2nd appearance of the season. And I have to say, Harry Scott's Mark 1 TT is giving as good as he gets, and this is the beauty about Evolution Trophies, that yes, these 4 cars are racing in 3 separate categories. They're racing in the Classic TT Cup, the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV Trophy, and the ClubSport Renault Cup, but they're all enjoying on-track battles with themselves. We've seen that both at Brands Hatch and at Snetterton, how these series really do nicely interlink with each other on track. They're very well suited to each other, and really do provide some pretty good racing up in the mix. Ben Taylor just having another attack put on him from Chrissy Palmer, who just darted to the inside as they went through the right-hander at McLean's. Coming up towards half distance now in this first of 2 Brscc Evolution Trophy races here. Oops, that was Richard Owen there trying to steal the position. But I'd have to sit back there and allow Chrissy Palmer back through. That was a rather ambitious dive there from the Megane, who has now got some better straight-line speed as they come off of Coppice, and he powers his way past. Now, is that due to Chrissy Palmer missing a shift or possibly just getting offline a little bit? Either way, he looked like he lost a bit of power, a bit of pace in that mix. There's Mohan being chased down by Sam Hicks as he makes his way through the S's. Now, further up the field, it looks like Matthew Collier's coming under threat now from... looks like a Hollier, in fact. He's in the mix of that battle that was going on for 6th between Nick Sanderson, Butcher and Richard Clark. So 2 Clios getting in the mix with 2 of the Classic VW Cup cars. And Alex Sanderson trying to hug the curb on the inside line through Goddard to try and pick himself past Dawn Butcher's car. That car has a lot of support to the Marshals, of course. Big shout out to the Marshals, as always, for their hard work, because Dawn is also a Marshal herself, and she's also representing the British Motorsport Marshals Club as well, so good to see Dawn doing her bit for that car. And of course that car, in tribute to them, is painted primarily in orange to give some awareness and also some thanks to all the efforts that they put in weekend in and weekend out at any race weekend, whether it might be a Formula 1 Grand Prix or here this weekend at Donington Park. Couldn't go racing without Marshals, and Dawn's doing a fantastic job, not just as a Marshal, but also raising awareness and showing some support to them as well. And there she is. She's running in 7th place, and currently running at the moment. Looks like in 3rd overall, 3rd out in the Classic VW Cup. She's 7th overall in the entire field, but she's currently 3rd at the moment in the Mark V Golf GTIs in the Classic VW Cup. She was battling over that final podium space there with Nick Sanderson, who's dropped back a little bit in the Seat Leon Super Copper. It is still Tommy Gillen from Adam Marshall. We look back to the scrap that's going on between Harry Scott. They're also, all 4 of them are chasing down Donald DeVar in his Mark I Golf GTI. Make their way now through the right-hander at Coppice. And now they come down the back straight again. I have to say, I'm impressed by the pace of that Mark 1 TT. It's keeping the 2 Mark IV MX-5s and the Megane at bay. And those 3 cars are not slow in a straight line either. Now that's Matthew Hollier going up the inside of Richard Clark. So the little smaller Clio 182 past the Mark IV Cup car. So those two Clios have got quite a bit of poke in a straight line, as that's Richard Owen going past both of the Mark IV MX-5s to make up 2 places in the price for the price of 1. And he was already going on the attack of Harry Scott's Audi TT as well, so that was something. Black and white flag is being shown to somebody out on track. I can tell you who that is in a second in race control. Well, car 91 still doesn't have a working transponder. I don't think that's what the black and white flag is for. And car 91 is Richard Owen's Renault Megane. So there was somebody else who is possibly extending track limits a little bit too much. As we see here, Richard Clark powering his way back past Matthew Hollier to reclaim the position. So that would have been for a place that would have been for 5th overall. And this is also a scrap for 3rd in the ClubSport Renault Cup as well, because it is still Nick Gwinnett from Tony Hunter. So the two little Clio 172 and 182s respectively are in the mix there too. Yeah, so Nick Gwinnett's Clio 172 ahead of Hunter's 182. Haven't seen them on screen just about yet, but hopefully we can catch up with them in a minute. The gap between them is quite far, 1.8 seconds. Tommy Gillam is quite far out in front by all the threes, 3.333 seconds at the front of the field from Adam Marsh in 2nd place. And then in 3rd in the Classic VW Cup, it is Dawn Butcher from Nick Sanderson and Donald DeVar. Harry Scott does lead the Classic TTs, and that's him ahead of Philip O'Halloran. And O'Halloran is back down. Well, looks like he stopped on the first after the conclusion of lap number 1, so sadly his car wasn't able to get going properly in the race. And also we've lost Tim Moll, I'm afraid. He had a really good start, but he looks like he's dropped off the field. Now this battle here is looking really tasty here, because you've got now Richard Owens, much more powerful Renault Megane, charging down the outside towards the chicane and beating 2 Mazda MX-5 Mark IVs under braking, but then almost overshoots the chicane. And I'm sure that both Palmer and Taylor will have a better exit to try and pull themselves alongside and to try and make that move stick if they can. So down the hill, and Owen's going under brakes here, possibly looking around the outside. Meanwhile, there's battles everywhere you look at this point in this race. There's still 3 3/4 minutes to go here at the first race of the day at Donington Park. They've got one more race later on this afternoon. But as they make their way now down towards Redgate Corner again, this is the scrap that's going on for in the overall, we say it in inverted commas, because we're really focusing on the individual categories in this race rather than an overall racing order. It's good to have the bragging rights to be first past the checkered flag, but they're all racing within their own series and championships, so watch out for these individual battles. So this is battle for 3rd place in ClubSport Renault Cup between Richard Clark in that bright white FinSport run Gen 4 car. I think, remember the story behind this car was they picked this car up and it hadn't ever been raced until it had been picked up from France. It hadn't ever been raced at all. So when it raced at Brands Hatch earlier on a couple of months ago, it was literally this car's first ever race that it had been driven in since it had been built, so which is quite incredible. And Richard Clark's been running it in ever since. Matthew Hollier, though, is doing his best to keep up in his Clio 182. Make the way out through Coppice now for what is the 7th time in this race. Still just over 2.5 minutes left in this first Evolution Trophy race. Second one coming up later on this afternoon. Just saw Dawn Butcher's car sweep through the shot, and she's pulled a couple of seconds over the 4th place car in Classic VW Cup, which is Nick Sanderson. The leaders are just coming past the pits behind by commentary box position. So top 3 come across the line together. Tony Hunter also chasing them down. So the gap at the front, as we check in with our leaders, there is Tommy Gillam, spread eagling the field, and here's number 34 VW Golf. This is one of a couple of VW Racing Cup cars that exist in this field. It was run by Team Hard, and good to see that Tommy's out there getting some mileage. Adam Marshall, who has taken a couple of Classic VW Cup wins already this season, also looking quite strong in 2nd place, but he's being left behind a little bit in this first race. The gap is just over 6 seconds between Gillam and Marshall, and it's still Nick Gwinnett who leads ClubSport Renault Cup. He's got an advantage of almost 2 seconds from Tony Hunter. Well, they both set personal bests last time. Nick Gwinnett was still 2/10 quicker on that time around. So down the back straight they go then for the 8th time. Now then, that's a change for 3rd in ClubSport Renaults, because that's Matthew Hollier who has repassed Richard Clark in his Gen 4 car. So Hollier back in front, but these two cars looking pretty evenly matched in terms of pace. And I wonder if Richard Clark will have any more pace left to try and go after him before the checkered flag flies. Because next time by, Tommy Gillam, outright, in inverted commas, leader of this race. I say that, as I say, because we focus mainly on the individual championships and series, but he's the first man in the order of cars that we have in this race. We'll take the last lap board next time by. So they come up through Coppice again, and Hollier's car, this is the great thing about these different sort of series, particularly the ClubSport Renault Cup, where it's open to quite a wide range of Clios and also Megans, as you can see with Richard Owen's Gen 3 Megane that's on the grid. But there's different specifications of car, and you would have thought, looking at the two cars side by side, the 182 Clio and the Gen 4 Clio Cup car, which is more purpose-built for racing, you would have thought that on paper at least, or looking at them initially, that the Clio Cup car would be the better car to have. But some of these cars could be really well built, and of course remember this little Clio 182 would have been stripped out, it would have been uprated in terms of power, grip, everything else in between. So you imagine that this car is quite lightweight, it's quite sprightly in a straight line through the corners, and certainly a match for anything that Richard Clark can try and throw at him. Just saw a couple of the Mark IVs battling over the lead in that category. Here's another of them, Bruce Hadfield, just about to be lapped by our leader on the timing screen, at least, of the entire group of cars, and that's Tommy Gillam making his way towards Coppice for the very last time. The timer has ticked to 0, so next time past the post it will be the checkered flag for Tommy, and he'll be hoping that he can take this car now to the checkered flag and his first race win of the day. I'm sure that will do Tony and the rest of the team very proud and very delighted to see him get himself up on the top step, at least in Classic VW. Now this battle, I was just looking out of my commentary box window to watch this battle go past past my window here, and I'm glad that the cameras are switched to it, because this scrap between Harry Scott and the two Mark IV Audi TTs is getting very interesting indeed, as Ben Taylor made a big dive up the inside to almost force Harry Scott out of the way. Harry Scott, well, I hope he isn't suffering a problem as a result of that. Didn't look like there was a touch between the two cars, but unfortunately, whatever happened, Harry Scott's car has sadly started to grind to a halt, which is really a shame to see. Meanwhile, this car's not grinding to a halt, it's heading towards the checkered flag, as Tommy Gillam wins the Evolution Trophy race and also takes victory in Classic VW Cup. A great win for young Tommy, and he will cross the line to take victory for Team Hard in the Golf. Second in the overall result, if you like, but also second in Classic VW Cup, it is Adam Marshall to make it a Team Hard 1-2. Meanwhile, the two Mark IVs are going into combat here over the victory. Chrissy Palmer back up the inside of Ben Taylor in towards McLean's, but Ben Taylor will race him now all the way to the flag. He's got, looks like another one of the Clios in the mix. This is Jason Brow, I think it is, making his ClubSport Renault Cup debut. He was only 1.2 seconds behind at the beginning of this last lap. He's watching this battle go on here. Let's see if Taylor can try and line him up for a move, possibly at least not into the exits, but on the exits, try and get a move into Melbourne Hairpin. Running nose to tail, and Taylor's not going to dive down the inside this time. He's going to sit back, rock his way through the curbs, and see if he can line him up for a move, possibly either here at the loop or possibly to Goddard's for the last time on corner exit. Looks as though he's got there. There goes Dawn Butcher and Donald DeVar out of the hairpin. They'll come to the checkered flag. This will be third in the Classic VW Cup for Dawn Butcher, fourth for Donald DeVar. And then to also mention the ClubSport Renault Cup winners, we've got Gwinnett, Hunter and Hollier are the three cars that made it across the line first. So Nick Gwinnett wins the ClubSport Renault Cup. Tony Hunter is second, and it will be Matthew Hollier in third. As for the Mark IVs, they'll come across the line any second now to see who wins that battle. It's going to be Chrissy Palmer who'll come across the line. There he is, just ahead of Ben Taylor. And rounding out that top three there is the white MX-5 of Sam Hicks. And we've already seen Bruce Hadfield cross the line to pick up fourth. But there he is in the background, just about to... Though he hasn't crossed the line just yet, because he was lapped, of course, by Tommy Gillam. So he will come through in fourth in the MX-5 Mark IV Trophy. So here are your winners from each of the categories. Tommy Gillam crosses the line and wins, in brackets, outright, if you like. Sort of, but not really, but you see what I mean. Tommy Gillam then takes the victory. It's Adam Marshall in second. They take 1-2 in Classic VW Cup. It is a win for Nick Gwinnett in the ClubSport Renault Cup from Tony Hunter and Matthew Hollier and Richard Clark. Dawn Butcher was then third in Classic VW Cup ahead of Donald DeVar and Nick Sanderson. Richard Owen got a really good finish, fifth in ClubSport Renault Cup ahead of Chrissy Palmer, who we saw win the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV Trophy, and he wins that ahead of Ben Taylor. Jason Brow also takes the checkered flag from Sam Hicks, but it's Chris Mohan who's the last car that's crossed the line. And hopefully we had Bruce Hadfield and Graham Farrington and his Clio 197, and hopefully Harry Scott does make it to the checkered flag, because unfortunately if he doesn't, then I'm afraid we won't have a finisher in the Classic TT Cup. But if he can make the flag, thankfully he will win that and take the 16th place in the race order, if you like, in total in there. So we should be having cars then stopping down the top of the pit lane, since Tommy Gillam brings his way up the top of the pits, and we'll be talking to, I think, all of our category winners here at Donington Park. In comes Adam Marshall. He will park up, and we'll have a chat to him as well. We'll also get some words from our ClubSport Renault Cup winner and our Mazda MX-5 Mark IV winner as well. And down there to have a chat to all of them whilst the rest of the cars are coming in is, I'm sure, very enthusiastic and very happy Rob Lewis to have a chat to our first top 3 winners and category winners of the day here at Donington.
He's taken his time to get his kit off. He's that happy. He stayed in the car for a while, but I've got a very ecstatic overall winner of the Evolution Trophy here and winner of the Classic VW Cup in the GT class, Tommy Gillam. That was a good race, wasn't it?
Oh, it's honestly unreal. I knew off the line the Reynolds were going to get me. And I was like, yeah, I've got to get him into turn 2. Just sent it down Craners, got the run up the hill. And then from then on, that's the rest of it.
What is it about racing these cars in particular? They really are the complete package, aren't they?
Oh, they honestly are. I mean, my dad started in a Polo, but he started in many cars. He's got a lot of experience, but no, I like to live up to my dad's expectations and do him well.
You've certainly done that today with an overall first place result there. Fantastic result there for Tommy Gillam. So that's our overall winner and winner in the Classic VW Cup in the GT class. Now, Nick Gwinnett's also a bit slower to get his kit off. So he does look a bit tired as well. Was it a bit warm out there, Nick?
How was hard work? That was hot.
Brilliant win overall in the ClubSport Renault Cup. Racing against your old mate Tony Hunter. You must be thrilled.
It was nice to, yeah, the Golfs are gone. I know we're a different race, but they're gone. I couldn't catch them. I was like flat out everywhere. I just couldn't catch them. Fair play to them too.
And tell us a bit about this car as well. This is no normal Renault Clio, is it?
No, it's not. It's a Pure Motorsport 240 brake engine. Sandy Brown maps it. That's it. The rest of it's, yeah, that's it. Good engine.
A bit fruity then.
Yes.
Fantastic. I'll let you get a drink of water and get sorted. So that's our overall winner of the ClubSport Renault Cup. And we've got a very happy winner of our Brscc Mark IV Trophy Car, Ben Taylor. Fantastic result again. And it's just proving these cars worth, isn't it?
Without a doubt, yeah, they're doing really well. Had a fantastic battle with Chrissy Palmer, new driver for us this year. He's done a great job in that sequential car, and I thoroughly enjoyed that race. So yeah, the car's done me proud.
And these cars themselves, tell us a bit about them. They're kind of the next step looking onward from the Mazda Super Cup.
That's right, yeah. Next level from the Mark III, hopefully, and hoping to get more on board. We've still got a few more in the pipeline. Hopefully see them over the next couple of events. And yeah, hopefully we'll see more coming along to join us.
And just what sets these cars above from the others?
Hard to say, really. I've only driven a Mark III the once in comparison. A little bit more power. Handling's very similar, so it's a hard call, but from the results then they seem to be doing better than the Mark IIIs generally, so it's what all you can ask for, really.
So have we got sort of an expected time frame of when we can expect these to sort of build up the numbers and get their own grids?
It's just bit by bit at the moment. Like I say, we've got 2 more in process. I'm buying 1 more, building another at the moment, so as long as we get the drivers then we'll have more on the grid in the next few events.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations there on the overall championship win there in his championship. So this Ben Taylor in the Mark IV Mazda MX-5 Trophy. Now, unfortunately, we were hoping to talk to Harry Scott, who's one of 2 runners in the TTs. They've both hit problems during the race. Otherwise, I would be happy and ready and willing to talk to them. But it's unfortunate he's had to retire. So I think it's time to head back up to Scott into the commentary box. We've got cars ready to grid.
I think it will indeed. Thank you very much to Rob. Thanks to have a chat to our main players from that first Brscc Evolution Trophy race. And we're now getting set from one new project for 2023 into another, because we're now heading on to our second race of the day and our first of the weekend for the magnificent Audi TT Cup Racing Series. Now, if you haven't seen this before, this is another new series that was born towards the end of 2022 over the winter period, and now it's fully fledged as a series for this first season. Not the championship, but I think it's going to be, given the way it's going, certainly going to be a championship in no time, certainly even as soon as next year, fingers crossed, if things continue the way they are. Because the start for the Audi TT Cup Racing Series has been very, very positive. We've had 2 excellent first weekends at Brands Hatch and then at Snetterton. Some brilliant racing in both, and these cars, as I'm sure you're about to see, very raceable, very competitive, very evenly matched, and they do not only look the part, they sound the part, and they race the part as well. They are absolutely magnificent, and we've got our biggest grid of them so far. We actually finally have managed to break into 20 cars on a grid. There's a few notable names on the grid from those who've won races and up on the podium, also a couple of newcomers, and here's how it looks for race number 1. Carl Swift then will start from pole position. He starts alongside Ross Macker, who's been a double race winner so far. Luke Handley showing good pace in his second weekend in the Audis. He starts in 3rd alongside Snetterton winner Harry Yardley Rose took a victory in race 2. Scott Parkin must be on the cusp of victory. He starts 5th alongside Paul Maguire, ex-Mazda MX-5 and also BMW Compact Cup Masters champion. Andrew Dyer's back on the grid after he missed Snetterton. He was a Brands Hatch winner. He starts 7th from Morgan Root, who joins us from Mini Racing. Good to have him on the grid in 8th. Christopher Jackson starts alongside David Robb to round out the top 10. And then it's Richard Forber, ex-Porsche racer, alongside Patrick Booth in the second of the beautiful-looking Martini-liveried 4G Racing Audi TTs in 12th. Next comes Julian Daniel and Anthony Park on the 7th row of the grid. And we scroll then through to row 8, where we see Tim Evans, who's done probably more miles on an Audi TT CR car than anyone else. He's been doing stuff in the development car. He's in a brand new car for this race, starting 15th. But it's Paul Hoggins and Richard Sanders from Joe Weaver, who we talked about in the Evolution Trophy race. First ever weekend racing in TTs. First weekend racing in cars ever. I'll get my words out eventually. Only passed his ARDS test last week. It was last year's Senior Rotax Super 1 karting champion, making his debut not just in Audi TTs but in car racing full stop. It's its first weekend also driving front-wheel drive, because of course in karting you're all used to rear-wheel drive karts, and already has qualified at a very respectful and very good, a very decent 18th place for his first run in the mix. It's good to see plenty of people not just around on the banks today, but also in the hospitality suites as well. There's a few eager spectators watching on for this weekend's action, and we're getting set for race number 1 very, very shortly. So all these cars are Mark II Audi TT 2-litre TFSI machines, and they are all done to all built to a specification based on a kit that you can buy from SW Motorsports. You buy the kit of parts, you buy the donor car, you simply strip everything out that you need to strip out from the donor car, fit everything on the car. You can also go to SW Motorsports, who will fit your roll cage as well on top of that. And then essentially, the cars are, once all the parts are put together, is good to go. And of course, there's been over 40 build kits sold with these cars, and there are 20 plus out there that are finished. There's a couple of cars that are currently up for sale at the moment. But in terms of those racing ready to go, we did have 21 cars for this weekend, but sadly, it looks like we lost regular Mazda MX-5 racer Tim Dorr, who had some engine problems on his car, so sadly wasn't able to make it after issues in Friday testing. So still got 20 cars on the grid, still looking good. We've had 4 different race winners from the first 5 races. It was Andrew Dyer and Ross Macker who took a race victory each at the opening 2 races at Brands Hatch. Then we went to Snetterton for 3 races, where we had Macker take a second win of the season. And then it was other victories for Harry Yardley Rose, his first win, and then it was a win off top of that for Carl Swift. Carl Swift, of course, ex-Civic Cup and also TCR UK racer as well, for those who remember that from when he started racing back when the championship started back in 2018 in a Cupra. So the cars will make their way onto the grid very shortly. Lots of quite experienced and quite potent drivers here, particularly those who are towards the front of the field, as you'd expect. Of course, when you look at the lineup, the likes of Carl Swift, you've got Ross Macker, who's very experienced in front-wheel drives, particularly in MGs, and also he's racing the City Car Cup. He's racing in the Citroen C1s this weekend as well also, so watch out for him tomorrow. Luke Handley, who's got plenty of experience, particularly in front-wheel drive cars. He's raced in some endurance-level stuff in a Golf. He's also done lots of Civic Cup racing too. You've got Harry Yardley Rose, who of course won a race at Snetterton last time out. Scott Parkin, who will drive pretty much anything and everything on a race weekend. If you remember back at Snetterton, he was on triple duty, because not only was he racing in the Audi TT Cup Racing Series, but he was also taking part in the ClubSport Trophy race, which he came very close to winning, but had a time penalty for a short pit stop. And also, on top of that, he decided to do 4 hours of racing in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship as well on the Saturday. So this man, you can't keep him out of a race car, and I think that's a good thing, because the more racing you can get on a weekend, the better. So I say all the power to him. And good to see that I think he's sticking to just the 2 series this weekend, which is Audi TT Racing Cup, and he is also doing ClubSport Trophy, as are a few of these cars as well. It's good to see a few of these cars also getting some extra track time in ClubSport Trophy. They seem to be also hovering around in Class B, where they tend to germinate, shall we say, to use that term. But now the cars make their way through. And I think you can agree as well, when you see these cars, at least from the front and the side, they've got a custom front splitter, a custom rear wing. They sit down nicely on that low suspension. They're on Nankang tyres. These cars, genuinely at least, look the part in terms of how they should do as a race car. So really good to see that it's going to be quite a fun race. And if you haven't seen cars race before, these cars, they race hard, they race fair, and they race very close impacts together. It's a very, to use the term, very raceable car from what I've been told. And anyone that's driven one of these cars, I can confidently say every single person I've been told that has got out of one of these cars that has either driven it or raced it or tested it has come out with a big smile on their face and have been absolutely delighted to take part in it. And that's what's been inspiring so many people to get to buy these build kits. Over 40 build kits sold, and over 20 on the grid here for this weekend. 20, in fact, for this start. Had 21 entered, but of course, as we mentioned, one car not able to take the start due to problems in testing yesterday. So the cars will make their way onto the grid, make around on their formation lap very shortly. We'll be getting underway in a few moments' time. Quite cost effective, these cars. You can put one of these cars together, I think, if you look in the right places, for round about £10,000 or less, depending if you can where you can find a good donor car. And plenty of these cars have been taken up. And that's the thing, of course, once a race car becomes popular, a new series becomes popular with a brand new car that's not normally used, you tend to find quite a few of them disappear off the market quite quickly because there are people snapping them up, and sometimes that puts up their value a little bit in terms of how much there is, because the less there are around on the market, the more valuable they can turn out to be. As you can see, the conditions, I mentioned the conditions are kind of not quite sure what they want to do out there today, because it's sort of 18, 19 degrees, so it's warm. You can see the heat haze coming off the bottom of the circuit, but you can also see the fact that it's grey, it's overcast. We had some spits of rain just from the end of the qualifying sessions and all the way through qualifying as the lunch break as well, so it's intriguing to see. All the cars lined up on the grid and ready to go. I think there might be one or two short hold-ups from a little bit of clear-up possibly from the last race we had for Evolution Trophy. But you can see one or two drivers with the door open trying to keep warm, because yes, it is grey and overcast, but it's very humid and very muggy out there today, so I would imagine that it's going to be quite an interesting affair out there, I think, for the drivers, particularly trying to keep cool. But now as the cars make their way onto the grid, are getting set to get underway very shortly. They'll get the signal in the moment to get going. Now, for those who are at the mix, fact, there is the 1 minute board and the 30-second board. Once they get those, they'll then be set off onto their green flag lap. And then once they've formed back onto the grid, we'll be ready to go for our first of 2 races for the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. And this has quickly become one of those series where you get just a culmination of different very strong drivers who decide to come in. They've got a lot of experience, and drivers like Carl Swift, Ross Macker, Luke Handley, Scott Parkin, Paul Maguire, Andrew Dyer in the mix there as well. Richard Forbes, who's been a Porsche racer, Patrick Booth in there too, Tim Evans. Drivers who have been racing for quite a while, but they always like new challenges, and they like new series they could jump into, new things to keep them occupied, new series, new cars to test their skills. And it's good to see that quite a few of them have managed to culminate into this new Audi TT Cup Racing Series. I'm certain it's going to be quite a fun affair to watch. It has been certainly for the first 2 weekends that we've watched them. There was some excellent battling in the first races at Brands Hatch. We had the first 6 or 7 cars in those first races, all together running line astern. It was one of those races where there wasn't lots of overtaking, but it was lots of anticipation, lots of nose to tail running. And you can have good racing sometimes without overtaking. It sounds a bit odd to say that, but you can have lots of good close racing where there's the thought of somebody possibly trying to dart out and have a look and make a pass somewhere. But ultimately, you can get good close racing, and it can be entertaining all the way from start to finish. It's that element of suspense, that element of expectation, that element of suggestion that there's possibly going to be a move somewhere. So I imagine that we're going to get plenty here. This is, of course, the first time the Audi TT Cup, of course, being a brand new series, has ever raced at Donington Park. So good to see them make a debut at a brand new circuit that they haven't been to yet. And I imagine we're going to get quite a fun outing here this afternoon for the TTs. See, they're one of the 2 4G racing cars. It's one of my favourite liveries on those cars. There's 2 cars running out of that 4G racing stable. Ross Macker, who's on the front row of the grid, and Patrick Booth, who's starting back in the 12th position on the 6th row. So watch out for those 2 to pick their way through. There is the 888 car of Christopher Jackson, starting in 9th on the grid, just ahead of David Robb, with a rather hastily kind of put together race number on the door. One thing to mention with these cars is that these cars can run and do run either manual or DSG gearboxes. there's not really, if any at all, advantage in running either one, because they're very evenly matched in terms of pace. All the cars have the same power, 250 brake horsepower. They weigh about 1,280 kilograms, I think, and very much akin to the Fiesta STT40s that we have in the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta STT40 Championship. These cars are certified rockets in a straight line, so you'll watch them charge down the straight and certainly make for quite the sight and sound as they head towards Redgate Corner for the first time. So the cars just about finishing up their formation lap here at Donington Park. Car 58 there, that is Paul Hoggins starting back in 16th on the grid. Last couple of cars we didn't mention as the grid came off the screen. We've got Paul Savage making his debut in the series, and Ryan Edgecombe, who set a really good time in qualifying back at Snetterton, but then seems to be off the pace and not able to set anything concrete here. Must be having some problems possibly in that qualifying session earlier on. So, cars in position. You see there just the Paul Savage car rolling into position as we get our first of 2 races for today of the Audi TT Cup Racing Series underway. The 5-second board goes up. It is Carl Swift on pole, Ross Macker alongside him. Who can win the sprint down towards Redgate for the first time? Red lights on, and Audi TTCR is all set to go. Red lights are out, and we are underway. It's a good start from the outside of the front row from Ross Macker in the Martini livery car, and equally good launch also from Harry Yardley-Rose. But in the second phase of the start, Ross Macker gets bulked on the run down towards Redgate, and it will be Carl Swift who leads. Harry Yardley-Rose to second place, third for Luke Handley. They're all kind of arms and elbows through the right-hander for the first time, but it looks as though Carl Swift has got the lead back again from pole. No, it's Harry Yardley-Rose who's going side by side. Luke Handley watching on in third. They are side by side through the Craner curves. Over the curb goes Carl Swift, but he holds on. A big wiggle under brakes through the old hairpin for the first time, but it is going to be Carl Swift who leads it then from Harry Yardley-Rose in second place. Luke Handley's in third. Scott Park in fourth, and a good start for Paul Maguire, who started 6th on the grid. He's up 1 spot to 5th. Up towards McLean's then for the first time. So it is Swift, Yardley-Rose, then it's Handley. Rest of the pack goes streaming through. Not the start I think that Ryan Edgecombe was hoping for. Just thought the back there was the number 40 car of our newcomer Joe Weaver. So he's had his first ever front-wheel drive start and found himself towards the back. But again, first start, so he's learning on the go here in these cars. Lee is meanwhile charging up towards the chicane for the first time, and Luke Handley looking down the outside to try to pick up second place, but having to break out early and back out of that, has seen Scott Parkin just dart up his outside line to take third place instead. This is all benefiting Carl Swift in the white car number 45, who would make his way down to the hairpin. Here's the first big braking duel then down towards Melbourne. They're all packing up in 2s and 3s here on the run down towards the Melbourne loop. They're all together so far. And these cars, as I say, look at them from the side profile on the front and that front splitter and rear wing. These cars look like proper little tin tops here. They're fantastic to see. Dive back up the inside to defend third place there was Luke Handley. There's Ross Macker, who started on the front row of the grid, but he's already back down to 6th place and under attack from Andrew Dyer in 7th position. So the 2 Brands Hatch winners back in 6th and 7th. And in fact, actually, it looks like that's Paul Maguire who's now under threat from Ross Macker, trying to go down the outside into Redgate. And Andrew Dyer watching on as he turns his in towards the right-hander for the second time. So, Swift leads it then. Harry Yardley-Rose in second place. It's Handley and Parkin scrapping over third. And now over 5th position, Ross Macker looking to go down the outside, make that the inside for the first part of the Craner curves. Paul Maguire drifts out wide, slots back in front of Andrew Dyer. Andrew's car's got a bit more colour on it now. It was pure black at the Brands Hatch opening rounds, but it has now had some red flashes added to it, so you can identify it a little better. And the rest of the top 10 is the number 37, David Robb. Morgan Roots up tonight, using all of his mini experience. And then we've got Christopher Jackson rounding out the top 10 at this point. So up the hill now towards the right-hander at Coppice now for the second time. Let's see if he can make the move here. As they make their way down towards the chicane once again. There goes Andrew Dyer darting out to make that move. Slots up the inside into the S's, and through he goes into what will now be 6th position, because it looks like Ross Macker has managed to slip through. In fact, he's on the attack already, going down the outside this time of Scott Parkin for 4th. And behind Andrew Dyer, you can see Maguire's having to go defensive on both David Robb, and also just behind him looks like that's Morgan Root in the number 38 machine. Morgan Root having a great first race in Audi TTs. Again, he's someone who's graduated from the Mini Challenge Trophy, so good to see that he's settling into these new cars well. There's 5 Paul Maguire. There's David Robb, all the way through from Scotland. And across the line for the second time, and it will be still Swift, who leads by 1.5 seconds out in front. There he is, in the white car number 45. Got a little bit more sponsorship on that car now. Let's see if he can hold on to this position as they make their way now through the Craner curves for the 3rd time now, trying to extend that lead. Harry Yardley Rose trying to keep Luke Handy at bay now for 2nd place. They turn through right-hander. Ross Macker has meanwhile got past Scott Parkin, so that move was successful, and he's managed to make it through onto 4th position. So now I think Scott Parkin's next challenge that he'll find is going to come from Andrew Dyer, but it might not come for a moment because the safety car has been deployed here for reasons we know not just yet. There's the reason why, I'm afraid. That's unfortunate to see. We've got 58 involved. That is Paul Hoggins, and also we've got Ryan Edgecombe involved in 454. So I'm afraid to say 2 cars are off down at the S's kind of Melbourne Loop complex, and this means we'll get the first appearance of the day from the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car, which is already perched down at pit lane, ready to spring into action to pick up the leaders. And it looks as though it's kind of hard to tell. I'm not going to speculate too much, but it's kind of hard to tell exactly how those 2 cars have ended up there. It looks as though it's something that's potentially that's happened on the run down towards the S's rather than the exit of the hairpin. But rather than try and discuss it too much, not being a clerk of the course or a steward for myself, I will leave them to decide how that happened and who, if anyone, was at fault of that. So this now means that Carl Swift's 1.5 second lead has now been diminished to practically nothing, because it means that he'll have to try and rebuild it all over again, provided he can get a good enough restart to keep Harry Yardley Rose, Luke Handley and co at bay. The biggest person this benefits, I think, is actually Ross Macker, because he started at the front of the grid, had a good first phase at the start. In the second phase he started to drop backwards and had probably just couldn't get gears or couldn't get enough drive down towards the first corner, and then because of that he dropped back the order, and since then he's been climbing back up the rest of the top 10 ever since. He dropped back to about 7th at one point, but he's managing to pick his way back through the order. So the field now bunching up behind the RunYourFleet.com safety car. Again, big thank you to RunYourFleet once again for all of their support as usual. Just a quick promo for them. Of course, RunYourFleet.com is the best, most cost-effective and flexible way to buy, lease and manage everything that you need for your fleet of company vehicles through their managed fleet services. And they go through breakdown cover, fleet management, risk management, fleet funding, telematics, vehicle rental, all sorts. We've got every solution for fleet requirements, so be sure to go and check them out at RunYourFleet.com for more information. And again, big thank you to them for their continued support of the Brscc and indeed their continued supply of the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car, which of course is now being driven on track to bunch the field up then. And as the clear up of the 2 cars down at that S's hairpin complex is being quickly orchestrated, the rest of the pack now has a chance for a moment of calm, shall we say, in this race before we get the adrenaline pumping again. But those drivers would have certainly been enjoying their racing up to that point. You could see there was plenty of overtaking going on, plenty of action on track there, and so it looks as though these cars certainly are striking a really good balance out there in terms of their raceability, their sort of racecraft in many cases. Of course, that's never a sight anyone wants to see, nor less Ryan Edgecombe, who sadly trudges away and contemplates the rebuild, the work that's going to need to possibly try and get that car out for the second race, if it can get out for race 2. Hopefully it can, because you don't underestimate club racing mechanics. They can certainly almost work wonders. What might look like an impossible job, they can, particularly when you've got a really supportive and together paddock, particularly like the Audi TT Cup Racing Series is already becoming, brilliantly enough. Don't be surprised to see at least one of those cars back out on track once they've been repaired. So the ever hard-working marshals and recovery teams already going to work to recover the 2 cars off down at that complex. So let's just take stock of where we are then. So Carl Swift leads the race at this point in time, but his gap that he had of about 1.5 to 2 seconds before the safety car came out has been completely eradicated. It's Harry Yardley Rose in 2nd place. Luke Handley currently sits in 3rd. Then it's Ross Macker in 4th position then. So he starts at the front row of the grid, dropped back to about 7th, and has managed to climb his way back up to 4th. It's Scott Parkin in 5th position, Andrew Dyer in 6th, David Robb in 7th place, followed by Paul Maguire, Morgan Root and Richard Forbes. That's it. Morgan Root's having a really good run in his first Audi TT Cup Racing Series race. Also, shout out to Joe Weaver. Of course, he's our first-time racer ever, full stop, fresh out of Senior Rotax Super 1 karting, in 17th place at the moment in car number 40. I don't know if we can pick him up on the cameras in a moment, but good to see a shot for him. There's Patrick Booth's 4G racing car, and it's resplendent in its white and martini livery, coloured livery, the martini-style stripes down the bonnet. So safety car just slowing down the pace a little bit. And this is a point where if you've been racing for a few laps and then the safety car comes out, you've all the adrenaline pumping, all the excitement, then you just got to have a few minutes just to bring yourself back down again. And of course, then when the racing gets back underway, you've got to try and build yourself back up again as quickly as possible if you can and get that restart. So Carl Swift will sure be sitting there on 10 dirks waiting for this race to get back underway. They've still got to recover the orange number 58 of Paul Hoggins, so that car's still got to be recovered. But Ryan Edgecombe's car has been cleared from the scene of the incident, which is a good sign. And hopefully we can get back going again shortly, which means we'll still get a couple more laps of racing in to see if Carl Swift can hang on to this win, or if whether or not he ends up possibly under threat from the likes of Harry Yardley-Rose and Luke Handley, and indeed Ross Macker. I'll be intrigued to see what he can do from fourth in this sequence at the moment, because he's certainly sat there hoping to get himself back on the podium. And I'm sure if he does get on the podium, he'll tell Rob Lewis all about why his start was not as good as it could have been. Now, hopefully, if they can hook up Paul Hoggins' car quick enough and drag it out of the way, so there's a rather forlorn Paul Hoggins watching on and seeing his car being dragged away. And if they can quickly move it out of the way, I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to stack the field up a little bit so they can give the recovery team as much time as possible. Of course, as we keep going, of course, the time ticks down as it ever does. There's still 4.5 minutes to go in this race. We're probably going to get hopefully another 2 or 3 laps worth of racing in if we get a quick enough restart. Lap times are about into the very low 1 minute 40, very high 49s, 1 minute 50s. So you've got strong enough pace possibly for maybe 2 laps on the restart here. But I suspect that they were trying to give the recovery teams as much time as they could, space as they could, to quickly move the 2 cars out of the way. And then once they are out of the way, then they'll get the signal to turn the lights off the safety car, and away it goes. Now, I think they've moved these cars into a safer position as you can put them, because the last corner, of course, is a hairpin, so it's quite slow. So I imagine they've just parked them there for the time being so that they can get racing back underway, and it's a safer position they can put them in, given the time constraint that we have with about 3.5 minutes still to go. Safety car lights are indeed out, which means we are getting back racing again this time, thankfully. And this means now that the task of holding the field up now falls to Carl Swift. He becomes now the de facto safety car, in inverted commas. He now decides when to pull the pin, when to put his foot down, and when to get this race restarted again. I'm certain, given the fact that he's leading, I wouldn't blame him in the cases that whilst everyone else would be sat there sort of screaming internally saying, come on, get the race going, restart as quickly as possible. I'm certain Carl will... I wouldn't be surprised if he takes his time a little bit here, given the fact he wants to hold on to this victory and get his second TTCR win of the season, given he took his first at Snetterton. He's bunching the pack back up, and he's gone early. He's gone at the entrance to the Melbourne hairpin, so he's now not hanging around at all. And I think Harry Yardley-Rose has gone pretty well with him. Remember, you cannot overtake until you hit the start and finish line and take the green flag. Once you've passed it, then you can start to overtake again. So it is a good restart by the looks of it from Carl Swift initially. And Harry Yardley-Rose has done his best to go with him, but through the final hairpin, provided he doesn't run too wide and mess up the entry, Carl Swift looks as though he will have a comfortable enough gap across the line to get this race back underway. And he has got a good restart in the end, so where he chose to go certainly has worked in his favour as they head down towards Redgate once again. Now they're going to get, I think, 2 more laps under racing conditions, so next time by they should get the last lap board. But this is the battle to watch between 2nd, 3rd and 4th then. Harry Yardley-Rose in the silver car with the black bonnet in 2nd place. Here comes Ross Macker in the white and martini striped car, all over the back of Luke Handley in the red number 51. He's looking to try and defend from Macker in 3rd position. Rest of the top 10 comes streaming through. Good restarts also for Scott Parker and Andrew Dyer. They're in 5th and 6th position together, and they've gapped the rest of the field from 7th place downwards, which is headed by David Robb at this point. So leaders up the hill then towards McLean. To the clip of the curb on the inside there from Harry Yardley-Rose, but he's now under big pressure from both Luke Handley and a rather feisty Ross Macker, who is looking one way then the other. Looks a little bit to the outside, back on the racing line for Coppis. Turns his way in. And now back on the power once more. Let's see if he can try and hold on to the place. I think the headlights are on Harry Yardley-Rose's car. That's got parking off the road. Now, the big question is, did he jump or was he pushed? It looks as though he ran quite wide. Now, his car's crawling to a halt, so possibly... It looks like he's possibly did a bit of a Control-Alt-Delete, as we call it. Quick restart and away he goes. But whether or not he jumped or whether he was pushed off camera, we didn't quite spot it. So he carries on as if the car appears to be back at regular pace. So if anything happened, we'll leave it to the clerk of the course to decide that. Meanwhile, still the skirmish going on at the hairpin. This is for second, third, and fourth. And now we see just there on the left-hand side, Rossmacher's lining up Luke Hanley for that pass into the hairpin at Goddard's. It's still second place to Harry Yardley-Rose, but there diving up the inside for third goes Rossmacher. So Luke Hanley's lost another position as Carl Swift comes across the line to start the last lap of this first Audi TT Cup Racing race. He leads now by 2.6 seconds. That's how much time you can lose from battling. But the TTs then make their way in towards Redgate for the final time. And Andrew Dyer has also caught up to this trio of cars to make it a quartet. It would have been 5 of them had Scott Parkin not dropped back, but an unfortunate situation for Scott has seen him drop way down the order. In fact, he's not come across the line. He hasn't come across the line yet, but he's back down in, I think, 18th place, in fact. He's right at the back of the field after that. Now then, is there going to be a late change for second or third here as Rossmacher gets a good run off the exit of the right hand at the old hairpin. Now on the outside, he's got Toomer's on the grass, but keeps his foot in as they go side by side up towards McLean's, up the inside to the right-hander and through into second place he goes. Yes, he's got the move done. Now can Yardley-Rose retaliate here on the run towards Coppice? Equally, Luke Hanley has Andrew Dyer all over the back of him, darting this way and that to try and pick up fourth place at his expense. Now they come out of Coppice for the final time, and now you see that Andrew Dyer just creeping up the inside. He'll have the outside line for the first part of the S's, but if he can possibly hold back a little bit, get a good exit up towards Melbourne Loop, he might well have a good chance here to make this move stick and get up to fourth. Hanley breaks as late as he dares, into the S as they go, and Hanley stays in front for the time being. As for Carl Swift, meanwhile, out on his own in a very casual Saturday afternoon drive. Meanwhile, here comes Harry Yardley-Rose trying to repath second place. Big lock up into the hairpin. And Harry Yardley-Rose goes completely straight on. That was never going to work. He loses 1, 2, 3 places in the process because he's lost out to Handley and also to Dyer and to David Robb. Meanwhile, out of the hairpin for the final time to take his second Audi TT Cup Racing win of the season after his first at Snetterton. Carl Swift will cross the line, take the checkered flag, and is victorious in race 1 of the weekend at Donington Park for the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. A great drive back to second goes Rossmacher, and third for Luke Handley. So it was first and second and third on the grid, and they end first, second and third on the podium. As for Harry Yardley-Rose, he tried to get to the final corner, but looks like he's gone wide at the final hairpin. So across the line he comes, and he finishes in 14th place. So not sure what the issue is there. Possibly maybe an issue with possibly his brakes were overheating a little bit or something to do with that, but he had a massive lockup going into the first hairpin, and I wonder if he possibly even struggled to stop the car for the second hairpin because he looked like he went straight on and was rejoining from essentially the piece of tarmac that links the national layout through the S's. But anyway, that was a very entertaining first race from what we had for the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. Really good racing, lots of good overtaking and lots of good battling towards the front, and that certainly shows once again the big potential for this series, and I'm hopeful as more and more cars join the grid. And not only are they good, it's a good bunch of drivers here, but they're very enthusiastic. They want more cars and drivers on the grid, and I'm certain as the series season goes on, and particularly into the winter, that by the time we see these cars at about this time next year, there'll be not only a much fuller, an even fuller grid than there already is, but I'm confident we may also go taking one step closer, if we haven't already, to turning it into a championship, fingers crossed. Well, for the record then, Carl Swift takes the victory in race 1 of the weekend for the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. He wins by 4.9 seconds from Rossmacher in second place. It's third place for Luke Handley, fourth for Andrew Dyer, and fifth for David Robb. Good effort from David, actually, really good run. That's his best finish of the season so far. Very impressive for Morgan Root in his first weekend out of minis into TTs. Sixth place for him. And it's Paul Maguire, Richard Forbert, Christopher Jackson and Anthony Park rounding out the top 10 from the 33 of Patrick Booth, then Julian Daniel, Tim Evans, Harry Yardley-Rose with his issues crosses the line in 14th place, then it's Sanders, Joe Weaver in his first TT Cup race finishes in 16th, and Scott Parkin after his issue on the penultimate lap is 17th, and then Paul Savage rounds out the 18 cars that took the flag, and we lost both Ryan Edgecombe and Paul Hoggins after an incident around at the complex of the S's onto the Grand Prix loop. Whatever happened, of course, will be figured out and decided in the stewards' room as well. So their second race is due to come up on the timetable at least at round about 10 to 4, but we're running about 20 minutes ahead of schedule in many cases. So, in fact, looking at the time, in fact, it's 20 past 1, and the next race was scheduled to go out, which is the BMW Compact Cup, was scheduled at 1:45. So we're actually 25 minutes ahead of schedule, which is looking really good. So roughly round about that. Keep an eye out for that as the rest of the time goes through. Meanwhile, here are our 3 Audi TTs pulling up into the top of the pit lane, and there to have a chat to them momentarily will be Rob Lewis. Now we've got Luke Handley and Ross Macker. I'm hoping that Carl Swift is around. Possibly he's dropped back a little bit to gain some pickup on the tyres. If not, I hope he hasn't overshot and gone straight down to Park Fermo, which is a shame if he has, but we'll be able to have a chat at least to Luke and to Ross and see how they found that race, see what the circuit commentary already having a word down there as well. But I think whilst the second, third place drivers sort themselves out, let's hand down to Rob and see if we can get some reaction from our top 3 in Audi TT Cup.
Well, I've managed to grab Carl Swift that actually missed his board. He drove straight past it to come and claim the win. But Carl, great race. I've got to compliment you on that restart. I was on the pit wall and it was gaining that 0.9 of a second that just allowed you to break away. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I think everyone expects you to bolt it out of a corner, so I bolted it before a corner. And I think I caught him off guard, so yeah, it worked. Just a shame about the safety car, lost like 2 or 3 minutes of racing, but that was epic.
Yeah, I think they were having a bit of difficulty with the cleaning up of the cars that went off, unfortunately. But a great race by yourself. What is it about racing these cars?
I think it's, believe it or not, the lower level of semi-slick grip is making it more fun. So that's what I'm enjoying. Back to basics.
Is it just being able to move the car around a bit more?
I think that's it. Rotating into corners, and you know, because of the lower amount of grip, the setup is so much less critical. So you're not making changes every 2 seconds. Just get in, drive it, and drive around it.
Absolutely. Those aeroplanes are a bit noisy, aren't they?
Yeah.
But congratulations on a fantastic win there, Carl Swift. Hopefully he can repeat it. I just want to grab a chat with this man, actually, Luke Handley. He's finished in 3rd place, but I'm pretty sure, Luke, this is going to feel like a win to you.
Oh, it's brilliant. Honestly, yeah, the car, as you know, has been a nightmare. We've had 2 engines in it at Snetterton. Oh, my goodness. And it's been great this week. We had a bit of trouble yesterday, but to finish 3rd, it's been great. I should have been 2nd. I messed it up. The problem was between the seat and the steering wheel, but it's been fantastic fun, and I really enjoyed it, yeah.
Obviously, the safety car sort of bunched everyone back up after the start. What was your game plan once the lights went out?
Well, I knew Harry's car, which is DSG, there's some sort of difference in the gearing, because just as we come out over the top, between the 2 right-handers at the top, my car's a little bit quicker in 3rd than his, so there must be a slightly shorter 3rd, because his DSG and mine's manual. So I was thinking I was going to try and do him there, but he was covering it at all bases. So and then Ross managed to get past me because I missed a gear out of the hairpin. So, but yeah, but we got it there and got a 3rd, so I'm over the moon, honestly. Yeah.
Fantastic. More of the same in race 2?
I want to be at the top step, hopefully. Just got to beat Carl, haven't we?
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on a fantastic podium there, Luke Handley. Hopefully I can pop down and see if I can grab a chat with Ross McCarr in this beautiful, I love the martini stripes on that, absolutely perfect. The car looks pristine. Ross, another great race from yourself. You started on the front row. What happened?
Well, I got 1st right. I was ahead of Swift. I got 2nd right, and then I took 5th. And the pack gobbled me up, so entirely my own fault. And then I just kept a cool head and thought, okay, I've got pace. I'll just wait for people to make mistakes, try and pressure them a little bit, and thankfully it got my way through. And yeah, overall good race, other than the little nudge into the hairpin, but that's the way it goes.
I guess it kind of is the way we go, but with these TTs as well, it's the 3rd race weekend. You've already got a grid of, you know, knocking on just over 20. What is it about racing these cars?
I mean, honestly, right now it's just how close the front are. Like, everyone at the front, anyone can win it. I think there's still 4 different winners from all the races so far, and it's been really exciting. So it is close racing, but yeah, I think it's just everyone getting used to racing them as well, because they're quite particular. Nothing like anything I've ever raced before. There's a certain driving style, so everyone's just learning.
Fantastic. Well, I'm not going to ask you what the plan is for race 2, because I assume it's going to be don't shift into 5th instead of 3rd.
That's exactly it. Same again, but 3rd this time, and then, you know, just drive off into the sunset. That'd be handy, but I don't think Carl would ever let me do that, so.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on a superb 2nd place there for Ross McCarr, and that concludes our overall podium for the Audi TTs. Look at these cars. They look absolutely immaculate, and just think you can get yourself onto the grid with these cars for not a lot of money at all through SW Motorsports. So get yourself onto the Brscc website and find out more. But for now, I think it's time to hand back to Scott Woodwis with our 3rd race.
Yes, thank you very much, Rob. I think it's a little bit of clear up for the 2 Audi TTs that were involved in that incident just there, but it gives us a chance to start the build-up for our next race here on the programme, which is our first race of the weekend, I think first race of 2 just for today, of the brilliant Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Really fun championship here. If you haven't watched this before, 1, where the hell have you been? It's been around for a few years, but also 2, this should be a really intriguing race, given that we've got quite a few strong drivers. And this is a season so far in the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup where there's an element of unpredictability in terms of who really the main players are in this championship, because we've had a very interesting first couple of rounds, a few different drivers up towards the front in each, and now all those kind of front-running drivers from those first 2 metres are now all together on this grid for this third weekend of the season. And this should make for some really interesting running as we get towards this move towards the halfway point of the season already in the championship. So, in terms of the story so far, we've had 4 different race winners from the first 5 races of the season. We've had victories for a double for Guy Davis, who is back this weekend after he missed Snetterton due to duties working at the Monaco Grand Prix for one of the Formula 2 teams. He's now back here this weekend here at Snetterton, and in fact he starts on the front row of the grid alongside pole sitter Oliver Faller, who is going to be starting at the front row of the grid ahead of Gareth Claydon, who won his first BMW Compact Cup race at Snetterton, and Rudy McMillan, who despite having not won one just yet, leads the championship coming into the weekend. Matt Milson took 2 points victories after Ian Howes won the first 2 races, but Matt Milson took the points for the win, finishing second behind him both times. He starts 5th alongside Jim Barrett. And then it's Mike Doble, who is in the, I think, ahead of the points in the Masters in the overall standing. He starts 7th alongside guest driver Lee Dendy Sadler. Then it's Thomas Middleton and Peter Smith on the 5th row of the grid from Dale Wurton, who is up there in the championship, but starting back on row 6 alongside Matt Flowers, who's a little bit further back than he would like to be as well on top of that too. Jonathan Williams and Matt Kendall then come next on the 7th row of the grid in 13th and 14th place. Joseph Doble, the youngest Doble in the Doble family, who is currently racing in at least BMWs, is 15th alongside Henry Cook, who is also a guest this weekend as he was at the opening rounds. Then it's Richard Sutherland and John Robinson on the 9th row of the grid, and then in rounding out the top 20, it's Rod Langham and Danny Wilkinson, 2 more guest drivers on the grid in 19th and 20th position. On to row 11, where we find Chris McGinley and Max Noble on the in 21st and 22nd positions. We find then 23rd place has then gone to Sam Strong. Good to see him back on the grid after he had a bit of an incident at Brands Hatch, but he's back on the grid too. And Stephen Somerville in car number 217 in 24th place. And it's Gregor Pryor and Tim Sievert in 25th and 26th position, and then not setting a time in qualifying with Ross Stoner, and if he is there, we'll start at the back of the grid of the 27-car entry, the biggest field of the season so far. Good to see the numbers heading in the right direction back up there in the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. So all the cars in this championship, if you've never watched it before, are rear-wheel drive E36 generation 318 Ti compacts, BMW 3 Series compacts with a 1.9 litre engine at the helm, and a little bit of tweaks and measures as usual in the specs on these cars, as there usually is in most club racing series. And as we get set for racing to get underway, and you can see the track conditions starting to brighten up a little bit here at Donington Park. There's still some overcast conditions, still some cloud cover here as well, but again, it's the temperature on my phone is still showing me 19 degrees, and it's showing me sunny with a bit of cloud. I can see the cloud, but I can't see the sun just yet, but it's starting to get brighter. It's brighter than it was, of course, at the start of the TT Cup race and the Evolution Trophy one. The rain that was threatening around the circuit seems to have dissipated for the time being, and it's still rather warm out there. You can see the heat haze coming up from the top of the circuit too, so it's quite warm out there in terms of the air and track temperature. It's warm enough at least, but it's definitely not chilly out there. You can tell that summer is here. It's not officially summer until next week, I don't think, but I classify it in season, so therefore June for me signifies the start of summer, therefore, and it ends when we get to the end of August, and then it cycles through the every 3 months in terms of series for me. But enough about me. We've got more of the racing coming up here at the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. Good to be on the full Grand Prix circuit as well. It's usually lots of racing takes place on the national, but good to have the full GP layout in use. There it is. There's the Melbourne hairpin, where I'm sure that, as it already has been, there'll be plenty more action taking place down at this point of the circuit. And in terms of how it currently looks in the championship coming into this weekend, still the recovery just taking place of those 2 Audi TTs from the last race that we had that had an unfortunate incident. So as we get ready for our first BMW Compact Cup race, let's take a look and see where we are in the championship. It is Rudy McMillan, who, as I mentioned, hasn't won a race just yet. Came very close at Snetterton, but he lost out in the last couple of laps to Gareth Claydon, who in turn took his first BMW Compact Cup race win. And then on top of that, it was quite a family affair for the Claydons at Snetterton, because on top of that, Rhys Claydon, who is a former BMW Compact Cup racer, then went on later on that day to take his first win in the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup, which is also here this weekend. So you'll see Rhys and co out later on this afternoon. In fact, their next race is coming up after this. So the next race after the BMWs is going to be the first Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup race. So be sure to stay tuned for that. Those little pocket rockets will certainly be provided plenty of entertainment since they joined the BRSCC over the winter. It's their first full season on the BRSCC roster, and I know that everyone in the MG Metro Cup is very excited and has loved being part of the club so far. Should mention quickly, if you want to find out any information about any of the BRSCC series and championships that are racing here this weekend, you can head to the website, brscc.co.uk, head to the Formula section, and you'll find all the formulas that run within BRSCC, all the information for them. If you want to get involved as well, there are some contact forms as well that you can get in touch with, so that goes directly to each of the coordinators who can get involved. And I'm certain that if you are inspired by any of the championships and series that are racing here and you want to give one of them a go, then certainly sure you can do that. We should give a quick mention to our friends at the Motorsport School, because they are having some taster days this summer in August for any young sort of potential junior racers aged 13 to 14 years old that want to get themselves into the first steps into racing. They have the new Junior Ards car, which is one of the brand new Mark 7 next generation Fiesta Junior race cars. They've got a couple of events going on in August, where if you want to go and check them out, if you have a young racer who's doing karting or short ovals or autographs or just wants to get themselves into racing full stop, they can go down and have a taster day of that car. And I believe even the fastest on each time, the fastest driver in each time gets essentially a free art course, if I understand, in order to go through, and that could even help them take one step further towards getting themselves on the grid and becoming a possible Fiesta Junior racer in 2024 or even beyond. So if you're interested in that, and even just taking an arts test to get yourself racing, of course, or even going as far as just getting some driver tuition, then you best go and check out the Motorsport School, run by Pete and Mel Edwards, and they do a fine job out there, and there's a lot of people who rate them very, very highly, and so do go and check them out and just check out their website, and they'll certainly be able to put you in the right direction to, if you need to, take your first steps into motorsport, potentially even line up on the grid like this in the BMW Compact Cup as well. So the cars then starting to form themselves up on the grid ahead of our first of two Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup races here this afternoon. And so the battle between Guy Davis and Oliver Fowler, those battle lines are being redrawn after they had quite a back and forth scrap in both races at Brands Hatch, and with no Guy Davis at Snetterton, I'm sort of certain that Oliver Fowler rather missed his sparring partner from Brands Hatch, but he's back. They're on the front row again together once more as they were at Brands Hatch, and I'm certain it's going to be another duel at the front. But I would also bet there'll be others in the mix after they started to show their prowess earlier on at Snetterton the previous round. So in terms of the championship, as the cars prepare to get off onto their formation that very shortly, it's Rudy McMillan who leads the way then, from Matt Milson and Del Worson, who are tied with second place. They're fourth, so it's 226 points currently for Rudy McMillan, who is the car just to the far right of shot on the second row of the grid, the mainly grey car with the yellow flashes on either side. He starts with 226 points coming into the weekend, 222 each for Matt Milton and Del Worton in equal second. Oliver Fowler currently sits in fourth on 215 points, so it's only 11 points that separates the top four coming into the weekend, although it could have been closer had Oliver Fowler not suffered a penalty that's gave him subsequently 6 penalty championship points taken off his total. So if he had those taken away, if he had those not taken away, he would be on 221 points, which means he would have been 5 points between the top four, but it's actually 11 after those penalty points. Then there's a tie for fifth between Matt Flowers and Mike Doble Senior, who is at the top of the best of the Masters drivers in the field, and he's immediately ahead in the points of Jim Barrett and Russ Cager, who are first, second and third in Masters respectively. If you're familiar with the name Mike Doble, well, first of all, you should be, because not only was Mikey Doble, who is Mike Doble's son, or Mikey Doble Jr., And not only was he last year's BMW Compact Cup champion and on the same weekend crowned Ginetta GT5 Challenge champion, but he's also been tearing it up in the British Touring Car Championship for Power Maxed Racing. Had a really excellent effort in qualifying last time out, but the previous rounds, which I forget where they were. And but he's also out this weekend at Donington Park as we speak. But he's also had some. It's actually here at the season opener in that crazy second race in very mixed conditions, where Mikey managed to get an excellent finish in the top 10 in his first weekend driving in the British Touring Car Championship. So shout out to Mikey, of course. Should also give a shout out to Steve Roberts, who has been racing in the Porsche Sprint Challenge and took a couple of victories on the same weekend as Mikey Dobe when he was debuting on that opening weekend at Donington Park here. So congrats. So good to see Steve also progressing pretty well in his career. Since BMWs, he's done Mazda MX-5 Super Cups, he's done Ginetta Super Cup as well, and now into Porsche. So good to see that he's keeping active out there, Steve. He was a prominent Formula Ford racer before then as well, so good to see that he's keeping himself very busy out on track. There's the 222 car on the grid, which is, remind myself who that is, John Robinson. So he's looking pretty good from the 9th row of the grid. And he'll be hoping to try and move up the order as much as he can, where possible. So the BMWs are, wherever you can find one, if you can find one in the right place. They've always said a lot about these donor cars for this championship, where you can, if you look in the right places and find the right people, you can find one of these cars for as little as a donor car for as little as £500 in some cases. I suspect they might have gone up a little bit since the original statement that you can find them, possibly somewhere around about maybe £1,500–1,600 at least to try and pick them up. But that's still a good price for a donor car like this. And then as you look through the rest of the order, there's plenty of experienced cars all the way through in this field, and lots of experienced drivers. But good to see there's a few more newer drivers peeking their way through in the order to get themselves going. So let's see then what's in store for this first BMW Compact Cup race. There's never usually what you'd call a dull Compact Cup race. It's not a championship that lends itself to kind of straightforward single file racing. It's lots of action, lots of side-by-side running. And I imagine it's going to be more of the same here today. So let's see what Oliver Fowler can do. Yet to win a race this season, has won a race in Compact Cup on a number of occasions. But I'm certain that if he can push his way up through the order, I would like to think that Fowler will be up there, at least in the mix, if he keeps himself out of trouble. And I'm anticipating another a match between Davis and Fowler as they slug it out for victory in the Compact Cup. But also, again, watch for the likes of those who have won races already, but drivers like Gareth Claydon in the mix as well has got to be in there too. He's on the second row in the white and blue car. That's the Master Mix Concrete car that's on the second row of the grid. Rudy McMillan, the championship leader, he starts course on the second row. Matt Milson, who took 2 points victories after he finished behind guest driver in Howes at Snetterton in races 1 and 2. Jim Barrett's in there. Mike Doble should also be one to watch for. Lee Dendy Sadler's a formidable driver. And then the likes, again, drivers that are making their way up there. Watch for also from the 6th row of the grid. I'll also keep an eye on both Del Worton in car 14 and Matt Flowers in car number 3. They're a bit further back on the 6th row of the grid. They might be trying to push their way through if they can to make it through. So 27 cars then for 15 minutes. The first of 2 races today for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Then a grid with lots of top drivers, full to bursting of talent, and hopefully some great racing ahead. The 5-second board goes up. All set then for our first Compact Cup race of the day. The red lights are on. Who wins sprint down towards Redgate? Let's find out. Lights out and away we go. It's a good start initially from the front row for Oliver Fowler. They make their way down towards the turn for the first time, and as it was at Brands Hatch, it is side by side between Fowler and Guy Davis. Guy's in the purple and yellow car on the outside line, tries to sweep across, but Fowler's there on his inside line, and he makes his way through then into the lead at the exit of turn number 1. Now, will they go side by side through Hollywood and through the Craner curves? One car, a couple of cars running wide a little bit there, but indeed they are going side by side as I anticipated. A rather bemused Gareth Claydon watching on in 3rd. It's 4th place for Matt Milson, and Rudy McMillan from the 2nd row of the grid is down to 5th ahead of a fast starting Dale Worton. So he's made some really good progress. I said to watch for Dale. He's already up there into 6th place, where he started back in 11th on the grid. So that premonition was justified, wasn't it? Out through the exit. Look at this. They're all bunching up together. That's Gareth Claydon almost making it 3 abreast up towards McLean's. Steady on, boys. It's only halfway through lap 1. They're already going at it, hammer and tongs like it's the last lap of the race. Davis goes through the right-hander in the lead. It was 2nd place for Fowler, but trying to make it 3 abreast through McLean's, which was never going to work, is Gareth Claydon. His tail's certainly up after his first Compact Cup race win at Snetterton, isn't it? Got Matt Milson into 4th position then. He's up there in the mix now in the championship. We've now got 5th position. I think looks like it's Rudy McMillan still. And also, again, I'm going to keep an eye on that fast-starting orange car of Dale Worton in P6, although he's having a battle here with Thomas Middleton, and looks like Jim Barrett as well as they go into the S's. Now, Worton's held him off for the time being, as they make their way through the S's and up towards the Melbourne Loop for the first time. Let's see what occurs here then, under brakes. So it is Davis that leads, Fowler second, Clayton having a speculative look up the inside from third, Wilson fourth. It's then Rudy McMillan fifth, Worton sixth, then everyone trying to be seventh. Oh, is that Rudy McMillan off the road? I think it is. That's the championship leader, Rudy McMillan, pulling off the road on the exit of Melbourne Loop. So whatever's happened to Rudy McMillan's car, the championship leader is off the road at the exit of Melbourne Hairpin. And I'm afraid technical issues has forced him out of the race before he's even completed a lap, which is a real shame. But unfortunately, he will have to go back to the drawing board and decide and see if he can get that car sorted for race 2 later on. So end of the first lap then, under racing conditions, and it is Guy Davis who leads the way then. Fowler in second place. It's Clayton third, Milson in fourth, then everyone else trying to be fifth behind Dale Worton. Middleton is sixth. And then as they come down the hill towards the Craner curves then for the second time. It's the top 4 altogether then. Davis trying to escape, but Oliver Fowler now, whilst he's trying to keep up with Davis, might find himself in the clutches of both Clayton and Nilsson already as they come to the end of the second lap. There's someone else making their way through the order. That's the orange car with the grey and white striping, Ross Stoner, also quite a prominent driver. Started at the back of the grid in 27th, and he's crossed the line in 16th, so he's made up 11 places off the start. This is one of the fast movers up the order already in this field. So let's see what he can do from, at the moment, 16th, and what progress he can make. He was on the back of John Robinson. I think he's still trying to attack in the background. Meanwhile, Middleton's got past Worton, so that's Middleton up into 5th position. As there's a shot the pit straight there for some reason, but down the back straight they go for the second time, and it is now still Guy Davis that leads the way then. So the top 4 are all together, but this battle is going to get a bit more lively further back. It looks like that Middleton has got past Worton for 5th position. Also in there too is Mike Doble, Mike Doble Sr., which is Mikey Doble's dad. And he's now getting in there as quick as he can to try and make some progress up the field where possible. So let's see what he's got in the tank as they come up towards the Melbourne Loop for the first and second time. You can see there Rudy McMillan's car that's pulled off the road, sadly, after his mechanical issues. So I'm afraid that car going no further in this race. But the leading quartet makes its way around the hairpin for the second time. In terms of first proper flying laps, Guy Davis sets the fastest lap. 1 minute 56.6 as the pack makes its way towards Redgate for the third time. And the sun is now trying to peek through the clouds a little bit. It is starting to get a little bit sunnier, a little bit brighter here at Donington Park. I almost said Brands Hatch for some reason, but it's definitely Donington Park out there. Someone's piece of trim is laying in the gravel trap. I'm sure a helpful marshal will pick that one up at the conclusion of racing in a few minutes' time. But still, Guy Davis then looking to get back to winning ways after he missed Snetterton due to commitments working for one of the Formula 2 teams at the Monaco Grand Prix a few weeks ago, which was on the same weekend as Snetterton, hence why he wasn't there, but I'm sure that he'll have to at least use that as his drop scores. There also, a little bit further back, is Lee Dendy Sadler trying to make a move on, I think that is Max Noble, I think that was, in car 22. So it wasn't actually a great start, I think, for Lee Dendy Sadler. What happened to him? Because he was quite far back down the order, and he is showing, where that's he showing at the moment. He's down in, he's in the pit lane, sadly. I think that might have been him just driving past, I think. So unfortunately, Lee Dendy Sadler's hit problems. And we've also had as well issues for, just those two. So McMillan, who pulled off at the hairpin, and Lee Dendy Sadler in the pit lane with a problem. So he's down the order in what's currently showing as 25th place. There goes Ross Stoner. That was him making a move on Sam Strong in the 110 car. Green, red and white, that machine, as they turn into the S's. Just behind them you can see Max Noble. And the car just behind there was Richard Sutherland in there. Oh, there's a car off in the gravel there to the left shot. That's Peter Smith that's got off the road as well. So whatever's happened to Peter, has sadly seen him exit the race earlier than he would like. It's the sort of purpley blue, white and orange car. It was right to the edge of the screen on the left that's off the road at the hairpin. Across the line go the, what's really the top 3 really, rather than the top 4, because Matt Milton's dropped back in 4th position into a little bit of no man's land at this point. And as Guy Davis continues in the lead by 0.6 per second, fastest lap of the race gets taken by the car to the right shot, which is Gareth Clayton. Of course, one of a few cars run by KC Motorsport, the squad that took Stephen Daly to 5 BMW compact titles in a row. And he is here this weekend, helping out some of the teams and drivers. And KC Motorsport certainly proving that they can put a quick car together, but so too can the squad that looks after the likes of Davis and also Milson and Oliver Fowler as well. Here's a battle going here between, that's 75, 73, which is Jonathan Williams, and he's battling away with Mikey Doble and Jim Barrett. Meanwhile, for the lead, Guy Davis's initial lead that he had has been absolutely wiped out, because here comes Oliver Fowler, who's practically pushing Guy Davis out to the right-hander at McLean, now towards Coppice. Is Fowler going to make a dive up the inside here into the right-hander at Coppice? He's thinking about it, not just thinking about it, he's going for it up the inside line. They're going to be side by side on the exit, and they did this several times in race 1 at Brands Hatch, these two. Now with the added element of Snetterton winner Gareth Claydon, can he squeeze through in the middle here and make it 3 wide? Be ill-advised, but if he can try and shoot the gap, which he has done, he's gone down the inside, he's forced Davis to capitulate, and now up to second place with a brilliant piece of racecraft there for Gareth Claydon. You can tell he's learning from Stephen Daly and co, can't you? Because he's up there now, and also the fact that he's managed to take his first race win, his tail is really up at this point. Down to the hairpin. Guy Davis looking around the back end of Gareth Claydon's car, trying to reclaim second place as the sun starts to get even more prominent here at Donington Park. And I'm certain that if these two particularly will start to battle, it'll benefit Oliver Fowler trying to get up the road to take his first win of the season, but also it will benefit the cars behind, which is Matt Milson and co, to try and close back in and make it an even bigger lead group. So Fowler then leads the pack out of the Goddard's hairpin for the 4th time. And the gap at the front now is just under half a second. Now it's Claydon's turn to go on the attack here. Now, Claydon denied Rudy McMillan his first win in Compact Cup at Snetterton in the final race with a really good drive to pick his way through to take the victory on the last lap of the race. Is Gareth Claydon about to do the same here and rob Oliver Fowler of his first win of the season? He's certainly got the pace for it. Let's see what he's got here as they come into the right-hander. They make their way towards there. A bit further back, looks like Mike Doble's got back past Jonathan Williams, and really further back, this is Max Noble and Richard Sutherland. Is that something treading at the back of Max Noble's car? I think, is that either just something rubbing on the tyre? Oops! It might be something that's possibly a bit of fluid that's been leaking out there, because Max Noble got sideways, possibly on his own fluid, and Rod Langham also was pretty keen there as well. Now that's Mike Doble, who's got his windscreen wipers on. But is that possibly because Max Noble's car was possibly spraying a bit of fluid out of the back, or Joseph Doe was spraying a bit of fluid out of the back? We'll possibly find out. Now, I'll be intrigued to see if that was fluid coming out of the back. That means that the marshals have to be on their toes to try and keep an eye on that. But also, if there's fluid all the way down the Craner curves and towards the old hairpin, that's going to be quite the challenge for the cars that are in the lead here, and that could seem quite an interesting proposition as they come up towards the start of another lap. We've got 5.5 minutes to go. It did look as though the fact that Max Noble slid sideways through the old hairpin and the car behind him, Rod Langham, also ran a little bit wide. I wonder if that was some water or some coolant that was coming out of the back of the car. Either way, that looked like it wasn't just steam or smoke, it was something else perhaps. But we'll wait and see on the approach to the S's and the complex, see how these leaders tackle it. So Oliver Fowler leads the way then. A better lap this time for Ollie. Did a 1:57.0 compared to a 58.3 for Claydon Davis, as they were battling so hard. They've lost time to the car in front, and also it's brought Matt Milson into play. This is Guy Davis's teammate, so he's now got a bit of a rear gunner action here with Matt Milson in support. Now then, are they going to discover that it's a little bit slippery down here at the Craner curve? Let's wait and see. It's prominently spraying fluid down towards the old hairpin, but let's see if that happens at all. Into the right-hander they go. Now, are they going to tiptoe through? Are they good at speed? It looks as though... Oh, a little sideways there for Guy Davis. I think there was a twitch there for Gareth Claydon as well. So I think there possibly is something down there. And I think that Oliver Fowler managed to get through relatively unscathed. But you saw the twitch there from Guy Davis. The car got a little sideways. And it keeps Matt Milson in play as well. So the two very similar liveried cars. There's different base colours, you can see. It's purple and pink for Guy Davis. Now black and blue for Matt Milson. But both from the same squad. And Fowler now has got a 1.7 second advantage out in front, but I imagine now that Gareth Claydon hasn't had too much pressure from Guy Davis on this lap, he will start to try and reel him in a little bit more to try and make this one a little bit a closer contest in these closing stages. So out of the McLean's and Cop as we go. A bit further back in the pack, you can see here some more battles going on. I think that was Jonathan Williams having a good scrap with the likes of Jim Barrett. Henry Cook was up there in 10th position as well. And Matt Flowers in there too. You have to wonder what of a factor Reedy McMillan could have been had he not suffered mechanical problems on the first lap. See his car there just in the middle of the shot, parked off on the grass, out of harm's way. So I think we've got time for 2 more laps in this first BMW Compact Cup race. Still Oliver Falla with the lead. And Claydon was a fraction fast that time around. The difference in lap time was very equal between the top 4. About 2 or 3 tenths covering the first 4 cars in terms of their laps. So 57.701 for Falla, a 57.6 for Claydon, 57.76 for Guy Davis, and a 57.8 for Milson. As the leaders tumble their way through Craner curves now for the second to last time, turning in through Old Hairpin. And there's the battle of a 5th also going on. We join this now, Middleton versus Dale Wurton. So shout out to Dale. I did say to watch for him from the 6th row of the grid. He's proved me right. He's up there in P6 and looking to get some really strong points to try and hold on to his spot in the top 5 in the standings. Thomas Middleton's having a good run too. He came into the weekend in points. He came in the weekend 11th in points. And his best result to date so far has been, I've got to work this out, they're just outside the top 5. So we can stay here. This will be his best result of the season, which is good to see for Tom. He's made some very steady but consistent progress up the order. Didn't finish the first race at Brands Hatch, but he's managed to get himself in the mix in the top 10 regularly ever since. So I think his best result so far has been a 7th place, and that was at the second race at Snetterton. So if he can crack the top 5, that'll be some really good progress for Tom. He has got a rather feisty Dale Wurton to contend with, so I'm not sure he's going to make it that easy for him to go through. Meanwhile, for second place, that's Gareth Claydon looking to the outside lines to try and at least to defend from a very feisty Guy Davis, who goes back up the inside in towards the Melbourne Loop. Now can Gareth Claydon get the undercut here to try and drag racing back towards Goddard's? He'll be on the outside line, but if he's got enough grip and confidence, he might well be able to divert down the outside line to make the move stick. There goes Fowler. As for this battle for second, here they go. Claydon does go for the move on the outside, but he goes way too wide on corner exit. Davis gets the better traction, and now here comes Matt Milson, Davis' teammate, to make it second and third for the 2 cars. Down the pit straight they go, onto the last lap of the race. Fowler is away and clear now, up the road by some 2.8 seconds. It's for second where it's all happening here. Davis is in front and might start to chase after him. It's for third, meanwhile, between Gareth Claydon and Matt Milson. This is where the fight is here. Now, can Claydon have any chance here of trying to close back up onto Guy Davis and stop him from running away and try and reclaim that second place? At the moment, Davis has plenty clear track in front of him, but Gareth Claydon is coming back at him here down towards the Craner curves on the last lap. With the right-hander, just a tiny bit wide off the apex there for Guy Davis over the curb. Back through comes Claydon with a much better run off of old Hairpin. Now, he wasn't afraid to go 3 abreast on the opening couple of laps. He's going the outside again. Now, can he sit back and get the switch back on the exit of McLean's? He's going to think about it. If he can place his car well on the exit of McLean's and also up through Coppice, he might be in a good place here to pounce and have a look at the S's. He's having a look into the right-hander at Coppice, gets his nose up the inside and forces Guy Davis to take the wider approach on the exit of the corner. And now as they drag race down towards the S's for the final time, Gareth Claydon is locked underneath Guy Davis's boot lid. Here comes Matt Milson to the outside line, and Claydon's got the switch back. He's gone to the inside line. This is perfect now on the run down towards the S's now for Gareth Claydon. Under brakes into the left-hander, and he makes the move stick. There's a tiny tap in the tail. They're still side by side on the exit. This is the charge down to the hairpin. Away and gone to take his first win. It looks like almost a couple of corners away is Oliver Fowler, but for second, though, it's anybody's guess. Down towards the hairpin, almost 3 abreast, and Gareth Claydon goes to the middle of the road to defend from the 2 teammates. Milson's up the inside of Davis to deny him from a podium for 3rd place. So Milson might take 3rd from Guy Davis up the inside line. He might be up the inside to get it back into Goddard's. Meanwhile, Oliver Fowler comes out right out of the final corner to win the first Compact Cup race of the weekend for second. It is going to be Gareth Claydon for 3rd place. The 2 teammates get into each other. Side by side on the run to the flag. Ollie Fowler wins his first Compact Cup race of the season in race 1 at Donington Park. 2nd for Gareth Claydon, and 3rd on the line. Matt Milson only just beats his teammate Guy Davis to the final step on the podium in a brilliant last couple of laps. Dale Wurton from 11th on the grid takes the final top 5 spot. Jonathan Williams takes his. Jonathan Williams is. Mike Doble is 6th. There's a couple of time penalties coming through. one of which was for Thomas Middleton, I'm afraid. So he actually gets demoted to 10th, and what would have been about 6th, I think, on the road, one of his best results. But the rest of the top 10, as there's been more skirmishes in the background going on there, that's Rod Langham, I think, and who was that? Chris McGinley, I think it was. Yes, it was. So they were having a big battle on the exit of the hairpin for 16th and 17th. But Ollie Fowler then, very happy indeed. He now becomes the 4th different winner in 6 races so far in the Compact Cup. That proves just how competitive it's becoming in Compact Cup this year. And the likes of Mikey Doble and, of course, Stephen Daly have moved on in this championship, but it's bringing a new set of front runners, and it's really getting pretty spicy at the front of the table at the moment. And that should really change things in the championship, particularly as we go into the second race, where it could be even feistier. So great racing, as always, from the BMW Compact Cup. Undeniably, excellent running from all of them involved, and I'm certain they'll give us more of the same in the second race coming up later on this afternoon. So as they make their way round to the Parc Fermé area and to the pit lane to have a chat with Rob Lewis shortly. Here's the results. Oliver Fowler takes his first win of the season and certainly makes himself closer in the top 5 of the championship. Gareth Clayton holds on to 2nd, and Matt Milson steals 3rd from his teammate on the final lap to take the final step on the podium, with Guy Davis in 4th. Dale Worthington from 11th to 5th. Really good drive from him to get up into the top 5. Mike Doble takes P6, and he's top Masters driver home ahead of Jonathan Williams and Jim Barrett. Then it's Henry Cook and Matt Flowers in the top 10. Joseph Doble 11th from Middleton, Stoner, Sutherland and Strong in the top 15. Then McGinley, Langham, Wilkinson, Kendall and Somerville in the top 20. And then the rest of the order saw Gregor Pryor, John Robinson and Tim Seaford complete the finish, and we lost Max Noble, Lee Denny Sadler, Pete Smith in the gravel, and Reedy McMillan, who parked up on the opening lap right here at the hairpin, which means the championship leader does not score from race 1 of the day. That will certainly hit him in the points going forwards. So well done to our top 3 in the BMW Compact Cup. They'll be having a chat with Rob Lewis when they come into pit lane very shortly. We're also getting set now for our next race of the day, which is our first of the weekend, for the equally superb Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. If you enjoyed that, get ready, because the Metros are certainly going to put on just as exciting a show as the BMWs just did. These little pocket rockets, they go quicker than you think, and they're going to put on some absolutely amazing racing up at the front. But here now comes our top 3 up towards our little podium area at the top of the pit lane. And once they're all parked up and out of their cars, they'll be chatting to a very enthusiastic Rob Lewis to have a chat to our first podium of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, and a first win of the weekend for Oliver Fowler.
Well, I've got 3 very, very happy drivers down here, and just behind our cameraman Jeremy, we've also got Mike Doble, who is our Masters winner we're hoping to speak to as well. But for the moment, we've got a very happy Oliver Fowler after what is probably one of the best BMW compact races I have watched in a long time. That was thrilling to watch. So, while he gets his kit off, they do take a while, these drivers. They do take a while to get their helmet off and chat to the camera person, but you're rather happy, aren't you, Mr. Fowler?
Yeah, you know what, we had a really poor weekend last time out at Snetterton, to be honest. There's a few little electrical gremlins and just put us back in the pack, and I never really got into it. We offloaded here yesterday and it was just on rails, and took the pole and just thought if we keep our nose clean, we've got the pace to stay out front. And when I looked in the mirror and saw these guys fighting, it was just like a dream come true. I was like, that's it, like I don't need to defend anymore. I just built a gap, so yeah, just brought it home.
I think, to be honest, we're glad, Scott is glad that we're chatting downstairs. It gives him some room to breathe as well, because that was compact cup racing at its very best.
Yeah, look, I thought Guy would get away, to be honest, when he built a bit of a gap when Gareth and I were fighting. I don't know if he had a little problem or anything, but I seemed to catch him back up quite quickly, and when I got past him, he seemed to drop back a little bit. So whether he had a little problem or not, I don't know, but to be honest, I don't really care.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a superb BMW Compact Cup win. Now I'm going to come and chat to this man in second place, Gareth Clayton. He was a very happy man last time out at Snetterton. He's a very happy man this time around. Gareth, I'll come this side so we don't get any noise from the PA. Gareth, fantastic race for you. That scrap for the podium. Tell us all about it.
So, no, it was good. I mean, I thought we was going to be fighting for the win there, but a couple of mistakes on my behalf. The stock calf halfway through started moving around on me unexpectedly, so yeah, I started sliding back a little bit, but it was a good fight with Davis and Milsom. It was a great, and I thought I was even going to get Ollie at one point, so yeah, good race though, cracking race.
About the car moving about a bit, we did have drops of rain in the pit lane. Did it start doing that out on the circuit circuit?
No, I think that was just mental rain. So I think that was hitting the surface and drying up straight away. But I mean, obviously you see the rain, but if the guys in front don't slow down, neither do the ones behind. So you just keep going flat out.
That's one way to look at it, I suppose. Plans for race 2? Obviously, you want to go that one better, don't you?
Ollie next, mate. Yeah. So I want to be the number 1 spot. So top step.
If you race like that again, that was probably one of the best Compact Cup races I've ever seen in a good while there. So congratulations on 2nd place there, Gareth. Let's go and talk to 3rd place. Actually, no, circuit commentators just nabbed 3rd place. So I want to come and speak to this man here, actually, our Masters winner, Mike. Well done, a fantastic win. Sort of came to you via a penalty to the chap that won on the road, but that doesn't matter. Nice clean race, the car looks fantastic. How'd you feel?
Don't know, I didn't realise who won on the road then.
It was Middleton, I think. We got 15 seconds penalty of track limits.
He can't be one of the old boys, surely.
Well, it's what he's down on the programme as.
No, I think that's probably wrong, actually. But yeah, I had to work really hard with that one to keep the 2 guys behind me, Jonathan and Jim Barrett, were flying behind me. And I knew they were in the Masters class, and I had to really push to keep in front of them, but managed to hold the gap there. So I was quite happy with that one, to be fair.
It was good to get ahead of Jim Barrett, obviously, because he was the man on the pace from qualifying. So how did you sort of go about it?
I can't really remember where I got by him. I think I've done it in one side and went up the inside into the hairpin. I think got down inside the hairpin, and then Jonathan got by me as well, and I got back out of the old hairpin. So quite pleased to hang on to it and take another win, actually.
Fantastic. And obviously you've got race 2 later on. Plans for that?
I'd like to be up with the other guys, to be fair. It's all right racing for Masters wins, but you're finishing 7th, so I want to be up in the gaggle at the front. That's where I want to be, but maybe I'm just a bit old for that now.
Well, we'll certainly see what progress you make, and then certainly you'll be, I'm sure, hot-footing it to Alton Park to watch Mikey tomorrow.
Yeah, we were going to plan to go straight there from here, but I've got a truck and that, so I'm going to whiz that home after this and jump in the car and fly up to Alton Park. So, yeah, full weekend of racing.
Fantastic. We'll keep our fingers crossed for you in race 2. Congratulations on a wonderful Masters win there, and hopefully I can have a chat to the 3rd place man, who is... thank you for coming away from the PA, so I'll just get you to stand that side. And that is, of course, Matt Mills. Now, that podium scrap was probably one of the best pieces of racing from the compacts I've seen in a while. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I was a little bit off the pace, to be honest, for the first half of the race, but then Guy and Gareth and Ollie started fighting with each other, so that sort of brought them back to me a bit. And then Guy and Gareth were fighting, and then they were a bit wide through the chicane, and I just managed to tuck on the inside and managed to get it stopped for the hairpin. So yeah, a bit of an opportune move, but yeah, I'll take that. A bit of a shame that Guy obviously dropped back because he was fighting for the lead at one point, and he's obviously my teammate, so a bit of a shame he's not up there as well. Yeah.
Quite remarkable of how close it was when you pipped him at the line as well.
Yeah, very, very, very close. Yes, yeah, hardly anything in it. But yeah, great race, and see what the next one brings.
So talking about the next one then, what's your plans? Obviously you finished 3rd, so I assume there's no reverse grids for race 2, is there?
No, it's start as we finish for the next one. So yeah, just try and get another good start, and then see how things unfold from there, really. I think, to be honest, the 2 front guys have a tiny bit more pace than me on outright speed, so I might have to do a little bit of defending from behind, but yeah, we'll see what happens and go from there.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations on a fantastic 3rd place there in the Compact Cup. And I'll tell you what, I mean, Scott, you must have been absolutely enthralled with that race. I know I was, and I was just standing on the pit wall watching the cars come by and on the further parts around the circuit. But it's time to hand back to Scott Woodwiss up in the commentary box, because I believe it's time for some MG Metros to head out onto the circuit. So it's time to head back up to Scott Woodwiss in the commentary box.
Thank you very much. There's another plane heads its way either into or out of East Business Airport. I can't quite tell whether the direction. As Rob said, we are getting to for more tin top action coming up, because we've had the BMWs. Now let's have some Metros. It's the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. They've been another brilliant addition to the Brscc roster ever since they joined over the winter. 2 excellent first weekends for them as well at Brands Hatch and Snetterton. Now they come to Donington Park with a 17-car grid and certainly plenty of action in store this afternoon for their first race. It was quite a dominant performance in qualifying for Rhys Claydon, who is a former BMW Compact Cup racer. He was on pole by 1.2 seconds in the qualifying session, so he will certainly be trying to maintain his championship lead. And there he is on pole position on our grid for race number 1. He's alongside Mike Williams, who is on the front row of the grid along with him. Snetterton winner John Moore starts on the second row of the grid in third alongside Ben Williams. John will be hoping to, if he takes another victory, to be able to do both races after he lost out in the second race due to mechanical issues, even forcing him to even take the start, which was unfortunate. Dick Trevette and Matt Simpson come next on the third row of the grid from Tim Shooter and Phil Goodwin in the bright lime green Metro in 8th on the grid. Mark Eales, the defending champion, he's back on the grid after he missed Snetterton. He starts in 9th, with Richard Garrett alongside him on the 5th row to round out the top 10. Robbie Kenning was 11th quickest, but he pulled off in qualifying with an issue up at the hairpin, so hopefully that computer vision retro liveried car starts from row 6 alongside Dan Willers. But it's Tim Davies and Neil Burnett from Richard Cowley and John Wall, and then Paul Deacon, who I think is one of our first-time runners this year. That gets his first appearance of the season, because Paul, in his yellow, white and blue number 40, he starts in 17th on the grid towards the back, last but certainly not least in this field. So in terms of the championship coming into the weekend, it is Rhys Claydon who leads the way. He has had 3 second places and a win. He took his first Metro Cup win at Snetterton. He leads the way by 11 points from Mike Williams in second place and Ben Williams in third. In terms of race winners, we had 2 wins for Mike Williams at Brands Hatch. We then had a win for John Moore in the first race, and then we've had Rhys Claydon. So again, for 4 races, 3 different winners. Another championship that's proving quite competitive. And don't be fooled by these cars. They might look quite diminutive, but they are little pocket rockets. I was talking to the coordinator, Emma. I think, again, she'll hate me if I get her name wrong. Emma, and. I think it's Emma Brown, I believe. Anyway, so I'm almost talking to myself there. But to Gordon this morning, and she was saying some of the drivers, people who take test drives in these cars, they do tend to get quite surprised with just how Cross. Emma Cross, that's it. Again, apologies, Emma. I almost forgot your surname there, but there's a lot going on in my head. So Emma Cross, she was saying to me this morning, having a conversation with her before track actually got underway, that some drivers who drive one of these cars, or even a passenger in one of these cars for the first time, they are very surprised with how quick these cars really can be. So they do have quite a bit of poke in a straight line. They don't weigh very much either, so these cars will certainly provide plenty of action, as they have done already, both at Brands Hatch and at Snetterton. And Donington Park's nature, with its fast and flowing, sweeping nature, where you really need a good rhythm around here, should certainly suit these little Metros down to the ground. So Rhys Claydon then is on pole position as they get set for their green flag lap here at Donington Park. And once they are off and underway, they'll start to get some temperature into the tyres, into the brakes, and start to get the pressures up a little bit more. As they head off, we'll see how everyone looks to fare then. So 2 of our 3 race winners of the season are starting in the top 3 positions. So Rhys Claydon, our Snetterton Race 2 winner, our double Brands Hatch winner Mike Williams, and our Snetterton Race 1 winner John Moore are at the first 3 positions on the grid. Watch for Dick Trevette in the orange and yellow machine there in 4th place as well. A couple of cars I'm also going to look out for as well, who should be moving forwards a little bit, are going to be, I think, Ben Williams, who starts in 4th on the grid in car 75. And also as well, Phil Goodwin is one I want to watch for too in car number 3, in that sort of that limey greeny yellow livery car that had a good run at Snetterton, was up there in the top 6 and looking strong. He finished qualifying in 8th, so he'll be trying to make his way through if he can. Mark Eales also is going to be one to watch for. He, of course, is car number 1, so the championship leader should be up there to make his way through the order if he can. He starts in 9th on the grid. I can also say I'm pleased to see that Robbie Kenning's car has been fixed and it is on the grid, so watch for the blue and white computer vision liveried car. It's very reminiscent of the old school factory Metro liveries, the factory cars that used to first of all run in the days of Group B, of course, the awesome Group B rallying days with the Metro 6R4s, the factory cars driven by the likes of Tony Pond and I think David Llewellyn, and also Malcolm Wilson, those drivers in the mix. And also we had a couple of the computer vision liveried Metros racing in their class in the British Touring Car Championship as well a couple of times. So good to see that livery in alive and well. There's one of our newcomers this weekend, number 40, Paul Deacon. Good to see him making his first start of the season. You can see that yellow, white and blue machine there. The weather conditions are improving here at Donington Park. They're getting a bit brighter, continuing to be brighter. And while we were possibly preparing for rainstorms and umbrellas up, thankfully it's a lot brighter than that. It's going to get into around about the 20. It's still 19 degrees. We're expecting about a high of about 23 degrees today. and a little bit cooler tomorrow, and there's supposed to be a few more rain showers and possibly stormier weather tomorrow, but at least for this weekend, as we're literally on the beginnings of summer, thankfully, the weather conditions will stay bright and stay good, because they can stay nice and warm and dry and clear, a bit of a breeze in the air as well. That'll make it, in my view, perfect conditions for motorsport this weekend. So again, just quickly run down where we are with points then. So Rhys Clayton leads the way with 79 points, 11 ahead of Mike Williams on 68. And it's Ben Williams on 60 points, ahead of Matthew Wilson on 55. Les Tyler and Dick Trevette are 3 points separated in 5th and 6th, with Phil Goodwin 7th, John Moore 8th. Mark Eels, the defending champion, is back in 9th after he missed Snetterton, but took a pair of 3rd places at the Brands Hatch season opener. And then Richard Garrett is currently in 10th in the points, just a point behind Mark Eels and 5 ahead of Robbie Kenning in 11th place. And the rest of the order is Tim Shooter, Dan Willers, Tim Davies, Christopher Savory, Richard Cowley, John Wall, Kyler Garrett, and then Neil Burnett, who wasn't able to start the 2 races at Brands Hatch, sadly. Didn't attend Snetterton, so Neil will certainly be hoping to get the number 59 car off the mark in terms of points, and hopefully get a few good scores underway as well. So Rhys Clayton then on pole position in yellow and black. It's the red car with the Union Jack roof alongside with Mike Williams. But watch also for the 2 cars behind them, of course, which is John Moore in the black, red and white machine, and Ben Williams alongside him on row number 2 then. So green flag at the back, and our first of 2 races of the weekend for the Hickford Construction, the MG Metro Cup. 20 minutes of racing around the Donington Park circuit on the Grand Prix loop set to go. Red lights are on. Who's going to win the sprint to Redgate? Let's find out. Good equal launch from the first 2 cars on the front row of the grid. Rhys Clayton looks like he will just about beat Mike Williams down towards the right-hander for the first time, but Williams is coming back at him in the second phase of the start, down towards Redgate. Clayton hits the brakes, turns in, and does indeed keep the lead from pole position. I will correct myself. I don't think we saw Ben Williams actually take the start, I'm afraid. He was supposed to start on the second row of the grid, but I couldn't see the green and orange car on the second row of the grid, sadly. Meanwhile, side by side for the lead, as we've done this now, twice in the first 2 races. They're doing it again then. It's going to be Rhys Clayton on the outside line, but now out of position, possibly for track position at least. Here comes Mike Williams up the inside to try and take the lead, which he does through the old hairpin. And a quick start also, I think that is for the 75. No, maybe that is Ben Williams. Is that Matthew Simpson? I think it's Matthew Simpson, in fact, actually, in the orange and white car, but they're grouping up together at the front. A strong start also for a car I said to watch out for, number 3, Phil Goodwin. He's up to 6th. There he is in the yellowy number 3 car. He's there battling away already with Tim Shooter, who started in 7th place. So the 2 cars that started on the 4th row of the grid already making moves up the order. But as you can see here, both Mike Williams and Rhys Clayton started to pull away here, and Clayton's got a good run on the exit of Coppice on the run down towards the S's. So can he start to put himself alongside, get his nose in front before they turn in towards the left-hander for the first part of the chicane? Williams with lights ablaze, under brakes, holds the inside line. Look at him, John Moore, arrives from nowhere into shot, skips straight over the chicane. That was a really ambitious defence or attack at least to try and get past what looks like Matthew Simpson. And I'm sorry, John, that was never going to work into the chicane. He managed to rejoin, but several places back, and possibly gave himself and at least also Matthew Simpson the fright of his life. He's there in the middle of the pack. You can see he's battling with Robbie Kenning now. Now he's finally kind of calmed down, and the heart palpitations started to reduce a little bit after that. But now out of the hairpin they'll come for the first time after that little scare there. Bit of a lock-up for Rhys Clayton into the Goddard hairpin as well. Really strong start for Phil Goodwin. He's really getting up there. He's passed Dick Trevette on this opening lap as well, so he's up to 4th already. As they come down the pit straight for the first time, Mike Williams does indeed lead the way then, but only by 7/10 of a second, although that gap doesn't look like 7/10 to me. That looks a bit closer than that. So, but actually I think there's a few transponders that haven't quite properly come through yet, because it's showing as Garrett in the lead, but that's not quite the case. Now it all resets itself, and now it is indeed Mike Williams who leads by 0.4 of a second. It's Simpson in 3rd, and Goodwin's up to 4th, of course, now. So, yeah, Goodwin up to 4th position. 5th for Dick Trevette, 6th for Tim Shooter. Although he's now under pressure from John Moore, who's going round the outside to reclaim that place. I'll take that back, thank you very much. Round the outside of Old Hairpin he goes. Now then, side by side for the lead, because here comes Williams once again under pressure from Rhys Clayton. Now they did this all the way through Brands Hatch at least. This in the first race they did. And straight up the inside, wasting no time at all, goes Rhys Clayton. Out of my way, Mike. I want the lead back. Thank you very much. So through he goes. Back into P1 goes Rhys Clayton, the former BMW Compact Cup race winner and front runner. And of course, more used to rear-wheel drive than front-wheel drive, but trying to make the most of it and learning quickly in this MG Metro Cup. It's quite a good car to learn front-wheel drive, actually, these little Metros. Of course, they really do give you the chance to... they're quick front-wheel drive cars, deceptively quick, but also you can kind of get away with throwing them around a little bit. You can get away with pushing them quite hard, and they can take quite a bit of a punishing in terms of how hard you drive them, but of course there is a limit to these cars. And once you find that limit, you obviously have to... Once you know exactly how hard you can push them and how hard you can really go for it before they start to break away from you. So top two, speaking of which, breaking away from the rest of the pack. It's third place now for Matthew Simpson in that orange and white machine. And again, good start for Phil Goodwin in car number 3. Can he start to creep a bit closer and maybe get in with a shout of a podium finish? There he goes. There goes Dick Trevette. There goes John Moore, who has now thankfully stopped giving everyone a fright by outbraking himself completely into the S's and got back into the mix in what's now currently 6th position. Now he's got past Tim Shooter at the old hairpin. And this time it's Clayton's turn to lead across the line. Gap is just a fraction under half a second. Here's that battle going on now for what will be 5th place. Dick Trevette now under pressure from the recovering John Moore. As we tumble down the Craner curves again, Mike Williams is staying close. I suspect this will be the story of the season, really. These two going at it hammer and tongs. And Clayton again, look, he had to go right to the inside line and thumped over the curve because he wasn't comfortable going to the racing line because he knew that Williams was going to be there and possibly try and make an attack, if not on the entry to the corner, then maybe on corner exit. But the wider approach for Williams might well put him in a good place to go on the attack here on the run towards the right-hander at McLean's. He's not going to make it happen just yet, but Williams is trying to stick close. And Clayton raced his heart out in race number 2 at Snetterton to really get that first win. Now he's got that first win off his back, he can start to settle in now and really show his pace. Just seeing that Matthew Simpson's pulling away a little bit from Phil Goodwin in that battle for 3rd and 4th. Further back here we can see this is going to be Richard Garrett in the number 49 car. Has got past Robbie Kenning, and also in there too now is Dan Willers in the red and white car number 58. So this is a battle that's going on for 8th, 9th and 10th. So make their way towards the S's once again for the 3rd time. Just cocking a wheel there was Robbie Kenning as he just flicked over the chicane. Top two looking relatively comfortable now out on their own. But the scrap for 3rd's getting a bit heated now because you can see that Matthew Simpson's been caught on this lap in the second half by Phil Goodwin. And now they're starting to stack up behind him now. They've got Dick Trevette and John Moore and also Tim Shooter in there as well. Tighter line through the hairpin there for Mike Williams to try and continue his chase of Reese Clayton. And there goes Phil Goodwin. Now, can he get his first podium of the season? Because he certainly wants to try and achieve that if he can. Matthew Simpson has already had 1 podium, and that was at the last round at Snetterton in the 2nd race. So he wants to keep up that podium run if he can. Here comes John Moore, meanwhile, on the chase of Dick Trevette. Also keeping close to Tim Shooter. He's not letting John Moore get away either. He's staying close in 7th place and hoping to try and get himself into the top 5 if he can. Top 2 sweep their way through the old hairpin. Now on lap 4. Still Clayton from Williams out in front. And this almighty scrap going on here between these 5 cars. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th all together. Let's try and claim that final podium spot. Mike Williams sideways entering the McLean's corner. A little wide there for Reese Clayton also, but you can tell how hard they're pushing. Getting full on sideways, bit of a drift going through McLean's, but I suspect in the front wheel drive car, if you can try and find any means necessary to find a little bit more pace in the corner, you'll try anything, won't you? So this battle is getting a bit close here. This is now 5th, 6th and 7th. And Phil Goodwin, he gets closer to Matthew Simpson, then he drops back a little bit, then he gets closer, and he's yo-yoing between being close to Matthew Simpson and then being caught by Dick Trevette, who in turn now has bigger things to worry about, which is right behind him, that being both John Moore and Tim Shooter, giving him plenty of grief. A bit further back in the order, I think that's Neil Burnett and the number 9, which is of John Wall. He's another one of our kind of rookies in the Metro Cup with the yellow cross with the yellow square with the black cross. That denotes a driver who's done less than 6 races, so he's a relative newcomer to MGs as well. That looks like Dan Willers up the inside of Richard Garrett, and he's also passed Robbie Kenning as well, so that's 2 cars he's passed since we last saw him. Meanwhile, once again, Phil Goodwin is back underneath Matthew Simpson again as they come out of the hairpin. It's a 20-minute race here. They have a 15-minute race tomorrow. And that'll be our first race of the day, first race of the stream also, so these Metros will open Sunday's action as Goodwin He's trying to open the door in towards Redgate to try and pick up third place. Meanwhile, there goes John Moore up the inside. That was a speculative look to try and get past Dick Trevette again, but he's actually spooked Dick Trevette enough to force him to run wide on the exit. And that was all she wrote, really, because I think Dick Trevette saw that John Moore was about to pass, was so busy looking in his mirrors, looked back at the corner, found he'd missed the apex and ran wide. So that was a bit of a fake to the left, a fake to the right, and he managed to dummy him into the first corner and move complete, which means now that John Moore is only a couple of places away from getting back on the podium. Now, what can he do to infiltrate the battle for third that's going on between Matthew Simpson and Phil Goodwin? Is he about to possibly show Phil Goodwin how to get past for third place? Because John Moore's pace looked pretty good. He was a little bit off the pace at Brands Hatch, but some work with his driver coach and work on the setup of the car, and it just unlocked a great amount of pace, both in him and the car. Was brilliant at Snetterton, took his first win of the season, and then sadly had some mechanical issues which stopped him from lining up to race 2. So what could have been for John Moore, he's trying to redeem himself here in this first race of the weekend in the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. So third, fourth and fifth, line astern. Little lock up there from John Moore into the chicane. Am I starting to put the commentator's curse on him? I hope not. But that was like a tiny bit wayward there for John Moore, losing a bit of pace. There goes Neil Burnett in the old school MG Sport or MG X Power grey and green livery, much akin to the Works team colours of the time when they ran in the British Touring Car Championship, when they ran at Le Mans, when they ran in sort of a factory MG rally team with the MG ZRs. Quite familiar. Now, Rhys Clayton sets the fast lap of the race while Phil Goodwin continues this pressure that he's applying to Matthew Simpson. Gets a good drive off the Goddard's hairpin. He might start to put himself alongside shortly or try and set himself up for a move, if not into Redgate, then maybe all the way through the Craner curves and down at the old hairpin if he can put himself in the right position. Just gone past half distance in the first Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup race of the weekend. As the top two go out of sight and are several seconds up the road, some 9 seconds plus ahead of this battle for third, fourth and fifth. Matthew Simpson continues to hang on, but now battle lines have been drawn once again because John Moore's trying to put himself into the mix here, and he's trying to make designs on Phil Goodwin's fourth place. Another top two flashing through shot, but it's this battle for third we need to look for. It's essentially 4 for third place because Tim Shooter hasn't been left behind. He's sticking there in 6th position, just trying to keep himself in the mix. There he goes in car number 4, the white car with the green trim. John Moore's having a look up the inside. He's going to do the same as he did to Dick Trevette. No, this is an actual pass up the inside rather than a fake. Tries to feint up the inside line. Now, Phil Goodwin will have the better run off the corner initially, but I suspect that John Moore, if he's got good traction and good run off the straight line speed, might have a good option to go sweeping round the outside in the braking zone towards the S's. They head down towards the chicane, towards the Grand Prix loop. And look at Tim Shooter. Shooter thinks, right, you're going to try and make a move here. I'm going to try and get back past you again. But didn't quite work. So he has to sit back again and think of another move here. All this is helping Matthew Simpson, who is now sailing away in third place without a care in the world and possibly looking towards his first podium. His first podium of the weekend, his second of the season, after he took that second place at Snetterton, pardon me. As they come across the line, still 8 and a bit minutes to go. Rhys Clayton sets a new fastest lap of the race and he dips into the 155. That was a 155.995, so only just. And you get the feeling here that all that battling, well, one, it's definitely helped Matthew Simpson. He's now a couple of seconds ahead of this battle for fourth. He's now literally 2 seconds ahead of the scrap for fourth now. So all that time that Phil Goodwin and John Moore were battling, it's lost Goodwin some valuable time here. And now he's going from attack to defence because John Moore's all over him on the exit of Redgate Corner. And this could be quite a key move here to try and get himself up into fourth place. And if he can, John Moore knows he has to try and dispatch a Phil Goodwin as quick as possible, because if he wants that podium, he has to first get past Goodwin and then chase after Matt Simpson, who was already 2 seconds up the road. And of course, with lap times being in the at their fastest in the high 55s, but mainly the 56s and 57s, you have to say that he'd have to get a move on here with some better pace if he can try and get through. He's looking this way, looking that, just trying to dart his way past if he can, trying to distract Phil Goodwin like he did to Dick Trevette, that forced him wide. Goodwin then just holding on for the time being, again puts the car in the middle of the road. He's going defensive. He knows he can't stay for the racing line because he knows that John Moore will do just about that. Up the inside he goes. And Goodwin again gets better momentum on the outside line, taking the racing line. but the straight line pace of John Moore's car might be that little bit better. They're going to come down the back straight side by side, probably looking across each other, thinking, who's going to brake first? Which one dares to brake later? It's a braking duel down towards the S's. John Moore's the one that brakes that little bit later on the middle pedal, turns in, and he now has 4th place. And this will also bring Tim Shooter into the mix, because Phil Goodwin would have been held up on corner exit, and that now gives both Shooter and Goodwin the chance Tim Shooter the chance to get himself in the mix. I was getting a bit tongue-tied there. A bit further back, we're still looking at Neil Burnett and John Wall. They're still scrapping over 12th and 13th place. Not too far away from them is the number 6 car, which is the turquoise and orange car. That's Richard Cowley in the mix there too. Meanwhile, John Moore tries to throw away his 4th place by locking up into the hairpin. Here comes Tim Shooter around the outside. And the better launch off the corner might well give him not just the better run down the pit straight, but also the track position he needs to look at a move up the inside into Redgate. However, Goodwin did have better pace down the straight, and he holds on to 5th position for the time being. Now the question's got to be, can John Moore start to chase after Matthew Simpson, and can he reduce the gap that he's got? The gap between Simpson and Moore right now is about 3.5 seconds. So he's got 5.5 minutes. That's about maybe 3 laps or so. He's going to try and take at least a second and a bit out of him per lap in order to try and at least catch him. And then, of course, there's the matter of passing him as soon as he gets there. So here's the closest battle we've got at the moment. Meanwhile, Reese Clayton in front, as we look at this, is out in the lead by 3.1 seconds. So Reese looking as though he's on course potentially for his 2nd win in as many races and his 2nd of the season. What's the saying? You wait for victories and wait for a victory and 2 come along at once. Well, he's not there yet. Still got 5 minutes to go, but he's looking like he's making good designs on a 2nd win of the season. Speaking of designs, Tim Shooter's got designs on Phil Goodwin's 5th position, and he's going to have a look up the inside here. Now, he's been watching John Moore probably and thinking, right, anything you can do, John, I'll learn from that and see if I can do it myself. So he's having a look down the outside line. Now, can he break that a little bit later and sweep across? He's going to have a go. He's going to have a think about it. Very, very close nose to tail, and looks like Tim Shooter tried to go side by side on corner exit. He looks like he almost managed it. If he could stay there, I expect to see him to the left of screen alongside Phil Goodwin. The answer is, oh no, he's not. In fact, he lost a place actually, because there goes Dick Trevette up the inside. So Dick Trevette took full advantage of a really not ideal line for Tim Shooter. Shooter goes firing back up the yard and says, Dick, what are you doing? Get back past. And they've both got past Phil Goodwin, so a really poor hairpin run through Melbourne Loop has really given both Dick Trevette and Tim Shooter the chance to get past. So all 3 cars will come into shot, and it's Tim Shooter in front, but back up the inside goes Phil Goodwin, and back through he goes. So Phil Goodwin's, the best way to describe the best words or terms to describe his race so far in this first MG Metro Cup race is yo-yo, because he's been close to 3rd, then dropped back, then got close to him again, then dropped back and got passed by John Moore. Then he's been under threat from Tim Shooter, lost 2 spots temporarily, got it back again. He's just bouncing around the top 3 and the top 5 constantly. But he must be enjoying himself, because he's having great battles with everyone down the field. And I'm sure if you asked him the question, you know, how enjoyable was race 1, he'd get out with a massive smile on his face and thinking, I might have not got a podium, but if he stays where he is, he'll be in the top 5, had some great battles, great fun, and that's what it's all about. And people tend to forget sometimes, motorsport should be fun, and this is certainly a championship which is becoming the definition of fun in particular. Small little diminutive cars in the best possible way that pack a big punch, lots of great racing, and I really hope that we get more and more of these Metros out there. Of course, I know they're quite older cars, and some of the models tend to become collector's items for some people, but I really hope we do get more Metros on the grid, because certainly the racing they're putting on here, even this is for just, I say just for 5th place, but it doesn't matter. It's a great scrap nonetheless, and hopefully more of these Metros turn out as the season goes on and as the years go on, whilst the MG Metro Cup are part of the Brscc portfolio. So down the back straight comes our scrap for 5th. Still Phil Goodwin ahead of Tim Shooter. Phil Goodwin's car, the sort of greeny yellow number 5 car you've got in the mix, number 3 car. The 4 car behind him is Tim Shooter, and the white car with the green trims and accents. Then you've got the orange and yellow car behind. That's Dick Trevette, who's in the mix too in 7th place. So 5th, 6th and 7th come back down towards the hairpin. Goodwin's comfortable with the traditional racing line into the right-hander at Melbourne Loop. Tim Shooter was a little defensive to try and ward off any thoughts of Dick Trevette. Dan Willis has also broken away quite well from Richard Garrett, and also far back is Robbie Kenny as well, who currently rounds out the top 10 in his computer vision liveried machine. Just out of the hairpin they go. Here's the continued battle for what potentially is going to be third place. And I said that John Moore would have a task trying to chase after Matthew Simpson. Either he's listening or he's just taking up the challenge, because his last lap, in fact, was a 1 minute 57.708, and it was a 58.5 for Matthew Simpson. So he's taken some 0.8 per second out of him, and he's closed that gap down about 2 or 3 laps. And now with clear air, John Moore might well get back on the podium. So a minute and a half to go. He's got basically just under 2 laps to not just catch, but pass Matthew Simpson. He's almost caught him. But once he gets there, the next task will be, right, how do I get past him? He's been making 1 or 2 daring moves as John, and I suspect that Matthew Simpson has been waiting for his next opponent, shall we say, to try and defend third place. But John Moore's tried the late braking moves. He's tried going one way then the other, so I think he's possibly suitably warmed up to try and go for an attack here. And he really is closing in on this lap. He was across the line 1.2 seconds back, but that ain't 1.2 seconds anymore. That's under a second now as they come out of the right-hander at Coppice. Now down the back straight they go. John Moore will be catching a small toe from Simpson in front of him. That will certainly help him on the straight. And what about speed through the chicane? Looked like it was a much more aggressive and much faster run through the chicane, which means it wouldn't surprise me if Moore's already up the inside line as they approach down towards the hairpin. Meanwhile, that is the number 40th Deacon, who's on his first race. Meanwhile, there is a black and white flag going out for somebody. That's for track limits, I think, as Rich Claydon starts his last lap in this first Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup race. And his gap has been ever steadily increasing. Across the line they went. It's now 5.5 seconds between Reese and Mike Williams in second place. But for third place, they haven't come across the line yet, but I'll see if it's either Simpson or Moore into the P3. It is still Simpson ahead of Moore, but the gap is back out to 1.2 seconds. So I suspect possibly, I think John Moore's had possibly tried to have a go at off camera of Matthew Simpson, and it hasn't quite worked out. And now he's back into stays in fourth place, but back to 1.2, 1.3 seconds back. But as for Reese Claydon, he's been spread eagling the field here in race number 1. He's coming up to put a lap on the number 40 of Paul Deacon, who is managing to survive his first race of the season unscathed. As he turns his way out of Coppice and onto the back straight, Reese Claydon only has a few more corners to go to wrap up his second Metro Cup win of the season. But what about third and fourth? Right, now here's the battle for third and fourth coming through shot. So it's still, as it was still Goodwin and it's still Simpson and Moore, then Goodwin and Shooter. I see here Matthew Simpson just going through into third position. Fourth still for John Moore. Apologies for any ghosting on the screen we've got. I think our production crew will look at that once the race is concluded. But down the back straight for the final time they'll go. Again, apologies for the picture temporarily. But out of the hairpin go the leaders. In fact, Reese Claydon will come up towards the checkered flag any second now. And he will be looking to take his second win of the weekend. I think there might be a possible change on later on for position. But here comes Reese Claydon, up to the checkered flag, and it is win number 2 of the season for Reese. He crosses the line to take victory in race 1 of the weekend at Donington Park. Flash of the headlights. He's very pleased with that, as he should be. Mike Williams comes across the line to take second place. And now we wait. What is it for third and fourth place? Was there a late change? Has Matthew Simpson done enough to hold on? Or is John Moore going to sit back in fourth? It looks like it is going to be Simpson, who, despite all comers who might have tried to challenge him, is going to hold on for a podium finish. It was second at Snetterton. It's third at Donington Park. Across the line he goes. And as for the scrap behind them, it looks like Phil Goodwin will somehow just hold on to fifth place ahead of Tim Shooter. He's had quite the, as I say, yo-yo race up and down the order between sort of 4th and 5th place, but good effort for Phil Goodwin for P5. Tim Shooter 6th, Dick Trevette 7th, and it's Dan Willers ahead of Robbie Garrett, and then Richard Garrett, and then Robbie Kenny will round out the top 10. There is Robbie heading out of the Goddard's hairpin for the last time. Up to the checkered flag comes Robbie. And crosses the line in the old school SO computer vision liveried car as well, in proper good factory colours too. Still waiting for a handful more cars to cross the line. Still waiting for John Wall. I think that's Tim Davies in car 29, which it is, yep. And then we've got Neil Burnett and John Wall and Cowley. In fact, here they come. So here comes across the line Tim Davies, who takes home 11th place. And points on the board at last for Neil Burnett. In fact, he's celebrating the fact he's made it to the flag, and he's for the first time of the season. He didn't start both races at Brands actually had the use of technical problems, but thankfully he was able to get the car home in one piece unscathed, and that will be points on the board for him finally to properly kickstart his season. John Wall finishes in 13th place, and the last car that will come across the line is going to be Richard Cowley, who will round off 14th place, and he'll cross the line to be our last finisher. I could see that in the background the leaders are already making their way through the S's and down towards the loop, so I think we'll have to quickly rattle through the results before we hand over to Rob, because that race is pretty much concluded, and he'll be able to have a quick run through with our top 3 from that first Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup race. So next race coming up on the timetable, the first of 3 races this weekend for the Brscc National Formula 4 Championship. That's coming up very shortly, but here comes here comes Richard Cowley, who is either stopping in the pit lane, hasn't realised that he hasn't actually crossed the line, so he's not on the time screen, he hasn't. Now he will through the pit lane, so he'll finish in 14th place. So he will take the checkered flag, just albeit crossing the line in the pits. And once he does that, these top 2, all top 3 cars will be parked at the top of the pit lane. Once we get sound and vision for them down there, we'll be able to hand you over to Rob Lewis, who can have a chat to them to see how Reese found taking his second MG Metro Cup win of the season, how Mike Williams felt chasing after him, and how Matthew Simpson felt basically holding off anyone that would dare challenge him. First Phil Goodwin, and then it was John Moore in the closing stages, and see how that all played out. So Richard Cowley has now shown as being crossed the line in the pits in 14th. I think he probably show shortly if he hasn't already. And then we've got, once we've done that, the race will go on. I think we might have possibly 1 or 2 cars we need to go and retrieve from the circuit, which might give us a small break before we get racing back underway. Here's the result then. Reese Clayton takes his second win of the season in the MG Metro Cup, ahead of Mike Williams in second and Matthew Simpson, who held on to third despite the attentions of John Moore and Phil Goodwin in 4th and 5th. Tim Shooter 6th, Dick Trevette 7th, then Dan Willers, Richard Garrett and Robbie Kennind round out the top 10. Then it's Tim Davies, Neil Burnett, John Wall, Richard Cowley and Paul Deacon, who round out the 15 cars that made it to the flag. And Reese Clayton also picks up the fastest lap of the race with a 1:55.995 to boot as well. So there are the top 3 already having a chat down in pit lane. I think to try and interrupt that conversation, to have a chat with them, is Rob Lewis. On you go, Rob.
I'm trying to interrupt them, quite rightly so, because that was a thrilling racing with MG Metros. Don't forget, these cars, some of them are pushing nearly 40 odd years old, and they can still produce the racing that they produce. It's fantastic. But we have a very worthy victor right here, that is Reese Clayton. Now, fantastic race, led from the start. Obviously you had Mike chasing you down, but how did that go for you?
Oh yeah, on the start Mike actually got a better start than me and got in front of me, got the jump on me. I think we battled for a lap or so, wasn't it? A couple of laps, and then I managed to get him, and then pulled a gap on him from there, yeah.
Tell you what, let's bring Mike into this. So this is your top 2, so we've got Mike Williams here as well. Mike, you just couldn't keep tabs on him later in that race, could you?
No, it started off a really good battle. To be honest, I was just suffering with tyre temperatures, I think. It got to the point where I just couldn't keep up. I was doing track limits at some point, so I thought, I can't really. It wasn't as many as you, mate, don't worry.
I didn't get any flags.
So, yeah, I thought I really can't catch him with these tyres, so it was a case of keeping it on the road, really.
Absolutely. Is it a bit about where these cars are getting on a bit? Is it just about management later into the race, especially with just a bit of mechanical sympathy?
Really. The track temperature is quite hot today, so 10-15 minutes you're good grip, but the last 10-5 you just got no grip. Yeah, it's just sliding all over the place on the track.
What is it about racing these cars that brings you to the series?
Well, they're cheap to run. Assuming you've got the right car. I'm not going to any A series, K series debates at this point. Yeah, they're cheap to run, easy to fix, plenty of spare parts. The engines, you don't have to get a Metro engine. You can grab a 1400 out of a Rover 200 or 25 or MGZR 1.4, throw it straight in. All the engines are standard. The only things really you can modify: induction exhaust, a bit of modification on the suspension. They run the standard hydroelastic suspension, so no springs or anything to upgrade. Just a bit of machining of the rods, and off you go.
Good though, 'cause it's so equal as well. It's down to the driver, so there's no, he's got a better engine or anything like that. So yeah, it's really fair racing.
Fantastic. Well, this is first and second place. Congratulations on a fantastic podium there, guys. I won't interrupt the circuit commentator for much longer. I'll go this side here so we don't get so much on the speaker. Matt Simpson finished third place. Great race.
Yeah, it was a hard race. I had hardly any grip towards the end. I just could not get the car to turn in around the second to last, the hairpin, and this last corner. Yeah, it was really struggling there. I mean, it's quick everywhere else, and that's why I was sort of getting back away from John. Yeah, it was a brilliant race, and now that Mike's car's back on song, he's back on song, and these two are going to be tough to beat, but definitely tough to get up behind. So,
what is it about racing these cars that drew you to the series?
I just like the fact that everyone's on a level playing field, and Mike and I actually raced together in the MG Cup. I had a Rover Tomcat, and he was in a 1.8 Metro, and we had a lot of battles, and I just wanted to go mono a mono with him and see if I could actually beat him in the same car. So I've still got some work to do on that one.
Absolutely. Well, the car looks absolutely amazing. Fantastic racing. You had that chap in your rear view mirrors, John Moore, didn't you?
I did indeed. Yes, yeah, he's quickened up a lot lately, and he was closing me down, and then yeah, I do need to apologise to him, because coming into the hairpin, I defended, he was going to the outside line, and then my car just washed out, and it didn't put him off, I don't think, but he did have to stamp on the brakes, so, and then he can catch up with me after that. So yeah, so I apologise to him in the paddock for that.
Well, great camaraderie in the fact you're going to apologise to him in the paddock, and hopefully some even better racing in race 2.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Yeah, we'll see if we can make some changes to the car to get some more front end grip, and hopefully I can challenge these two tomorrow.
Fantastic. Congratulations there on a fantastic podium, and that rounds up the podium for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. You'd have seen in the background we've got some National Formula Fords out on the circuit, so it's time to go back to the commentary box. Scott Woodward.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rob. And you can see already lined up, ready to go for their formation lap. It is our first of 3 races this weekend for our 3rd meeting of the year for the Brscc National Formula Ford Championship. And after a close qualifying session, it is going to be Chris Middlehurst, the 2021 National Champion, who will start from pole position. As you can see, not as many cars as we usually have in National Formula Fords, but still the racing so far at this point has been absolutely spectacular. So Chris Middlehurst then starts on pole position, only just by a 200th of a second from Lucas Romanek in 2nd place. There's Elliot Brdzinski and Brandon McCorkin come next on the 2nd row of the grid. Jordan Kelly, who took his first National Formula Ford win at Snetterton, starts in 5th alongside Nolan Orlai for Ammonite Motorsport. Johnny McMullen, a welcome return to the 2015 champion, starts in 7th with BM Racing alongside another welcome returnee. 2021 Festival champion Jamie Sharp starts in 8th, and then Bryn Kinch and Durdle Downey, the only independent runner we have this weekend, starts in 10th and on the 5th row of the grid. So as the cars are off on their formation lap, it's been 2 actually quite competitive first weekends for the National Formula Fords at, first of all, Alton Park, where we saw a win apiece for Lucas Romanek and then Brandon McCorkin, so the 2 teammates sharing victories each. We then saw victory in the first race of the weekend for, I'll double check myself once I get to the actual points table. It was a win for Chris Middlehurst. He's only 1 win from the first 5 races, so he would have been up and down fortunes. He was on course to take his 2nd win of the season, but mechanically, you think with a failed coil of some kind on the Van Diemen that he runs, sadly saw him drop out of the lead on the very last lap of the race, and that in turn gave a first National Formula Ford win to Jordan Kelly. And then the weekend was rounded out by Lucas Romanek, who took his 2nd win of the season, basically meaning he's won at every circuit he's visited so far in the National Championship. 1 win at Alton Park, 1 win at Snetterton. So the championship coming into the weekend, it makes very good reading for James Oldfield and Oldfield Motorsport, because of course it is 1-2 in the championship for them. They currently hold 1st and 2nd in the points with their 2 drivers. It's Lucas Romanek who leads with 145 points compared to 121 for Lucas Romanek. Sorry, Brandon McCorkin, excuse me. Elliot Brdzinski then is 3rd. He's the highest placed Ammonite Motorsport driver, one of last year's Team USA scholarship drivers from the Formula Ford Festival. And in 4th place in points, it's then Morgan Quinn, who's sadly not here this weekend due to unforeseen circumstances and not allowing him to take part this weekend, I'm afraid. Then we have in 5th in points, it's Chris Middlehurst, who has had a little bit of a comeback trail to go through at this point because he's had some up and down fortunes. He retired from the first race at Alton Park, climbed his way back through to what was eventually a 4th place finish, then won the first race at Snetterton, retired from the lead on the last race of the second race, last lap of the second race at Donington, Snetterton, get my words mixed up, and then he pushed his way through from the back of the field to get himself a 3rd place in the last race and also set the fastest lap of the race in the process too. So he's got some. So he tried to score as many points as he can to keep his title chances alive, and he can try and do that, of course, right now from pole position. So green flag will be waved at the back shortly, and once we're all there, we're all set to go then for 15 minutes of National Formula Ford action here at Donington Park. Red lights on. Can Chris Middlehurst win from the front row of the grid? It's not a bad start, but he's immediately going off across to cover an equally fast starting Lucas Romanek as they come down towards the right-hander at Redgate for the first time. Romanek is looking around to try and have a look into the right-hander at Redgate for the first time. McCorkin under threat also from Brscc, so good start from the second row for the second of the Oldfield Motorsport cars. Looks like we are missing somebody from the field. I want to say it's possibly Bryn Kinch, I think, because we've got 2 of the Ammoniite Motorsport cars, but the third one of Bryn Kinch not quite present on the grid. So the rest of the field turns its way through in towards the old hairpin for the first time at racing speeds. And it is Middlehurst now with a very feisty Romanek all over his tail as they come up towards the top of the hill at McLean's for the first time. And as they go through the right-hander at McLean's up towards the top of the hill, they are still pushing on as hard as possible. Romanek trying to give him some early indications that he can try and get through. There's the blue car, Jordan Kelly, who's the other Team Dolan car in the mix. His teammate Chris Middlehurst currently leads, but you can see how evenly matched the field is here because you've got all together in a pack darting around down the back straight. And down towards the S as they go. Big dive up the inside to try and take a position. There was Jordan Kelly. He's now repassed. Then that was Nolan Orlai he's got past there in the Martini-sponsored Ammoniite Motorsport car. Now down towards the hairpin for the first time at Melbourne. And it is Middlehurst who leads. Romanek second. McCorkin up to 3rd. And it's Brscc 4th. Kelly's now 5th. It's now 6th place for... I think it was Jordan Kelly who's managed to move up past... No, sorry, it's Jamie Sharp, in fact. There's Jamie Sharp, the 2021 Festival winner. Good to see him back on the grid, but you can see the pack is still tightly bunched together as they end lap number 1. Middlehurst then leads the way from Romanek in 2nd place. McCorkin 3rd, Brscc 4th, Kelly 5th, and it's Jamie Sharp 6th. Johnny McMullen's up to 7th place, and then Nolan Orlai ahead of Donald Downey. And we can confirm it looks like Bryn Kinch was the one that sadly didn't make the start after qualifying earlier on. So now then, let's see if Chris Middlehurst can try and start to pull away here a little bit, because it was very evenly matched in qualifying. As I mentioned, just 0.02 of a second is what separated the two front row men. So Romanek only just missed out, and now he's under threat from teammate McCorkin, because whilst they might be teammates, they're also in the battle for the championship. Of course, they come into the weekend separated by 24 points between them. Romanek ahead of McCorkin. For Middlehurst, came into the weekend 5th in points, and after his sort of up and down starts of the season, he is already some nearly 60 points back, so he's got some work to do to try and claw his way back up the order, and trying to take as many points as he can off of Romanek will certainly help. Now, of course, drop scores will come into play towards the end of the season. We're not there yet, so it will certainly be a factor. But Brscc was also having a look there to try and repass for 3rd place to get around McCorkin if he could. But now as they come towards the end of the 2nd lap, and it's still Middlehurst who leads, but he's got quite the pair of rather feisty Oldfield Motorsport cars that are giving him plenty of grief as they come down towards the hairpin for the second time. And Brscc now has got some battle. See Jordan Kelly now having to he's lost the position now to Jamie Sharp. So Jamie up to 5th position, and certainly proven that he's not lost any of his prowess at the wheel of a Formula Ford. As they make their way down towards the Redgate called out and out of it again for the 3rd time. Down through the crane of curves. Middlehurst again holding that racing line, but he's still having to go quite defensive as they come through the rest of the complex through the crane of curves. And now back towards McLean's again, and I wonder Is this just Romanek trying to set up Middlehurst here for a move? Well, you might have bigger things to think about, but up the inside he goes. So he was setting him up for a move on those first couple of laps, and through up the inside goes Lucas Romanek to take the lead. But now that they're side by side for the lead into the right-hander at Coppice Corner, and Middlehurst does indeed lose out the lead to Romanek. So Romanek hits the front then in car 73, the Old Ford Motorsport man. He's got plenty of his sponsors from Zoom who are here to watch him in this race, and certainly they're getting quite a show here at the front. It's now 5 for these, 6 for the lead, because Jordan Kelly comes from nowhere, diving back onto the tail of Jamie Sharp as they come through. And I have to say, yes, the numbers are not where they would normally be in National Formula Ford, but the racing they're producing already is absolutely spectacular in these opening laps. In typical Formula Ford fashion, Middlehurst goes diving back up the inside to get past the lead. Romanek repasses him on the exit and says, not this time, Sunshine. Get back where you came from behind me. Careful how I said that, actually. Just be very careful. Now into the hairpin they go. They're side by side for second and third, because there goes McCorkin around the outside of Middlehurst, trying to make that stick. Now he's got the inside line for Redgate. And let's see if he can hold on to this one. Down towards the hairpin. It's now 6-7 for the lead. In fact, they're all grouping back together now. So it's now Romanek who leads. It is McCorkin into second place. So Oldfield Motorsport 1-2. That'll make Lucas Romanek's sponsors quite happy. There's plenty of them in the hospitality suites from his main sponsor, Zoom. And so, big welcome to them, of course. And he's certainly putting on quite a show for them and showcasing what he can do. Middlehurst looking back up the inside to take second place. Meanwhile, just behind them, you've got Jordan Kelly under threat from Nolan Allire. You can see here that now that McCorkin's kind of stuck fighting Middlehurst, it's just allowing Romanek to get that breakaway in the lead now, as you can see. Side by side in the exit as Middlehurst clips the curb. McCorkin runs wide, trying to go side by side with the Team Dolan man, but he does make the move, stick around the outside and slots in front of the 2021 champion. And they're all grouping up now. And this is the key thing. Now that Romanek, look, you can see Romanek is pulling away very quickly out in front here, but they're all bunched up for second, third and fourth positions and everything else backwards. So McCorkin still leads it. He'll break that a little bit later into the S to try and ward off Middlehurst's attack. You can see that Johnny McMullen's trying to get himself in the mix. Good to see he's lost none of his speed in a Formula Ford at this point. And the absolute bun fight down for second place comes into the hairpin. You see that's Brscc looking around the outside of Middlehurst to try and demote Middlehurst another place. He started a lap in second. He might end it in fourth. So there goes Romanek. There goes McCorkin. Still Middlehurst third. It's then Brscc from Sharp, then from Kelly, then from Allire, and at the back of that pack is number 5, the 2015 National Formula Ford champion, Johnny McMullen. Good to see him back in Formula Ford again. So, Romanek trying to make a break. Let's just check in with lap times last time by. Yeah, the last lap for Romanek was 0.8 of a second quicker at least than anyone else. It was a 1:40.748. Everyone else was so busy fighting amongst each other, all they could manage was 40.41. So he was the only man to break into the 1-minute 40s. As Middlehurst again goes to try and rediscover second place at the expense of McCorkin. Here's the fight going on for 6th. This is between Kelly, Allire and McMullen. The only driver being left behind is Donald Downey. He's a couple of seconds back. As now we see Middlehurst trying to reclaim second place on the outside and still can't get it done on the exit there. McCorkin was much better off the corner. And Romanek again just trying to escape here at the front, because he knows the harder this lot fight each other, the easier it is for him to start making a break, and he's doing just that out in front. So impressive stuff at this point. Down the back straight. And now, again, is McCorkin got enough under brakes to hold off the 3 cars behind? He does for the moment, but the run through the chicane might well set up Middlehurst and co for an attack in towards the Melbourne Loop hairpin if they've got any chance. Already coming up past half distance in this National Formula Ford race. Meanwhile, McCorkin again just covers that line enough to ward off Middlehurst's attack. See that the white car's Donald Downey, probably thinking, I'd quite fancy being part of this too, but doesn't have the ultimate pace to stick with them. He wants those cars to battle a bit more so that he can get involved too. It's 4 for second place now, and then 3 for 6th. Down out of the hairpin, down the short straight. Middlehurst took the fastest lap of the race. Well, McCorkin took it, then Middlehurst, and then Sharp in quick succession. So Sharp now on a 1-minute 40.236. So they're now running on the same pace as the leader, because Romanek's last lap was a 1-minute 40.1. Everyone else behind from 2nd to 5th, all on at least personal bests, and it was Jamie Sharp's personal best that also became the best lap of the race so far. Now Middlehurst has got a good chance to go up the inside into the old hairpin for 2nd, and he thought about it, swept wide to try and look at the inside line into the apex of the right-hander, but couldn't quite make that one stick. So he's now going to tuck back in, locked onto the gearbox of McCorkin's Van Diemen. And here comes Brscc round the outside. The red and white Ammonite Motorsport Ray round the outside to have a lurk, but McCorkin Middlehurst shows in the edge of the road, and now here comes Jamie Sharp up the inside thinking, right, open the door, I'll come through if you don't mind, thank you very much. And there he goes, up into 4th place then. So it is Van Diemen's 1st to 4th. It's the leader of the Ammonite Rays in 5th, being Elliot Brscc. And so, no, correction. So it's Van Diemen's 1st to 3rd. It's the Medina Sport. It's a brand new Medina Sport BH23, which is up there in 4th place in the hands of Jamie Sharp. I'll correct myself on that one. It's now 5th for Elliot Brscc, and then there's still the scrap going on for 6th between Nolan Alleye, McMullen and Jordan Kelly. In fact, there goes Middlehurst back up the inside for 2nd place. That's a move he needed to try and get back through again. So finally, after a couple of laps of staring at the gearbox of Brandon McCorkin, Chris Middlehurst is back through into 2nd place for Team Dolan. So there's Romanek. Now then, what can Chris Middlehurst do now that he's got clear air for the moment to try and chase after and close down the gap to Romanek? The gap last time past was 9/10 of a second. Cross the line they go. It's now 1.3. So out by 4/10. But now that Middlehurst has clear air, can he try and possibly close him back in? And also, does that mean that he can bring McCorkin and co with him? Because I wonder if McCorkin possibly, whilst he realises that Romanek is his teammate, might just sit there and think, if the longer I try and swarm around the back end of Middlehurst's car, the more time that we're both going to lose, and it's going to put us under threat from Jamie Sharp and Elliot Brscc. Is it worth us just calling a temporary truce, quickly working together, bringing Romanek back in and making it a 5-car scrap? Is that in McCorkin's interests, or is he more fussed with trying to hold back the tide of any rivals? Because of course you have to be careful. McCorkin's in a championship fight here with his teammates, so ultimately he's got to think about trying to stop anyone else getting past to try and keep the Oldfield Motorsport cars 1 and 2, but also he's got to think for himself in terms of how many points he can score out there. So a bit of a decision to make on the fly for Brandon McCorkin as the race heads into its final 5 minutes. Less than 4 to go. And Middlehurst has pulled a small gap to the 3 cars behind. There goes Alleye ahead of Kelly. And I think McMullen's dropped back a little bit. He's now, well, when he crossed the line, he was only 3/10 behind Jordan Kelly, but still there at this point. Now, Middlehurst is starting to bring Romanek back towards him now. That looks a little bit closer than it was at the start of the lap. It was 1.3 seconds at the line last time by to start lap 7. When they conclude it, that looks like less than a second to me. And it also means that Middlehurst is making the most of the clear air that he has in front of him to look forwards and to try and hold on. Now, there's an evidence, because look at that. Chris Middlehurst does a 39.5. He was 6/10 quicker than Lucas Romanek, and Romanek's time was good enough to lower the fastest lap time. So he's actually stolen the fastest lap time from Middlehurst moments after Romanek took it. So the gap is now down to 3/4 of a second. There's still just under 3 minutes to go here, and Middlehurst setting off in pursuit of a 2nd National Formula Ford win. Romanek wants his 3rd to try and increase that lead at the top of the championship. Battle for 4th has calmed down a little bit too. That's Jamie Sharp and Elliot Brscc. So it's good to see 4 different teams at the front too. You've got Oldfield Motorsport with both of their cars, Team Dolan up there in 2nd with Chris Middlehurst. You've got Ammonite Motorsport up there in 5th in Elliot Brscc, and you've got the BM racing car run by Andy Brickles, the Medina Sport chassis up there in 4th with Jamie Sharp. So good to see Jamie's, again, like Johnny McMullen, not really wasting any time in getting back behind the wheel of a Formula Ford and getting on the pace. He's not quite on the pace in front of Brscc at least, because he's just holding him off there. Meanwhile, there's Jordan Kelly, who's just slipped past Nolan Alleye as well. So there's a change for 6th between those two. Back down to the Melbourne Loop. Does Middlehurst close up under braking? He does. Get that a little bit closer. McCorkin was right on Middlehurst's gearbox as well, so that's looking pretty close too. Now towards the top of the hill. And now back into the hairpin. And now Middlehurst is right underneath Lucas Romanek. There's a real chance he can possibly go on the attack here. They're going to start the last lap of the race, and Romanek's not going to feel comfortable here. He knows that Middlehurst is all over the back of him as they come towards Redgate for the final time. Now, does Middlehurst have anything left in the tank here to go on the attack and steal the victory on the last lap of the race? Can he get win number 2 of the season, or is it going to be number 3 for Romanek? Can it be win number 2 for McCorkin? What's going to happen on this final tour of the Grand Prix circuit? Well, Middlehurst is looking for it. He's forcing Romanek to go to the middle of the road. He's not comfortable. And here comes Middlehurst with a good run through the old hairpin. He might try and put himself alongside through the Starkey's, Kink and Schwantz. Look at McCorkin. McCorkin's had a great run. It's 3 abreast up towards Starkey's and now towards McLean's. Romanek's in the middle. McCorkin's on the outside of both of them. Middlehurst is in second place. Round the outside for second place goes McCorkin. That's now an Oldfield Motorsport 1-2. Or is it? Yes, it is for the time being. So now into second place goes McCorkin. But now will he start to attack Romanek? Is that going to bring Middlehurst back into the mix? And also don't forget about Jamie Sharp and Elliot Brdzinski. Out of Coppice, down towards the S's for the final time. McCorkin weaving to break the toe from Romanek and Middlehurst. Can he hold on for a few more corners? Into the left, into the right. Still Sharp and Brdzinski chasing after. Kelly's in 6th position there ahead of Nolan Alleye. They're going to come into view here down towards the hairpin. It is 3 abreast under braking down towards Melbourne Loop. Who's got the inside line amber traction? It is Romanek back into the lead. McCorkin drifts out wide, but he holds on to second place. So Romanek still leads it on the run towards the Goddard hairpin for the final time. It's been a brilliant race at the front in this first National Formula Ford race, but it looks like in front of his sponsors, in front of his team, and in front of everyone here at Donington Park, it's going to be a victory for Lucas Romanek, a 1-2 for Oldfield Motorsport. Brandon McCorkin gets a 5-second penalty, probably for track limits. So that side-by-side battle for what was third place now becomes second, and Middlehurst just holds off Jamie Sharp in the end. So Chris, Middlehurst just gets second by a mere 17 one-thousandths of a second from Jamie Sharp in third. How about that for a return to Formula Ford? That was incredible. Jamie Sharp back on the podium in his first race back in 2023. Brdzinski 4th. It's then Kelly 5th, Alleye 6th, McMullen 7th, and Brandon McCorkin, after his 5-second penalty, which I can only presume is for track limits, is back in 8th. So that will certainly be one of his drop scores initially, but Lucas Romanek holds back the tide and just about gets victory. Middlehurst climbs back up to second, and Jamie Sharp, who would have thought he'll have missed out on the podium, in fact, has actually captured a third place on his first race back in Formula Ford. I'll tell you what, I'll say it again. The numbers might not be exactly where they would normally be in Formula 4, but my goodness, that was a race at the front of the field. And the majority of the pack were all together, so that certainly is setting the tone for what is sure to be an excellent Formula Ford season all the way to the end. So, after we catch our breath after that one, here's the results. Lucas Romanek then takes his first win of the weekend, his third of the season, and maintains his lead in the championship from Chris Middlehurst in second, Jamie Sharp in third, Elliot Brdzinski 4th, Jordan Kelly 5th, Nolan Alleye 6th, Johnny McMullen 7th, Brandon McCorkin 8th after his 5-second penalty, which we believe, I'm certain it's for track limits, I would think. But it's 9th for Donald Downey, and then Bryn Kinch we lost, I think, right at the end of the first lap, which means he didn't even start the race. So unfortunately, it looks like he was out. I think he did try to start the race possibly, but then came in with problems. So he's showing as being P10. So unfortunately, Bryn Kinch did not get that done. But there are 2 more races tomorrow to see if they can put that right. And I think that's most of the sponsors, most of the hospitality section down there cheering on Lucas Romanek. So congratulations to it looks like they are celebrating him after a fine drive. So all of his sponsors over at Zoom, and they've certainly seen quite a good start to Lucas's weekend. I'm certain, with victory and what looked like on the road at least a 1-2 for Oldfield Motorsport. Sadly, ends up with a 1-8 because it's 1st and 8th for Romanek and McCorkin. I'm sure the surprise of all people, it'll surprise. Brandon McCorkin's parked up at second place thinking that he's second, but I don't think he's been told about his penalty, so unfortunately he's parked up in second. But unfortunately, I'm afraid, Brandon, you're not second, I'm afraid. Chris Middlehurst is second, so he's now being told that originally he finished in 3rd place, now being held up to 2 and saying, oh, did I get 2nd place? Was it me? Really? I think now that he's been told it's 2nd place, at least there's a handshake between Lucas and Chris, and rightly so, that was a great battle in the end towards them. And I'm certain to find out about all of that down at the top of the pit lane, to have a chat with our top 3, well, hopefully all 3 of them, if Jamie Sharp's down there as well, is Rob Lewis. So, what are you going to find out, Rob?
Scott, first thing to find out, Jamie Sharp is definitely down here with the bit of a mix-up there with Brandon McCorkin with his penalty. He's been sent on his way and Jamie's parked behind us. First of all, I'll go to our winner. I think Chris needs to take care of his beach car. I'll come to you shortly, Chris. But first of all, Lucas Romanek, you had to work hard for that, didn't you?
Yeah, I had to work really hard for it. First off, just trying to stick with Chris and then make the move, and then really just try and get away. I saw them battling behind and I was pretty hopeful that we'd come away with the win. but yeah, Chris found some good pace in the midsection of the race, and he really sort of fought back. But yeah, managed to hold on to it, and just really happy with the win.
You managed to keep the gap to about 1 second, but you've got the wily old fox behind you, let's be honest. Chris Middlehurst, he's been there, done that, got the t-shirt.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we've done it all as well. Not all, but yeah, we've done a bit, and we're always up the sharp end, so we know we can hold our own against all these guys. But yeah, I just want to say a massive thanks to Zoom for this weekend. Just amazing support, and they've filled up a whole grandstand, so yeah, very happy.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a superb win there, Lucas Romanet. Hopefully he could do it again tomorrow. Now, if I could grab Chris Middlehurst, over by his bit of a beached car, you'll notice there's a bit of an incline there and he's a bit stuck.
Yeah, ignore that. My bad. I couldn't quite see, really.
Right, let's talk about that race. I mean, to me, that was Formula Ford racing at its best. Although we've got the slightly lower grid numbers, the top pack that went away, the action was non-stop.
That's it, yeah. Top 10's like really, really close. So normally you'd have 10 people behind, slower, battles through the field. But yeah, the sharp end of it is just mega racing. No one can really get away. So it's a great formula. Encourage anyone from karting, to come into this first before they go into single seaters like slicks and wings. That's what I did when I was 16, national champion in my first year in 2011 when I was 16-year-old, and then did Formula Renault for 2 years as Formula Renault champion, also racing F4 as well, and I've come back to it now. So yeah, it's a great series for people starting off.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there with Formula Ford 1600s. I mean, I'll be biased. I think it's the best single-seater category you could probably race in this country. But overall in the race, are you happy with your performance?
Yeah, fairly. Yeah, I got boxed in there really. 2 old-field cars, obviously working together. So yeah, made a bit of a mistake at the hairpin a couple of times, locked up, couldn't quite get the brake balance right. So yeah, struggling in that race. But yeah, overall, obviously, good to get P2 in the end, obviously, because of the penalty that Brandon got there. So yeah, it was tough, but just trying to next time hopefully get into clear air and try and get away with the speed. Certainly there, we had very good pace then.
Fantastic. Well, more of the same in race 2. Hopefully, congratulations on a superb result, Chris Middlehurst. I just want to run over and speak to Jamie Sharp, who finished in 3rd place in this race. Jamie, you nicked in there at the end with the penalty to Brandon, but a fantastic race by yourselves nonetheless. That battle pack at the front, it was so entertaining.
Yeah, well, I knew I had a little gain on Brandon with the penalty, but I didn't know if it was going to come in towards the end or whether he'd pull away. But yeah, I mean, the whole way through the battle was great, so I mean, I can't complain with that.
It's something special about racing these single-seaters, isn't it? The 1600s just have that uniqueness about them.
Yeah, I mean, there's never any gap between anybody. If someone gets away, especially around here, it's hard for anybody to actually pull a gap. It usually catches back up, but yeah, I mean, they're just a great car to drive, and I've always had fun in them, so I can't complain with that either.
Plans for race 2?
Nothing as of yet. We'll just go with the flow for now. We're going to chat tonight, see if we can improve anything, because we did struggle in a few different places. But yeah, I mean, as of now, nothing yet, but we'll chat.
Send it and see.
Hopefully that's the one.
Fantastic. Congratulations on a podium there, Jamie Sharp. And that concludes our top 3 for the Formula Ford 1600s. As you can hear, the whistles are going off behind me. We've got the Evolution Trophy gridded up, ready to go. It's time to hand back to Scott Woodward that will talk you through the grid. And we have got some notable names missing. Scott, over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Rob. Good to hear from our top 3, including Jamie Sharp, of course, who I'm sure would have been pleasantly surprised that he picked up 3rd place after the penalty for Brandon McCorkham. Back to essentially where we began the day, in fact, which is our next 3 races are the second races of 3 more formulas racing just today. So it's our second Evolution Trophy race of the day coming up now. Tommy Gillam starts on pole as courtesy of taking the outright race win, if you like. In race 1, he starts alongside Adam Marshall. Then it's ClubSport Renault Cup pole sitter Nick Gwinnett, who starts alongside Tony Hunter, ahead of Matthew Holliday and Richard Clark. So it's all ClubSport Renaults for the next 2 rows. We then get to Dawn Butcher in Classic VW Cup, starts in 7th alongside Donald DeVar in the Mark 1 Golf GTI. And then Nick Sanderson and Richard Owen in his Megane starts in 9th and 10th respectively. So Seat and Renault Megane on the 5th row. 6th row of the grid is our Mark 4 MX-5 trophy winner, which is Chrissy Palmer, who's in 11th place. It starts alongside Ben Taylor. They had a great battle in that first race. They might try and regain that in race number 2. Jason Brow and his Clear 197 and Sam Hicks and his Mazda MX-5 Mark 4 come next of the 7th row of the grid. Row 8 is where we find Chris Mohan and Bruce Hadfield in the 4th of our Mark 4 MX-5s. Row 9 is where we find Graham Farrington making his debut in ClubSport Renault Cup this weekend. He starts alongside Harry Scott, who hopefully is there on the grid, because he looks like he was possibly classified at least as an 18th place in the Classic TT Cup winner, but didn't sadly finish the race. Chris Adams and Ken Lark then start on the 10th row of the grid. We have Tim Mould, who didn't finish that first race, and neither did Philip O'Halloran. And that, indeed, I think, rounds out our 22 car. No, still got Dominic Bowen, who, well, Dominic Bowen would have been there, but sadly his car is already on the trailer heading back home, I'm afraid. And Joe Weaver, who, if he is racing in this one, will start from the back of the grid in 24th position. Joe Weaver, of course, making his first appearance of car racing anywhere this weekend, of course, racing in the Audi TT Cup Racing Series, but also has jumped into the Evolution Trophy to get some extra track time as well. Certainly it will help him out too. So earlier on, it was Tommy Gillam who was quite a dominant winner in the first Evolution Trophy race. Just to remind you, if you haven't watched this series before, if you missed the first race, the Evolution Trophy is essentially it is a development series. It's a series created for a new series created for new series, if that makes sense. It's basically a great place for teams for developing series, championships, and projects that are just getting off the ground. A chance for them to race amongst each other on a competitive grid that gives a good overall sized grid, but also what it does as well, it gives them a chance to grow, to develop, to gain more cars, to gain more interest, and basically just have some great fun on track. And the concept of Evolution Trophy simply is that when a series or championship or a project where there's several cars, when there are enough cars for it to warrant its own standalone grid, that series is then lifted out of Evolution Trophy onto its own standalone grid, and then a brand new project, a new series, anything else that might want to come in and get off the ground is then put in its place to join everything else that's still in there that's developing. So for this particular first incarnation of the Evolution Trophy, we've got the Classic VW Cup, their sort of sister series in the Classic TT Cup, and then you also have on top of that the ClubSport Renault Cup, which has been created by ClubSport Performance, and their the formed ClubSport, of course, which is BTCC ace Josh Cook, who's racing in a little series called the British Touring Car Championship this weekend. And on top of that, we have the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV Trophy as well. So that's one to look forward to as we are set to get underway very, very shortly. So it was wins for Tommy Gillam in the Classic VWs, for Nick Gwinnett in the Renaults, for Chrissy Palmer in the Mark IVs, and also Harry Scott was the top Audi TT after Philip O'Halloran retired earlier on as well. So just keep an eye out to see if he can possibly get to the front and score a good result also. And so as the car's then just about formed up and almost set to go here at Donington Park, the second race of the day for the Brscc Evolution Trophy, all ready to go, get going, racing in a few seconds' time. The red lights are on. When they go out, Evolution Trophy action will be underway. It's a decent start from the first couple of rows once again, as they come down towards Redgate Corner for the first time. It's going to be Tommy Gillam who leads it, Adam Marsh in second place, and Nick Gwinnett was having a look up the inside there in the Renault Clio there as they come out of the right-hander. They all pull their way through and out down towards the bottom of the hill. And as they cascade their way through the crane of curves, this should be quite an exciting race to see how this one plays out. So it's once again, as it was before, Tommy Gillam ahead of Adam Marshall, one car kicking up the dust. I think it was one of the possible the Mazda MX-5s, and the top three in the Mark IVs are just about all together, with a rather resurgent Ken Lark in his VW Corrado, who dropped back in the first race, but looks like that car's back up to full strength once again. I have to say, and that's a rapid start. I think that Donald Devar up to fourth. It is. Donald Devar, where did he start? He was in 8th position. He's up to 4th already. Now, a story I should tell about that one is that car yesterday was in Scotland and it was still being finished. I think it was finished at about 11 o'clock last night. It was then driven all the way through the night. It was scrutineered this morning and it was in qualifying, and it's on the grid here this weekend. So I have to say, if there's a spirit of Evolution Trophy, a spirit of Classic VW Cup or something, it's this car right here, Donald Devar, because that is a real effort to get that car on the grid and from where it was and the state it possibly was in before. So they all just wiggle their way through the S's for the first time, but hats off to Donald Devar for not only finishing that car, but also to be up there to make a lightning start in race number 2 and getting up there as quick as he has. So great stuff on the opening lap here. And out now into the hairpin they go for the first time. down towards the right-hander at Redgate for the first time then, under proper racing speeds at the end of lap number 1. So Tony Hunter then has now just taken position from Donald DeVar now. And as they come to the end of lap number 1, it seems it's looking good so far for the two VWs at the front. Tony Gillam, of course, Tony Gillam watching on, seeing how son Tommy's getting on there. Just seen Donald DeVar lose another place to one of our ClubSport Renaults. And in terms of the initial start, it is Tommy Gillam from Adam Marshall and then for Donald DeVar in the top 3 in Classic VW Cup. For the Renaults on that first lap, it's Nick Gwinnett ahead of Tony Hunter and then Matthew Hollier. So the 3 little Clio 172s and 182s are up there in the top 3 positions. And then in the Mazdas across the line, it was Ben Taylor that led the way from Chrissy Palmer and Ben Hicks, and they were all together in the pack. So maybe to have a look at our 3 Mazda MX-5s in 12th, 13th and 14th, because they came across the line separated by about a second or so. So Palmer, Hicks, and so Taylor, Palmer and Hicks are all together. So it's the 12th to 14th place battle. There they are. So they're coming up now, having a scrap with Richard Owen, as they were in the race number 1. So Richard Owen in his Gen 3 Renault Megane. And we'll see if he can possibly make up a few more moves. Make the way down towards the end of another lap. And Tommy Gillam, unsurprisingly, takes the fastest time of the first proper flying lap. He's done a 1 minute 46.858. As they make their way down towards Redgate for the 3rd time. So there has been a change in the Mark IV lead. It's now Chrissy Palmer in front, the former Formula Ford Festival and Rallycross champion. And he's no stranger to this Mark IV. He has driven it in other series and in other Brscc contests, such as the ClubSport Trophy several times. So he's no stranger to the car. And on one occasion he took that car rallycrossing inadvertently at the season opening ClubSport Trophy race a couple of years ago at Croft. I think he got together with one of the BMWs and ended up off into the grass on the opening lap. He didn't quite appreciate that, but thankfully that car is not in the grass and not in the mud anywhere. It's up there at the lead of its particular category. And you can see here the Renault Megane of Richard Owen. Again, it's really good to have our first Megane in the ClubSport Renault Cup, and a nice big spit of flame on the gear change as well. It's a great looking car. It looks like a little mini touring car. There's the Megane with the rear wing, another big spit of flame on the exhaust. That's what we like to see. You can see here we've got a Classic VW Cup car, a ClubSport Renault car, and we've got the 3 Mark IV MX-5s all together on track. And they're not necessarily racing against each other in terms of their own contests, but they're having a good scrap on track at least and having lots of fun at it. I mean, you might not be racing directly if you're in a Mazda, you're not racing directly for position within your category with a Renault or a VW, but you're on the track and enjoying yourself and having fun. And that's one of the best things about this sort of series already, this development series, is that it brings cars together that, unless you stick them all together in one grid, wouldn't have normally gone together in one overarching grid, which is good to see. But again, you can see they're relatively evenly matched and getting amongst each other. Another good example here, that Ken Lark's VW Scirocco, which is enjoying a good run so far. That's now up into 4th place now, in fact, so it's not got past both Matthew Hollier and Tim Hunter. So that car, when it doesn't hit trouble, and unfortunately sometimes it does hit trouble, does Ken Lark's Scirocco. When it does, it's an incredibly quick car on track, and it's proving its pace here. And I hope, touch wood, that that's not me putting the commentator's curse on it, because it really is a great car to have in the grid. And it's really excellent that it's part of the Classic VW Cup. And I know that everyone in the Classic VW Cup, and also, well, everyone on the grid is very enthusiastic and excited to be part of the Evolution Trophy, and all working hard in their own ways to grow their grids and attract more cars on it. So as they come up towards the right-hander at Coppice, it's now the run down towards the S's. It's still Tommy Gillam who leads the outright group of cars on this grid. It's the first car on the timing screen, at least. The reason why I don't refer to it as an overall leader is because essentially there isn't really technically an overall leader. Yes, the timing screen will say that Tommy Gillam is the first car in this field of cars, but essentially it's more down to the individual series that are racing within their own kind of cars. So, for example, the Classic VW Cup cars are only really concerned really with cars that are racing within Classic VW. Same with the Classic TTs, same with the Mazda MX-5s, same with the ClubSport Renaults. Is that you can say that Tommy Gillam is first outright and Adam Marsh is second outright, but the point of it is that they're mainly first and second within Classic VWs in that contest. So essentially what we're looking at here is the 4 different races going on at the same time and who's leading in which. You can see there that was Richard Clark being chased down by Richard Owen, so that's going to be Gen 4 Clio Cup car versus Gen 3 Megane sort of race car, if you like. The Mazdas are staying quite close together here. You can see that Chrissy Palmer's not got that far away from Ben Taylor, and they've got Dawn Butcher's Mark V Golf within Classic VW Cup in the mix there too. So you see Ben Taylor there turning into second place. There goes Sam Hicks in third. There goes Jason Brow, closed on by Chris Mohan. There goes Chris. It's good to have Chris back in the field. I think he's someone who is no stranger to the Classic VW Cup, and I know that the series is welcoming him back this year after a few years away. So as he makes his way down through the Craner curves, chasing after Jason Brow's Renault Clio. In terms of where they are in their respective categories, so it's at the top 3 at the moment in the Classic VW Cup. It's Tommy Gillam, who leads from Adam Marshall, and then Ken Lark in third place in VWs. In third outright, but also leading ClubSport Renaults, it's Nick Gwinnett from Tony Hunter and Matthew Hollier. The scrap you're looking at here is the 3 leading MX-5 Mark IV Trophy cars. That's Chrissy Palmer ahead of Ben Taylor, who's in the black, green and yellow car in second place, and then the white car with the blue panels on the side. That is Sam Hicks. And then in terms of the TTs, let's see if we've got any of those out on this race. Sadly not, I'm afraid. I thought we'd have both either Harry Scott or Philip O'Halloran, but I'm afraid it looks like technical problems with both of those cars has prevented them from actually taking part in this race. And I think also, I'm afraid, we didn't actually get a start for Tim Moll either, unfortunately. So those 3 cars are able to take the start. We've also had problems with Chris Adams in car number 6 and Nick Sanderson in car 73. So 2 of the Classic VW Cup cars have had problems on the opening couple of laps. Now this could be interesting. We've got Tommy Gillam, who is not being allowed to run away in this first race like he did in race number 1. He's been caught a little bit here by Adam Marshall. Well, last lap, in fact, as they came across the line, lap time difference, it was a 1:46.9 for Tommy Gillam, 1:47.1 for Adam Marshall. So there's only about 0.2 of a second difference in lap time. But on this lap in particular, Adam Marshall's getting a bit closer. That's not 1.2 seconds. That's a lot closer than that. Now, either Tommy's just backing off a little bit so we can have a bit of a play on track with Adam Marshall here and enjoy a bit of a battle, or not all is well with that number 34 car. We'll wait and see how the rest of this race plays out. Down to the S's they go. Still Gillam from Marshall. Still a Team Hard 1-2. Still both of the Mark V Golf GTI X VW Racing Cup cars up at the front of the field and leading their respective category. Now this is the scrap that's going on for 4th in ClubSport Renault Cup. This is Richard Clark battling with Richard Owen. I have to admit, the Richard Owen, maybe because it's a different car to all the Clios that we've had, Richard Owen's Megane is one of my favourites of the weekend already, and he's certainly listening, or at least he's proving a point, because up the inside he looks, and that was a bit close for comfort, but Richard Clark just about gave him room into the S's, and Richard Owen forced the issue, and up into 4th place in the ClubSport Renault Cup he goes. So out of the right-hander at red gate they go. 4 minutes left on the clock for Evolution Trophy. And down the hill they go. And Gillam's pace has picked up a little bit more now. Gillam in the grey and green machine that leads the way. A grey and turquoise or cyan coloured car. We've got the all-white car with Team Hard emblazoned on the back. Adam Marshall. And Richard Clark appears to have repassed Richard Owen. So it's the Clio Cup car ahead of the Megane. I hope we see more Meganes going forwards. There are a couple of sort of race-ready Meganes that are out there. So I hope Richard Owens is the first of a few that we'll see out there. Now Richard Owens' car, spitting flame as it does on gear changes, was quickly pulling alongside Richard Clark to try and repass him for 4th. But Tommy Gillam It's got just about got the legs on Adam Marshall. These two cars very evenly matched. Marshall a little bit more confident under brakes. Just put a lap on, I think that's Graham Farrington's car. There's Bruce Hadfield, who's the fourth of our Mazda MX-5 Mark IVs. And he will be enjoying life as well. I'm sure it's when he gets more races under his belt, he'll be a little bit closer to the three other MX-5s that we have in the field. That battle, just for the record, is still Chrissy Palmer from Ben Taylor and Sam Hicks as the two Mark V Golf X Volkswagen Racing Cup cars of Gillam and Marshall make their way down the pit straight towards Redgate. This is for the penultimate time. There's got 2 minutes 15 on the clock, and lap times are in the, for these leading two at least, in the late 146s and low 147s. And they are the class of the field, at the very least in Classic VW Cup. And they will certainly be happy to take a 1-2 as we turn our way out. Nick Gwinnett still leads in ClubSport Renault Cup again, dominating as he did at Snetterton and outright in that race. He was, out of everyone in the field, he was the fastest car in the entire field. And he still leads that contest from Tony Hunter in second place and then Matthew Hollier in third. The rest of that top five, it's still Richard Clark and Richard Owen who are still fighting over fourth and fifth. Talked about the Mazdas, and again, sadly no Classic TTs in this race. Both Harry Scott and Phil O'Halloran's cars not in well enough mechanical condition, shall we say, to be able to race. There's Chris Mohan, who is currently sat at the moment. Whereabouts is he in the VWs? He's around about 7th or 8th, I think, because it's 3rd for Ken Lark, it's then 4th for Donald DeVar, who's had a good race, 5th for Dawn Butcher, and he is 6th, in fact, so 6th in Classic VW Cup. Here is the dueling pair of Renaults, and it's still Richard Clark ahead of Richard Owen. Now, Owen's car, I think, has got a bit more straight line speed, a bit more horsepower on the straights, but that Clio Cup car, which is a bit more purpose-built as a race car, it's probably a tiny bit better in the corners, I think. So there's a real difference between power and handling in those two cars, and it makes them fairly evenly matched in terms of lap time when you eventually get to it. Now, on the last lap of the race, and Adam Marshall's got closer than he's ever, and he has done all race now to Tommy Gillam. And even this is Tommy keeping it close, again, or that car's losing a bit of pace in terms of its tyres, but Adam Marshall a bit quicker here at this point in time. You can see the Volkswagen emblem sort of bouncing and wiggling around from the air turbulence as it goes at higher speed. But now as they come through the kink, up towards McLean's, and job's not done for Tommy Gillam because Adam Marshall is quite close. Either this is just formation flying for Team Hard, or Adam Marshall might launch an attack here on the final lap. The time has gone to 0, so it is the final lap. Checker flag this time by, and Tommy Gillam is not comfortable here. He's still got Adam Marshall in close attention here. These two Mark V VW Cup cars down the back straight for the final time. Here comes the Mark IVs, just seeing Ben Taylor in second place ahead of Sam Hicks. It's good to have Sam back in the Mark IV trophy after he missed Brown's hatch, but 4 of the Mark IVs, and there are, from what we've heard from the likes of Ben Taylor and others, there are more Mark IV trophy cars that exist out there. I know Brian Chandler has one. There's a couple of others that have been made and are in circulation. But there are also some others that are in build as well. So the good thing is we've got more of these Mark IVs on the way. But on the way to what looks like a Team Hard and Classic VW Cup 1-2, it's going to be Tommy Gillam and Adam Marshall who will head out of Goddard's for the final time. And despite late pressure from his teammate, it is going to be the double for young Tommy Gillam. He's going to do Tony proud. Up to the checkered flag. It is a win in the Classic VW Cup for Tommy Gillam. 2 out of 2 in the Mark V Golf. His teammate Adam Marshall pushed him hard towards the end, but he gets second place and wraps up a 1-2 for Team Hard. They'll be delighted. Here comes third overall on our ClubSport Renault Cup winner once again for the second time today. Nick Gwinnett in the bright red Renault Clio. Here comes Ken Lark to take third in Classic VW Cup in his Corrado. Nice to see the car in good form. Tony Hunter flashes the headlights as he takes second in ClubSport Renault. There goes Matthew Hollier in third. And then behind him, we should have Donald DeVar, who will be fourth in Classic VW. And then that scrap that's been going on all race between Owen and Clark. It looks like it's gone in the favour of Richard Owen, because Owen's come through in the McGann ahead of Clark, and as they come across the line, there goes DeVar past one of the Graham Farrington's Clio that's been lapped, and it is going to be a 4th place in Renault Cup for him. Meanwhile, in the Mark IV Trophy, it's going to be 2 from 2 for Chrissy Palmer as he comes across the line in the Paul Sheard Racing. That's the very original Mark IV Trophy car. It's got plenty of mileage on it, and Ben Taylor will just beat Sam Hicks to the checkered flag for 2nd and 3rd in that category. And as I mentioned, sadly, we didn't have any Classic TT Cup cars in the grid for this race because of an issue mechanically for Harry Scott's car after his car ground to a halt towards the end of the race, and in Philip O'Halloran's car also stopped and didn't even really make the first lap of the race, so he had some problems early on too as well. I think we've still got a couple of cars that are just waiting for the checkered flag. Waited to take the checkered flag. Yeah, one was, which is Bruce Hadfield, I think. He's our last car to take the flag before we can then show you the full results on screen. Here he comes. 4th place in the Mark IV MX-5 Trophy. Kept it clean, kept it tidy, and a job well done. Up to the checkered flag he goes. And whilst that's happening, the leaders are already making their way, I think, around towards the loop to come and stop at the top of pit lane to have a chat with Rob Lewis very shortly. And as the top 2 just drop out of sight over the crest towards the pit lane, here's the result. So let's go through category by category. So it's a win in the Classic VW Cup and outright, if you like, for Tommy Gillam ahead of Adam Marshall, and then Ken Lark, who was 3rd in the Classic VWs and is there in 4th overall. It's 3rd overall and a win in the ClubSport Renault Cup for Nick Gwinnett ahead of Tony Hunter and Matthew Hollier, but it's Donald DeVar for Classic VW Cup. It's 4th in ClubSport Renault for Richard Owen ahead of Richard Clark, and then Chrissy Palmer wins the Master MX-5 Mark IV Trophy in 10th overall. Then we've got Dawn Butcher for Classic VW, Ben Taylor and Sam Hicks are 2nd and 3rd in Mark IV Trophy. Then we have Jason Brow, Chris Mohan and Bruce Hadfield, who round out the 17 cars that finished, because we also had Graham Farrington, who was down a lap, and we lost, sadly, Chris Adams and Nick Sanderson earlier in the race. Well, there is your double victor outright in Evolution Trophy and in Classic VW Cup, and to get the reaction of him, Adam Marshall and all our other category winners from our 2nd Evolution Trophy race down in pit lane, it's Rob Lewis.
And a very warm Tommy Gillam gets out of the car. It's a bit warmer this time, and you were made to work for it towards the end there, weren't you?
I was. He was giving me a run for my money. He done really well. I mean, there was moments where I was like, he's going to get me, but it was a very close race.
It's good fun racing in the GT class, the Classic VW Cup, isn't it?
Yeah, it's exciting. It's just one of the best things. You can't compare it to anything else.
And a perfect weekend as well, 2 out of 2, pole, job done?
Guess so. I can't really say anything, I'm pretty speechless.
So moving on from here, what's the plans for the rest of the year?
I mean, I'm going to see out this championship, obviously, and guess I'll just see where next year takes me.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on another fantastic win there for Tommy Gillam. I'll have a quick chat with Adam Marshall, who did a great job, great camaraderie as well between teammates effectively, but you made him work for it there towards the end.
Yeah, much better this race than last race. Yeah, the car just felt so much better. We had a little bit of a vibration last race, but swapped wheels around and whatnot, and yeah, just kept him honest, but nice clean racing from both of us.
And what is it about racing with these GT class cars in the VW Cup?
They're quick and very competitive. They're such a good laugh to drive. It's so fun, and yeah, it's just great to come racing with Tommy as well, to be honest.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you join in the celebrations to your team there. Congratulations on a great 2nd place once again. Let's go and have a chat with our winner of the Renault ClubSport Cup once again, and Mr. Nick Gwinnett, keeping the VWs honest, but again couldn't quite match their pace.
No, I couldn't catch them today. I couldn't go any quicker than I was going, really. They're just quicker today, simple as that. Track likes them, whatever. It's just that, isn't it? Cars are different, but yeah, I couldn't go any quicker than I was going, and they were I tried to stay with them the first few laps, and yeah, I couldn't really do it. So I just let them go, look after my car and look after what was catching me.
So tell us a bit about the ClubSport Renault Cup. What sort of brought you to the series?
New series. I've been racing with another series for many years, and I thought it had sort of got to its thing. I thought try something new, and I think it's a nice series. All the Renaults, Clios, Megans. Everyone wants to know what the Gen 2s, Gen 3s, Gen 4s do, don't they? Yeah. People want to do. We're finding out slowly, aren't we?
Absolutely. So you don't think it'll be long at all before we get their own standalone grid?
I don't think so. I don't know if it'll be standalone next year, but I think we're going to get definitely some numbers coming. So I think we'll get there. It'll get there.
Fantastic. I love your optimism, Nick. It's a great sounding car as well. Paul McCurlin was actually stood with me on the pit lane admiring the sound your car makes.
Yeah, she's got a nice bark, ain't she? With that dog box as well, it sounds lovely. Unfortunately, I'm in it, it's just noise. But when we're back on the stream, I can hear it and I'm like, that sounds nice.
Fantastic. Congratulations again, Nick. Fantastic win in the ClubSport Renault Cup. And that rounds out our overall podium for the Evolution Trophy. Thank you to all our runners and riders that came down to test out their various machines in the series there. And we have got cars out on circuit now for the Audi TT Cup. I, for one, cannot wait to see this one. It was a great race one earlier today. It's back up to Scott in the commentary box to take you through it.
We'll hope for a similarly entertaining race.
Well, that was fantastic, wasn't it? Yes, we're now on to our second race of the day for the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. Equally fantastic, of course, as the the brand new series on the Brscc roster for 2023. Really good first race earlier on. Carl Swift took his second win of the season after taking his first at his debut weekend at Snetterton. And then, of course, he took his second earlier on this afternoon. As you can see, the weather's a little bit different. It's a bit brighter. Bit warmer, the sky's a bit clearer. You can see plenty of the heat haze coming up off the circuit, so it's going to be quite warmer out there. Conditions will be a little bit different, and therefore this might be the chance for one or two drivers to tweak their setup since earlier on to get themselves involved and get towards the front. Here's the grid then, set by the result of race one. So Carl Swift, the race one winner, starts on pole alongside Ross Macker, and then Luke Handley and Andrew Dyer start on the second row together. David Robb and Morgan Root then come next on row 3. Ahead of him on the fourth row of the grid, that will be Paul Maguire and Richard Forber on 7th and 8th. The ex-MX-5 and BMW man alongside the ex-Porsche man in 8th on the grid. 9th on the grid then goes to Christopher Jackson alongside Anthony Park to round off the top 10. We then get to row 6, where we find Patrick Booth alongside Julian Daniel. Then it's Tim Evans and Harry Yardley-Rose, who had one or two interesting, looks like possible issues with a brake issue by some kind in the last lap or so, which dropped him to 14th in the end. Hopefully they fixed that and that car's back to top shape. Richard Sanders and our debutant for the weekend, Joe Weaver, the last year's senior Rotax karting champion, turned car racer for the first time this weekend. Good to see him in 16th place. Scott Parkin, who got shuffled down the order in 17th place after we didn't find out if he jumped or if he was pushed, but he's down in 17th alongside Paul Savage. And then hopefully, after their incident, which saw both cars out and saw the safety car in race number 1, fingers crossed, at least one of the two cars here, either Paul Hoggins or Ryan Edgecombe, if not both, are there on the grid. If neither are there, that is a real shame. If at least one's there, that is a silver lining, of course, but we'll wait and see who has made it onto the grid. So, TTs then, certainly proving that they can race properly, they can put on a good show. They have done so far ever since they started at Brands Hatch. Just looking at the back of the field, and I do believe it looks like, unfortunately, we don't have either Ryan Edgecombe or Paul Hoggins. I didn't spot the silver car or the black and orange car towards the back of the field, I'm afraid. So the last car that was in the queue was the second of the plain red cars of Paul Savage, I'm afraid. So no Ryan Edgecombe, who took pole at Snetterton, had some really good turn of pace at Snetterton and just didn't seem to be able to hook it up properly here at Donington Park, unfortunately. But if he can get himself up towards the front, that will certainly, if he can bounce back and put in a good performance next time, the fingers crossed it works out a little bit better. So the cars then finishing off on their formation lap then. So Carl Swift will be looking for win number 3. Ross Macker wants win number 3 also. This could be quite a contest. Both front row men are equally matched on 2 wins each. Can either of them break the deadlock? Can Andrew Dyer get his second win of the season? He starts from 4th. Luke Handley, who you saw was overjoyed with his 3rd place, had a few technical issues at the first race he did at Snetterton, and that kind of haunted him all weekend. But thankfully, he's got the car up to speed now, and it looks like he's in really good pace, in really good form in terms of optimism and how well. And he seems to be really enjoying himself in this Audi TT Cup season. So let's just see what he's got up his sleeve here to try and get a good start here. if he can get a second podium, I know he's going to be overjoyed. But we'll see how he works out. So cars lining up on the grid. I'm waiting for the red lights and the 5-second board to go up, and then we'll be underway for more Audi TT action here at Donington Park. Look for the lights at the top of the screen. They'll go red for a few seconds' time, and then when they go out, as the revs start to slowly bubble away and build, red lights on, red lights out, and the second Audi TT Cup race is good. It's a decent start from Carl Swift again. It's not such a good second phase to start once again for Ross Macker, who bogs down. It's a good start actually for the second row of the grid from Andrew Dyer, who looks to the outside of Carl Swift, tries to sweep around and take the lead. There's a lock up there, I think, from David Robb as they turn their way through the right-hander. And Ross Macker, again from the front row of the grid, doesn't get the best of starts. Doesn't fall back as far as he did in race 1, but he is down to 4th, make it possibly 5th, because he's under attack now from... I think that's David Robb, I think it is. There's Carl Swift, has gone wide onto the grass, very wide indeed, but gets it back onto the road. It just about holds on to it. I thought for a second that car was going to sweep wide one corner in the back car, the background also going wide on the outside line, entering the old hairpin. Now, whether they kept it out of the gravel and the grass, we'll find out shortly. But now it's Andrew Dyer to the front, Luke Handley up to 2nd place, Pulsar to Carl Swift in 3rd, a big lock up behind for David Robb. And David Robb, I hope, is going to keep it on the road there. As they come back through the right-hander. Let's see if we can check how this race is going to play out now to come down there. Now, safety car is being held at the top of the pit lane, so are we about to go safety car here in this second Audi TT Cup race? Because I wonder, because David Robb's car's locked up. Now, he is still there, but did we also lose a car that was at the... up at the old hairpin, because there was a car running wide. Safety car's still parked at the top of the pits. They're still racing up at the hairpin. Right, the safety car has now quickly darted in. So I think that's probably just as a precaution it was staying at the back of the field, just in case it was needed. But thankfully it darts into the pit lane and is not going to give the rest of the pack a fright. Richard Sanders there losing a place. I think there's that to Harry Yardley-Rose, I think it might have been, who's a little bit further back as the field piles its way out of the hairpin for the first time. It's a good start for everyone so far. Energetic start for the Audi TTs, as we like to see. Cross the line they go. And it's Andrew Dyer who leads it then, looking for his second Audi TT win of the season after he picked up his first in the very first TT Cup Racing race at Brands Hatch. It's 2nd for Luke Handley, 3rd for Carl Swift, 4th for Ross Macker. It's then 5th place for Paul Maguire, Richard Forber 6th, David Robb 7th, 8th place for Anthony Park, 9th is Morgan Root, and 10th is Christopher Jackson to round out the top 10. And as for Harry Yardley-Rose, isn't showing as having come through. Tim Evans' car is in the pit lane. Sadly, he's not come through there. And Joe Weaver's come... Harry Yardley-Rose has come through, but he's popped in now into 14th place. Now, Luke Handley's going for the lead here on the outside of Stark. He's in towards McLean's, and his 3rd ever TTCR race. Luke Handley goes to the front. Andrew Dyer slides out wide. This now allows Carl Swift back up the inside, and also look who's on the charge back again. So our old friend Ross Macker up the inside into towards McLean's and towards Coppice. So up the inside he goes. So that's now up to 2nd place. Andrew Dyer in the space of 2 corners loses 2 spots and goes from 1st to 3rd. So down towards the S's they go then for the second time at racing speeds, and the rest of the field just sweeps its way through the left and the right onto the full GP circuit, and it's still Handley going defensive. He's not comfortable too much, but he's got a tiny gap now to Carl Swift, and Carl Swift now under attack once again from a retaliating Andrew Dyer, who is not content with losing his lead and 2nd place, and why would you be? Back into the hairpin we go. Now then, is this going to be a chance for Luke Handley here to escape up the road, and could we possibly find ourselves, potentially, if we look at it this way, our 5th different winner in Audi TT Cup Racing Series? If we can, that just proves how competitive it is from 7 races. So Handley then, trying to escape up the road. Carl Swift in 2nd place, Andrew Dyer all over his rear wing in 3rd. Ross Macker's just keeping a watching brief in 4th. He's not too fussed at the moment with getting too involved right now, but he's just keeping an eye, just thinking, right, you two keep on scrapping in 2nd and 3rd. I'm just here to pick up the pieces if it all happens to go pear-shaped. He closes back in under braking through the old hairpin. It's not far away in the Martini Racing coloured car. Just to remind you, the man in the lead. This is only his 4th ever race in the series. He's raced other stuff before, of course, but he only debuted in the series last time at Snetterton. This is his 4th Audi TT Cup Racing Series race. The 3 cars behind him are the 3 of the 4 drivers that we've had win races this season at least once. So he's beating 3 established race winners in this fledgling series, and he could be about to add his name to that if he can hold on for the next 10.25 minutes. And that's not going to be the easiest task, but he's certainly going to try hard. So that's Harry Yardley-Rose off the road, I'm afraid. So Harry Yardley-Rose's weekend goes from bad to worse. That car pulling off the road with some evident mechanical problem, I'm afraid. So that's him out of the race, and well behind the barriers. So thankfully, that's not going to warrant anything like a yellow flag or a safety car. That's well out of harm's way. Battle for 5th looks quite intriguing, seeing that Richard Forber is holding on ahead of David Robb. Paul Maguire, I think. David Robb is in there as well, unless that was Paul Maguire in there somewhere. There goes our top 4. And it is Richard Forber into 5th now, so he has got past Paul Maguire. So Paul has now lost a position down to, looks like, either 6th or 7th. In fact, he's just out of shot, I think. And Luke Handley then, certainly showing his intention. He is now up into... He's got the lead. He's got the fastest lap of the race now. He's got a lead of about nearly a second. And Forber and Robb are there, but there's no Paul Maguire. There's a piece of body. Is that a piece of exhaust hanging off somebody, I think, or something come off that car? Either it's a piece of trim or a piece of exhaust that's come off somebody. One car running wide at the top of the hill, so I'm not quite sure who that was. But the lead has come through. But that piece of debris or exhaust, got to be careful someone doesn't run over that, because that can possibly cause a bit of damage, or a puncture, a tyre or something else that could probably cause a problem. Seeing here, Scott Parkin on the comeback trail. He's now up to 10th after the first couple of laps. He's now chasing after both Christopher Jackson in 888 and Morgan Root in the 38 car at the moment. As they come out of the top of the hill, there's Forber and David Robb. David Robb's having a good run this weekend. He's much improved pace compared to the first couple of meetings. He hasn't been slow, of course, but he's now finds himself competitively in the top 10 quite regularly. Now then, Ross Macker's getting pretty racy here. He's all over the back of Andrew Dyer, who at the moment holds on to 3rd place, but I think Ross Macker would quite like it back after he lost it in the first couple of laps. A little bit further back, there's Jackson fighting away with... Whoops, that was the 38 car. That was Morgan Root. Was he going skipping over the gravel trap there? I saw it just as he was coming out of shot. There was a bit of... he skipped right over the chicane. He's kept it going. Might have been a bit ride-him cowboy through there. This might, I think, give an easy pass to Scott Parkin, which it does. So the number 6 car from Darkside Developments diving up the inside. Also, there was a battle there going on between Patrick Booth, behind him, Richard Sanders and Joe Weaver. So Joe's up to 14th place now. Now, Carl Swift takes the fastest lap of the race. So he's thinking, right, you want this first win in Audi TT Cup? You're going to have to do it the hard way. So chasing after him now. This battle of a 3rd also heating up between Dyer and Macker. And again, they're all pairing off, but it's showing just how good this racing really is in Audi TT Cup Racing. It's fantastic to watch, and it's fantastically close between all these different cars. There's lots of evenly matched cars out there at the moment. It's just really, really good to see them getting so competitive and so just into it, and so really kind of enjoying themselves out there. Now got Scott Parkin under threat again from Morgan Root. Morgan Root, again, quite a relatively... Again, another newcomer to the series, and boasts previous experience racing in the Mini Challenge Trophies. Good to see he's got plenty of this front-wheel drive experience that you need to succeed in a series like this. And I'd like to think that the pace that's been set, the racing that's been putting on here, is not only attracting plenty of new drivers and new interest, but I'd like to think it's going to do enough to bring this into championship status closer than we think, because I'd love to see this eventually become... I think the obvious idea for this new series is for it to become a championship, and I'm sure that BRSCC, I know that BRSCC are aiming for that. It just depends on... I think that they're showing at least initially there's enough interest and it's successful enough in order to warrant at least a consideration for Motorsport UK next year. So if anyone from Motorsport UK happens to be watching, and it's, if they want to, then you know where to find BRSCC. So leaders come out of the hairpin at Goddard's onto the pit straight, just under 6 minutes left to go. And Carl Swift putting Luke Handley under pressure here. He was 0.3 of a second quicker on that last lap than the leader. But if Handley can hold on here for the next 5 3/4 minutes, again, he could potentially become the 5th different winner in as many in 7 races in the Audi TT Cup, and that just shows really how competitive and how raceable these cars are for just about anyone to adapt to them pretty quickly. So Handley, Swift, Dyer and Macca, all of them are very well versed in front-wheel drive, so it's no surprise to see all 4 of these guys at the front of the field and really showing what these TTs can do. And they've paired off here a little bit, and what essentially, what both, well, once they've stopped fighting, because they are going side by side for 3rd, what Macca and Dyer really need is they need the top 2 to start fighting and holding each other up, because the harder they fight each other, easier it is for the 3rd and 4th to start closing in. And I wonder if in these last couple of laps, if Andrew Dyer might just give the signal to say, look, don't fight me, don't try and pass me and race me too hard, come with me, let's try and work together, and these last few laps, let's try and catch 1st and 2nd, try and get involved. I'm not sure how much Ross Macca will listen to that, but if he does listen, they might well start getting a little bit closer. But Andrew Dyer certainly is going to be quite happy with 3rd place if he can get that. A win, obviously, he would ultimately love, but at this point in time, I'm sure he can take what he can. Of course, and this being a series, so there's no championship points. It's simply just the bragging rights for being first past the post or getting on the podium or winning a particular battle. Nonetheless, it's been quite an entertaining 2nd race here, and thankfully, touch wood, with no interruption of a safety car. Hopefully we don't get one, because that would be a real shame to end the race on that note. We want these guys to race hard all the way to the end, but I really hope that there's plenty of drivers that are watching this thinking, these Audi TTs are a bit good. I quite fancy going one of these, and sure you can get involved if you want to. You can head to the Brscc website, you can head to the dedicated Audi TT Cup Racing Formula page, and all the details on how to get involved are there, as well as anything else that's racing this weekend, and indeed the entire roster. All the details of the entire roster of Brscc Formula and Series and Championships on it currently. It's all on the website, brscc.co.uk. Head to the Formula section. Oh, big twitch there from Andrew Dyer, mid-corner through the crater curves, and he's sideways up at the old hairpin. Now then, either that was just, it can't be cold tyres, but whatever caused that was bizarre, because I don't want to dare say, is he sliding around on something out there? Someone dropped something, but that was quite a heart-in-mouth moment for Andrew Dyer. He managed to just about keep it, and Ross Macca was thinking, how on earth did you save that? So Andrew Dyer then, with the classic technique of how to save a slide in a front-wheel drive car, just boot the throttle, and eventually the front end will come around. And I say eventually. That's lost them time to the top 2, but Ross Macca, I think, sat back thinking for a second, probably wondering what's going to happen now that I've got a very sideways Andrew Dyer in front of him. I'd love to see the camera. Oh, that's Morgan Root off the road. That's a shame. Morgan Root off the road. That looks like... Is that McLean's he's off at? I think it looks like he's possibly off the road. That's a shame if he is. So, unfortunately, Morgan Root, his first Audi TT Cup Racing season, he's trying to get it out again, but don't try and dig your way out too hard. He's going to try and just gently track his way through to get back on the circuit. If you push too hard, he's only going to dig himself into the gravel. So all he needs to be very careful. It is at McLean's. There you go, on some more solid ground and some more steadier ground. And back onto the track he'll go. Now then, Carl Swift is as close as he's ever been. Last lap was 3/10 quicker. So Swift keeps on putting in faster lap times, but Handley's got his car in all the right places at all the right times to hold on to him. So Carl Swift, if he's building up to an attack here, he's running out of time. He's only 2nd to last lap now, the penultimate lap of the race. Dyer still ahead of Ross Macca for 3rd place. And they wind their way through the Craner curves. Tiny twitch for Carl Swift there in 2nd place of oversteer. No such dramas for Andrew Dyer this time, and Ross Macca was thinking about a move into the old hairpin, but nothing doing there as they sweep out of view. There goes 5th place for Richard Forbert, 6th for David Robb. Good strong drive for David this weekend. There he is, P6. Be pleased with that, pleased with plenty of progress that he's made. Our leaders still as they were, no change for 3rd either, and in fact actually Andrew Dyer's got a tiny gap, tiny bit of relief from Ross Macca, but still putting him under plenty of pressure. Out of the long right-hander at Coppice now, down towards the S's for the 2nd to last time. Is there any chance now for Carl Swift to try and get through? And if anything, Luke Handley with a better run out of Coppice has pulled away a little bit from Carl Swift this time. So maybe this is possibly... I'm not going to say it's Carl Swift admitting defeat. I'm sure that he won't be. There's Joe Weaver. You can see the last year's senior Rotax karting champion in his first weekend racing cars. And I have to, yeah, and whilst he continues to circulate in 13th place, he should be pleased with that. 13th place is very respectable and a really good effort for his first ever weekend racing cars. So good to see he's having a good run there. Into the hairpin. Oh, what's happened here? So Luke Handley's got past Carl Swift has got past Luke Handley, but they were ahead of each other at the exit of the hairpin. I'm sure they were. So what's happened there? So Carl Swift has got through past Luke Handley, the start of the last lap of the race, and Carl Swift is now leads the way, but I'm about to quickly look back on the screen because I didn't see what happened there, to be honest. Looking back on it, Luke Handley just on the exit, I think I was looking at something else on the timing screen, talking about Joe Weaver. So what happened was Luke Handley went way too deep into the hairpin at Melbourne, and straight through went Carl Swift. And as Carl Swift turns his way into the hairpin, Luke Handley, if he doesn't manage to get it back in on this last lap of the race, will be absolutely kicking himself. And he lost out on that one. Meanwhile, Richard Sanders has picked up an extra piece of trim or bodywork on the front of that car. I don't think it'll affect too much in terms of cooling, but he should be okay. Luke Handley, meanwhile, is going to push like hell all the way to the checkered flag, because if there's any chance of getting back that victory, can't even get my words out, I'm that surprised, then he'll try and push it as hard as he can. Now, Carl Swift's car's sliding around a bit as he tries to throw that car into the corners. But Luke Handley, I'm sure, will be absolutely gutted if he can't get to the checkered flag first. Carl Swift is going to head towards the end of the race here as a 3-time winner in Audi TT Cup. If he can just make it through the S's, the Melbourne Loop and the Goddard hairpin to the checkered flag, still the battle of a third is settled down, as there goes Sanders still chasing after Anthony Park. That's after 11th and 12th, and they've got Patrick Booth ahead of them. But Carl Swift then, as the time has ticked to 0, is only a couple of corners away now from capturing another win in Audi TT Cup. Handley's getting close though. He closed it under braking. In fact, he'll get as close as he can, but he's going to be absolutely gutted he can't get to the flag first. And they come up towards the hairpin for the final time. Both Tyre and Macker are closed in, but it is going to be as they come out of Goddard's hairpin for the final time. Luke Handley dominated most of the way, but when it counts, it's going to be a victory. Win number 3 of the season for Carl Swift. 3 wins in the 4 races. Luke Handley still flashes the lights in second place. He'll still be happy with that, but slightly gutted that he missed out on his first win by just that small mistake on the exit of Melbourne Loop that denied him the chance to be winner number 5 from 7 races. It's third for Andrew Dyer. He's back on the podium in 3rd place. Ross Macker takes 4th. Richard Forber 5th from David Robbins 6th. And then it's Christopher Jackson 7th. Then Scott Parkin goes from what was 17th on the grid to 8th. Good drive from him. A silent assassin that he is. Across the line is Julian Daniel in 9th place. And Patrick Booth rounds out the top 10 from Anthony Park and Joe Weaver. And actually, Weaver actually came across... because Sanders got himself a time penalty. Yeah, Sanders came across the line and had a time penalty, which actually drops him behind Joe Weaver. So in Joe's... I think that's why his 3rd ever car race. He didn't do the 2nd Evolution Trophy race just now. His 3rd ever car race, and he picks up a 12th position finish. That's really, really good to see. But Carl Swift, meanwhile, is a race winner once again in Audi TT Cup Racing. Of course, no points, as it is a series, but that'll be the bragging rights nonetheless. And I'm certain, if we do get a championship status next year for this Audi TT Cup Racing Series, he'll be one of the front runners possibly to contend for it. And so, of course, I'm certain will Luke Handley, who... He'll be disappointed. He missed out on a first win, but still, a 3rd and a 2nd on his 2nd weekend in the series. Much better fortunes than Snetterton a few weeks ago. And I'm sure he'll be coming away grinning like a Cheshire cat. He'll be absolutely delighted with that. But the most delighted person of all, I'm certain, is going to be Carl Swift, who takes victory number 2 of the weekend, number 3 of the season. 3 out of 4 races won by Carl Swift since he started at Snetterton, and he wins by 0.8 of a second from Luke Handley in P2. Andrew Dyer gets back on the podium in 3rd, ahead of Ross Macker, and then Richard Forber rounding out the top 5. Then it's David Robb, Christopher Jackson, Scott Parkin, Julian Daniel, and Patrick Booth rounding out the top 10. Anthony Park 11th, Joe Weaver promoted to 12th after Richard Sanders' time penalty, which puts him back to 13th, and Paul Savage rounds out the 14 finishers, and we lost Morgan Root, Paul Maguire, Harry Yardley Rose and Tim Evans in that race. So 14 cars finishing out of the 18 starters. So more brilliant stuff from the Audi TT Cup. Their next outing is going to be their first meeting supporting TCR UK. They'll be heading to Bonnie, Scotland, over the border and up to Knockhill in Fife. That's going to be an absolute riot watching these cars rumble around the short little 1.2 mile Knockhill circuit. That's to come. But those of you who have been watching the series, hopefully you've enjoyed it. I'm certain these 3 did as they pull into the top 3 at the top of the pit lane. So Carl Swift then pulls up behind board number 1, board number 2 for Luke Handley, and board number 3 for Andrew Dyer. And as they get out and cool themselves off after a very energetic and exciting 2nd race, Rob Lewis is down there to have a chat to all 3 of them.
I think Carl Swift and Luke Handley have been having a battle for the ages. Check out that embrace, I love it. It's great to see two drivers have a moment like that in a brand new series. Don't forget, this TT series is in its 3rd weekend and these cars are producing great racing. I'll let the guys get off their kit as well. Carl straight across to our 3rd place driver as well, Andrew Dyer. But I need to dive in and grab a chat with Carl Swift on another fantastic result. Hopefully we don't get run over. He's put the handbrake on. Carl, fantastic result, great race.
That was epic. I mean, Luke drove so well. If he did not put a foot wrong at the GP loop, then I couldn't have passed him. Like, neck and neck the whole race. That was immense.
You were absolutely spot on earlier when the attitude of these cars and the way they're set up at the moment, it just promotes great racing.
Yeah, exactly that. Once you're together, you're having a proper battle.
Fantastic. And leading on from here, you're gunning for that sort of bit of glory for the rest of the season. Just keep on winning.
Yeah, well, I can't do Knockhill because I can't make it and it's a million mile away, but I'll be at Cadwell for sure.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a brilliant win there, Carl. I've got to speak to this man. He just snuck onto the podium earlier. He led for most of the race. Just pipped by Carl there at the end. Luke Handley, describe your emotions.
Annoyed more than anything because I outbraked myself into the first hairpin and that's allowed Carl past. But I mean, if you told me at the start of the weekend that we'd be getting a 3rd and a 2nd, I wouldn't have believed you. So I'm happy that a car that I built has also won and we've got a 1-2. Honestly, it's brilliant. I mean, a fantastic race. Loved it. Love racing TTs. They're great fun.
Fantastic. I mean, I know you obviously race other cars elsewhere as well, but what is it that brought you to this series in the first place?
Budget, so cheapness. The fact that you can buy a base car for $2,000, buy the kit from Sean for $9,000, and then literally you turn up with a car, and it's just fantastic. And they're proper little race cars. I know the tyres are budget, everything's budget, but that makes it so much more fun. I've done expensive stuff, and that is fun as well, but this is just as fun, if not more. So
absolutely. And what is it about the way these cars are set up that just promotes the better racing, the fact that they can move?
I think the fact that the car is much better than the tyre is a good thing. So it really promotes driving with the tyre, and it's all about the front wheel drive. They're very light on the rear, so it's all about getting the rear to rotate and things like that. Which the same with C1s and things like that. All that sort of budget level stuff is so much fun to race against people that are fast. That's the best bit.
Absolutely. Well, Luke, congratulations! Fantastic result. A great weekend from Luke. Great to see him up there as well. I'll just swap over with the circuit commentator and I'll come and see Andrew Dyer, who's had a fantastic result. He's in 3rd place. Beautiful looking car here. And Andrew, fantastic result there. Nice 3rd place. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, happy to get on the podium today. So didn't think it was going to happen after quali. So yeah, just a bit annoyed myself. I made a stupid mistake down Craners to throw away the lead, but to be honest with you, I think the pace of Luke and Carl, it probably would have got past me anyway, because I just couldn't live with them once they got ahead. So no, it was a good race, enjoyed it. Just could do with a drink.
What is it that really attracted you to this series?
Just something new. Like obviously I come in to racing through the City Car Cup, like I was completely new to it before that. So when I saw this being launched, I thought it's right up my street, a lot faster. Looks like a well put together car, which it is, and to be honest with you, the racing's just mega. Like Brands was amazing, today was amazing. I've really enjoyed myself, so more people need to get on this package, that's for sure.
Well, the fact that we've produced 20 cars here, 3rd weekend of the season, and it's only getting stronger, surely that's good for the future.
Yeah, like I know a lot more kits have been sold, but obviously it takes time to get them built and everything, so I think by the end of the year we're going to see a good collection of cars, and long may it continue, because it's a really good series, really good.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a brilliant result there for Andrew Dyer. And again, just you look at this shot of 3 glorious Audi TTs in their prime. They're hungry, ready to go. 3rd weekend of the season. There's been well over 20 on the grid, and they've produced racing like that. This is a series for the future. Great racing. But for now, we've got one more sprint race left, which is our Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. And then we've got the small matter of a 2-hour endurance race after that. But for now, to take you through the grid is our man up at the commentary box, Scott Woodward.
15-minute race.
Thank you very much, Rob. Again, great to hear from Audi TTs. They'll be back next time out for their next rounds at Knock Hill, supporting TCR UK. As will these cars also, the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. They'll be taking the trip across the border for their next rounds after this weekend. It's their second race of the day and of the weekend, so they'll be closing off their action for today. And after a very hard-fought first race, it's going to be, after his win earlier on, it will be on pole position once again after he was in qualifying Oliver Fowler, who starts at the front of the grid, this time alongside Gareth Claydon, who wants his second win of the season after he won at Snetterton. Matt Milson and Guy Davis then come next in third and fourth on the grid, teammates on the second row. That's ahead of Dale Wurton and Mike Doble on the third row of the grid. And then following that, we have on row number 4, we've got Jonathan Williams and Jim Barrett. And then rounding out the top 10 to start this second BMW Compact Cup race of the weekend is going to be the Henry Cook and Matt Flowers in the mix as well. Then we have 4 on 6th row of the grid. It's going to be Joseph Doble and Thomas Middleton from Ross Stoner and Richard Sutherland. And Sam Strong and Rod Langham, and it's ahead of Matt Kendall and Stephen Somerville. Gregor Pryor and John Robinson then come next from Tim Seaford and Max Noble, and then we should have towards the back of the grid Lee Dendy Sadler and Peter Smith, and then Rudy McMillan starting back in 25th on the grid. He's one definitely to watch from the rear, and then Chris McGinley starting in 26th and last on the grid. I think we've lost one car from the starting order that we had before, but sadly we are down 1 from when we started, but still 26 cars. The grid's still very healthy. The rest of the grid strolls through your screen. Just in the background, you can see the cars also heading off onto their formation lap. So as they make their way off onto their formation lap in considerably warmer conditions than it was earlier on this afternoon. See, the sun is much brighter in the air. Temperatures now at about 23 degrees now, so it's getting to the peak of its temperature from today. So the BMW is getting some nice weather for their trip here to the Donington Park circuit. Donington Park, always a circuit that seems to attract quite a healthy entry wherever you go in terms of many championships. It's also a circuit that, I've always found, never really produces a dull race. There's always a good selection of exciting races that get produced at Donington Park. So the excellent thing to see is that more of the same is being kept up from the Compact Cup. So Oliver Fowler then became this season's 4th different race winner. Is there a potential to see a 5th different race winner this season? Look at who we had. We've had Guy Davis, who won the first 2 races at Brands Hatch. You then had Ian Howes, who was a guest driver but still counts as a winner of the season, so that's 2. You then had Gareth Claydon. Yes, that's 4th different winner, because we've had so far this season Guy Davis, Ian Howes as a guest driver, and then Gareth Claydon, and then Oliver Fowler. So 4 winners from the first 7 races of the season, which is so 6 races of the season, which is pretty impressive. And again, just cementing just how competitive this season really is becoming. So the field makes its way again down the back straight, just weaving to try and keep those tyres as warm as possible. Making the way out through the hairpin, back to line of the grid. It should be quite an intriguing scrap in store here at the end of the field. What it definitely was in that first encounter earlier on, and I'm certain that we're going to get another excellent battle at the front, particularly between the top 4. But one car that we've got to watch out for, should his car be in working condition, I'm certain one car to watch out for has definitely got to be the number 20 car, Rudy McMillan, who starts right at the back of the grid. There's Jim Barrett, who is starting in... Jim Barrett is in 8th on the grid. Let's see who's got what in this second race of the weekend. Of the day, in fact, for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. And we're getting set to get underway then. Last few cars to get into position. Rudy McMillan's car is there at the back of the field, so he'll be starting, to say, back in 25th. Chris McGinley's car, I don't think he's on there because I think he's in the next race in the ClubSport Trophy. I think he might have well have forfeited doing this second Compact Cup race to race in SuperSport. But that's coming up in a bit shortly. Right now, though, it's time for our second Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup race here at Donington Park. The ref's starting to bubble away and rise on the grid. Red lights are on. Is it going to be 2 from 2 for Oliver Fowler, or can anyone else try and stop him? Well, Gareth Clayton's made a good start from the front row of the grid. Equally good launch from Matt Milson and Guy Davis on the second row. Now the drag race begins. Dale Worton with another quick start up the inside of Matt Milson already. Is he going for third? He's trying to. He's 3 abreast for third place. And Dale Worton's done it again. He's had a great start in the first race. He's done it again. There were 2 teammates have tangled. There's 2 cars off into the gravel, but both Matt Milson and Guy Davis came to blows. Now, have they got away with it? The answer is I'm not sure just yet. It's Fowler versus Claydon for first and second place. Dale Worton, a rapid start up to third. Mike Doble's up to 4th place. There's 1 car on the grass in the background. And who is that? It's Guy Davis. It's Guy Davis off the road. So Guy Davis then, after tangling with his teammate Matt Milson, Guy Davis, I'm afraid, off the road. And the man who took 2 victories at Brands Hatch and led the championship at the exit for the opening weekend, off the road now to the race on lap number 1, I'm afraid. And that will be a real blow to his championship points. The rest of the pack goes through McLean's for the first time. Now, what happened to Matt Milson, we don't know just yet. I haven't seen him come through or in that leading group anymore. But at the front of the field, it's slightly mixed up a little bit, but in the best possible way, because you've now got Oliver Fowler who leads. But as I say, it's now at the front of the field. 2nd place for Gareth Clayton. 3rd place now for, looks like that must be Mike Doble. 4th for Dale Worton. 5th, I think, is Jonathan Williams in there. And 6th is Matt Flowers. And there's Rudy McMillan, who starts at the back of the field in what was 24th place, and is already up a few spots. And I'm sure in that opening corner skirmish, would have picked up a few spots for free. Right, there's Matt Milson. Damage to the right rear. That looks like at least a right rear puncture. So the 2 cars coming together. And the worst possible person you want to come together with, if you have to, or if you find yourself in that situation, the worst possible person to come together with is your teammate. So I'm afraid Matt Milson and Guy Davis have committed the cardinal sin of running into each other, unfortunately, but I'm afraid in some cases that's motor racing. Across the line they go. So Fowler leads the opening lap then. Gareth Claydon in 2nd place. It is 3rd place for Dale Worton. It's then 5th for... here we go. It should be... yeah, Mike Doble's in there in 3rd place. The transponder was a bit late, so Mike Doble definitely is in 3rd. Dale Worton is in 4th place. It's Jonathan Williams 5th, Matt Flowers 6th. And it's Thomas Middleton, Sam Strong into 8th place, Richard Sutherland 9th, and Henry Cook. And as for Rudy McMillan, started 24th, or 25th on the grid. He's up to 12th already, so he's taken up 13 places in 1 lap, as Rudy McMillan. That's an incredible effort to get up the order that quickly. So through he goes. And so make their way up towards McLean's again. Fowler then is in control at the front. Gareth Clayton is doing his best to stay with him, but it might well be that he has a bit too much pace for Gareth Clayton to handle, unless Gareth's got a bit more left in reserve to pull him back towards him. So we'll wait and see how this plays out. So as they come back down towards the S's for the 2nd time, Dale Worton going defensive on Jonathan Williams. That's over 4th and 5th. It's Sutherland's car in there too. And then we have through the hairpin now for the 2nd time. Mike Doble looking strong in there. Of course, he'll be also the leading Masters car in there too as well. So up there in 3rd place ahead of Dale Worton. Dale again with that lightning getaway from the first few rows. Started back in, what was it, 7th on the grid. 5th on the grid, in fact. So he managed to really leapfrog and get in the mix there. And it looked as though slightly on the exit of that corner, just everyone sort of was boxing together from 3rd place backwards, and just unfortunately the 2 teammates just ended up coming together and ended up with Guy Davis off the road and Matt Milson in the pit lane, and having to try and get his car sorted out. If he's still in the pit lane at the moment, it might well be that he's just trying to either change the wheel or just trying to sort out whatever the issue might be with the car as a result. Both Matt Milson and Guy Davis then losing valuable points after that first corner skirmish. Meanwhile, Gareth Clayton is going with Oliver Fowler, and he is closing back in on him at this point in time. Just further back, we're looking at this scrap going on for a few more cars in the mix. You've got Jim Barrett, I think. Again, apologies for the streaking on the screen. So the temperatures are starting to possibly play a little bit with the production team's camera, so to speak. If there's the heat, it can have an effect sometimes. Through the Ross Stone into that, and also it's Pete Smith. Peter Smith, who found himself off the road up at the Melbourne Loop, is at least back in there too. So that's good to see that he's back in the mix and looking strong at this initial point. So Gareth Clayton then has got a good chance to try and put himself into contention for try and get himself past if he can. There's Mike Doble in third place watching on. Del Worthington trying to chase after him in fourth. And let's see, is Gareth Clayton possibly going to start mounting an attack here as the rest of the field goes streaming through? Further back, you've got here Ross Stoner with Peter Smith, and also in there too is 217, which is Stephen Somerville. And up at the front of the field, still no move for Gareth Clayton yet, but you can see that Oliver Fowler's trying his best as they turn through. Just big cut of the curb on the inside line for Oliver Fowler. There goes third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. There goes Matt Flowers in seventh place. It's 8th for Sam Strong, and Richard Sutherland gets a little tap in the tail from Henry Cook in 311. You won't have appreciated that. And here comes, as a result of that, Rudy McMillan. He's up to 11th place. He might get 2 for the price of 1 if he plays his cards right down the pit straight. He's close, but not close enough. But he's still staying in 11th. But the grey car with the yellow flashes, that's Rudy McMillan to watch out for. 11th place as Henry Cook does squeeze through. Sutherland comes back at him on the exit, and now McMillan tries to squeeze past both of them if he can. He's trying to take the inside line to follow Richard Sutherland through to get back past Henry Cook, but it's not quite happening there as Sutherland moves out wide a little bit. And then now into the right-hander. It's still as it was in that order. Sutherland from Cook from the 20 car McMillan. Top 2 still as they were then, Fowler and Clayton. Up at the top of Coppice. Bump it in the middle of the apex as they turn through. You can see how much clearer and how much brighter it's becoming here at Donington Park across the day. There's a lot more grey and overcast earlier on, but it's certainly much brighter and much nicer conditions. And we're actually, touch wood, we're actually quite far ahead of time in fact, because the next race, which is the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup race, it's scheduled to start at 16:50. At 10 to 5, but it's now currently 4:15, and we've still got 7 and a bit minutes to go, so we're going to be roughly around about possibly 25 minutes or 20-25 minutes up on time already, which has been excellent work from the Brscc to keep it as ruthlessly efficient as possible. Speaking of ruthlessly efficient, trying to get past this Stephen Somerville, but couldn't quite make that move stick. He's just following in the wheel tracks of John Robinson, and behind them I think was Dragon Pryor in the 137 car, and that's over 16th, 17th and 18th positions. As the top 2 make their way out of the hairpin again, still nose to tail. Del Worthington, meanwhile, could be on the verge of a podium if he can find a way past Mike Doble. And also equally could be a change on for 5th position because Thomas Middleton has... So John Williams is chasing after Thomas Middleton. I keep forgetting that Mike Doble's car will momentarily drop down the timing screen once his transponder sorts itself out. Rest of the top 10 is Matt Flowers in 7th. There goes Sam Strong in 8th in the dark metallic green machine. Here comes 9th and 10th, 11th and 12th. And if anything, Rudy McMillan now, rather than being right on the back of the top 2 behind, 2 guys in front of him, is now under threat from Jim Barrett. He was very wayward there exiting Redgate Corner. And now as they come down the hill, it looks as though is he behind? He is behind now. So Jim Barrett then has got back past Rudy McMillan. So I wonder, is that some of the technical issues which were before him at the start of race 1 that put him out? Are they just starting to creep back in again, I wonder? I hope not, because you certainly have to take this weekend as one of his couple of his drop schools from this weekend, because it really hasn't been the weekend to remember for Rudy. Now then, change for 3rd on, because Del Worthington has got past Mike Doble. So Mike Doble then has lost out on an overall podium place. Up to 3rd goes Del Worthington. And I don't think Doble's quite finished here, because he's trying to look for a way back past again. He's just darting around one way, darting the other. Nothing really doing here. They sweep through the S's. And further back, we're just watching the scraps going on now. This is This is Stephen Somerville with Gregor Pryor and Rod Langham. I recognise Rod's car. It's the blue car with the orange wheels to the back of that 3-car group. That's battling over 17th, 18th and 19th. The scrap for third is continuing on, as now it's getting a bit more congested because you've now got Jonathan Williams, Thomas Middleton, I think Matt Flowers is in there as well, as Gareth Clayton goes a little wide trying to continue his pursuit of Oliver Fowler, but Oliver still holding on with the advantage down the pit straight. 5 minutes to go in this second Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup race of the weekend, and Clayton's having a small look up the inside. He's putting himself into Fowler's mirrors. He was right there on the apex of the corner. He's just a whisker away from having a look up the inside, but still nothing doing. He's keeping the pressure up as much as possible. He's as close as he's ever been, really, through the Craner curves. Keeping close, keeping Fowler honest as they turn in. They've got quite a sizable gap. It's some 5.5 seconds, or 5 seconds or so, over this next gap for third, fourth and fifth. Now, Thomas Middleton has pulled away from Jonathan Williams. He's got past Jonathan on those last couple of laps, and he's now joining the fight for third. So it's now 3 cars for third place, but still this nose-to-tail scrap for first and second place. And Clayton, either he's biding his time as a big thumper curb and a bit of an oversteered twitch from Fowler there as he tried to hold on to the lead. And Clayton's as close as he's ever been through Coppice, so you might well start to try and line him up for a move, if not into the S's, but at least try and set him up for the run out of the S's towards the Melbourne Loop, because if he can't get it done into the chicane and put himself alongside, if he can get a better, faster exit onto the Grand Prix Loop, there's a chance he could try and put an attack on here. I think he's trying that second option. They both run line and stern through the S's, and now down the hill towards the loop again. Still Fowler in command then. Just keeping as close as he can, and he knows that time's running out. He's only got 3.5 minutes to go before the checkered flag flies. Wharton, meanwhile, is holding back the tide. He's holding Doble and Middleton back. Jonathan Williams now has Matt Flowers on his tail, and the rest of the top 10 is still Sam Strong on his own in 8th, and then it's Henry Cook and Richard Sutherland together for 9th and 10th position. Reedy McMillan, meanwhile, has stayed in 12th behind Jim Barrett, so no more progress for him. And Ross Stone has made some good progress too, up to 13th, so he's making steady steps up the order. So just over 3 minutes to go. Lap time wise, they are in, they're sort of in the 157s, 158. So looking at that time, we're going to get probably two more laps in this one. So 2 more laps around the Donington Park GP circuit. And Clayton is really giving Fowler the hurry up. There was a small twitch over the bump there for Fowler. He just about caught the car through the second part of the Craner curves. Down the hill towards the old hairpin they went. Just looking further back, you've got Somerville with Pryor and Langham still battling over 17th, 18th and 19th. Doesn't matter where you are in the field, as long as there's a good battle to be had. There's scraps up and down the field all over the place. Up at the front, in the mid-pack, and down towards the rear of the field. Meanwhile, leaders still nose to tail, and still Gareth Clayton continues to harry and press and apply this pressure on Oliver Fowler. Is he going to crack, or is there going to be any chance for Clayton to get through? He's right under the rear bumper. He's practically pushing him down the pit straight, but down the back straight towards the S's. And he has a look, darts out. This is going to be his chance to move up the inside. He looked, he was close, but nothing doing there. He has to sit back, and that might have compromised his run into the chicane to get onto the Grand Prix Loop. We'll wait and see, but Gareth Clayton knows that he's running out of time and running out of options. If he's to get back, get past it, he's looking up the inside. This is the move he needs. Into the hairpin goes Gareth Clayton, up the inside of Oliver Fowler, and into the lead then for race number 2 of the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. However, Fowler will come back at him on the exit. Is he brave enough to go down the outside and reclaim him? That was Jonathan Williams running wide at the hairpin. Meanwhile, Clayton tries to defend and hold on. Fowler goes round the outside. He's got the gripping confidence he needs to go through, but now he's got track position. He knows he's on the inside line as they start the last lap of the race. Cross the line together. They cross the line, and the gap between them is 16 one-thousandths of a second. Now, does Clayton dare go down the outside line and try and outbrake him in towards Redgate? The answer is no, because Fowler goes back up the inside, and 2 corners after he lost the lead, Fowler is back through. But now Clayton knows how to get past him, or at least get himself inside to try and find that way through. Back down through Hollywood, now through the Craner curves. Last time, a little way with their off apex. You can see Gareth Clayton taking so much curb. He's driving so aggressively and so hard to try and chase after him, kicking up the dust. He thumps the curb through the right-hander at the old hairpin. Wurton on course for his first podium, in my mind at least. I think he is. That'll be his first podium. Meanwhile, Claydon, you might not get him here at McLean's, but he needs a good run through McLean's, a good run through Coppice, a good run through the S's to get any chance to try and pass him up the inside again. Is there a last chance here for Gareth Claydon to take his second win of the season? They're both on one apiece at the moment because these two are the two most recent winning drivers this season. Falla took his first win of the season earlier on this afternoon. Gareth Claydon took his first ever Compact Cup win back at Snetterton. And here comes Claydon again. Darts out, puts himself into Falla's mirrors to try and distract him. And he knows if he can get a better run here into the chicane, this might set him up for a good run through and out of it. But I don't think he got a good run that time. I think it looks as though Falla had the better racing line and therefore it had just allowed him better to sweep through, pick up that move. Meanwhile, Millen's dropped another couple of places. He's now behind Peter Smith and Ross Stoner, but the leaders now come out of the hairpin at Melbourne for the final time. One more chance now for Gareth Claydon. Does he send it up the inside, or does he have to set up a second place and take the points with it? On the days you can't win that you can maximise how many points you take. And I think he set up a second place. Out of the final corner they come, and despite getting briefly in front, there was nothing Gareth Claydon could do. And it is going to be Oliver Falla who takes 2 from 2 and takes his second victory of the day at Donington Park to once again strengthen his place towards the head of the field in the points. It's win number 2 of the day for Oliver Falla. It's second place for Gareth Claydon and a third place, and I'm sure a first podium, I think, for Dale Wurton. He'll be delighted with that in P3, just holding off Mike Doble in 4th, Thomas Middleton in 5th, Matt Flowers in 6th. It looks like Jonathan Williams is happy with 7th place. He's very delighted with that position in the top 10. Then it's Harry Cook, Sam Strong and Richard Sutherland round out the top 10. And as for Reedy McMillan, he finished in 12th place. So 25th to 12th is still a good drive, but it got to the point where his progress from 25th kind of halted at just the base of the top 10, and it seemed to just fade off in the second half of the race. And maybe he used and overheated his tyres a little too much and spent the rest of the race chasing the temperatures, perhaps. There's a couple of late time penalties coming in. One for Ross Stoner, also one for Peter Smith as well, and one for Gregor Pryor too. I imagine all 3 for track limits, I'd anticipate. But as he waves to the marshals out the cockpit, very happy, Oliver Falla takes 2 from 2 at Donington Park, and that certainly thrusts him into championship contention this year. I'm certain he'll want to try and take that all the way to the next rounds at Not Kill. That form, that pace, that confidence, I'm sure the feeling of being a winner. So 2 from 2 for Oliver Falla. He takes victory in the second BMW Compact Cup race of the day from Gareth Claydon, second place, and Dale Wurton, I'm certain that's his first podium in 3rd. Excellent job from him after a great start. Mike Doble takes 4th in his top Masters driver home from Thomas Middleton, Matt Flowers, Jonathan Williams, Henry Cook, Sam Strong and Richard Sutherland. Then Jim Barrett in 11th from Reedy McMillan. 12th and 25th on the grid, really good drive from him. But it's Matt Kendall, Ross Stoner, Peter Smith, John Robinson, Rod Langham, Stephen Somerville, Gregor Pryor and Tim Seaford in the top 20. And the rest of the finishers, the 2 cars we lost sadly were the 2 teammates right at the start, Matt Milson and Guy Davis, who came together at the exit of Redgate, and unfortunately both of them did not see the flag. Gareth Claydon also takes the extra points for fast lap on top of that too after an excellent drive. So we're just waiting for the last few cars to make their way into pit lane. We should see our leaders heading out to the hairpin any second now, and once they do, we should be able to cut down to Rob Lewis very shortly. He will be able to have a chat to both Oliver Falla and also, I'm certain, I'm sure it'll be three very happy and relieved drivers. Oliver Falla to actually take his second win. Gareth Claydon will be a little bit disappointed, I'm sure, but certainly happy with second place. And I'd like to think, if it is his first podium, Dale Wurton will be absolutely ecstatic with that. And no wonder he's made some good progress in this season so far. And to get at least the first podium of the season is certainly something he'll certainly be very happy about. I think second and third are parked in the wrong spots, but doesn't matter. They're all the podiums together, and so to have they're on the right spots. I correct myself. It was second and third in there. But after a great second Compact Cup race with thrilling battles from start to finish, it is Oliver Falla who takes the victory, and down with the rest of the top 3 is Rob Lewis to have a chat to our podium finishers from that second Compact Cup race. Really good effort.
A very happy first and second. Oliver Falla just conferring with Gareth Claydon about potentially some of the racing goings on that happened out there on the circuit. Dale Wurton a great 3rd place. They do take, I keep saying it all day, these drivers do take a while to get their kit off and chat to the interviewer.
So he's having a little handshake with Dale Wharton. So obviously
Thank you, Oliver. I'll let you step forward to Gareth to get out of the car, but 2 out of 2, fantastic weekend.
Yeah, it didn't make it easy for me in that one, to be fair. Gareth probably just had the edge on me pace-wise. I looked in the mirror, we got away, and I thought it was going to be different to the first one. This was just a clean race between the two of us, so you know, I don't mind defending in a race as much as I enjoy attacking, so I was going to make him work for it if he was going to get me. So, but hey, it worked out okay. It was a good, really good race. Really good race.
It was very tight, especially on the last lap. I think when you came over to start the last lap, the gap was 0.016 of a second.
That's a big gap in compacts, no?
I don't. You could barely get a cigarette paper in between you. You were racing that close.
Yeah, no, look. Credit to Gareth as well. He drove a fantastic race and I really enjoyed it, and that's what it's all about.
Absolutely. Congratulations on a brilliant brace of wins this weekend. Oh, the brakes on these cars are very hot. They're really pushing these cars hard. Gareth, congratulations. I'll just move out of the way so we can get you on the camera, but congratulations on another brilliant second place. Fantastic.
Yeah, no, brilliant. Great race. Hats off to Ollie, he didn't put a foot wrong. I was trying to make him put a foot wrong, but he wasn't having it, and towards the end, the last couple of laps where I was so close on him, the car started cooking up because I didn't get no airflow to the front, so that's why I was moving out of his draft. But yeah, cracking race, cracking weekend, really happy.
In the hot, you've just pointed out there, one of the sort of side effects of it being a summer race weekend, is it really about preserving these cars the last sort of 5 minutes of the race?
Yeah, tyres, I mean, me and Ollie we was pushing, but we was just running our pace, and then towards the end we really started pushing, and obviously everything's at its hottest then, and the tyres started going off and my car started overheating, so yeah, they was at their maximum, and it does make a difference in the hot weather. You've got to look after them.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on a fantastic second place result, a pair of great results this weekend, and we welcome to the podium this weekend Dale Wharton. Fantastic, congratulations. You just beat the old maestro there, Mike Doble, across the line. He picked up the Masters win. We'll get to chat to him, but first of all, your thoughts on a great podium.
I'm over the moon. I had trouble in qualifying. We blew the engine up on Thursday night testing, put a new engine in Friday, and then the car was misfiring at qualifying and put me down to 11th. So it's home race. I'm happy. I'm over the moon.
Yeah,
over the moon. Got the silverware finally.
Finally got some silverware. Well, enjoy it. Have a well-deserved drink later on. That's our third place man. That's Dale Wharton there. Fantastic result. And I'll just grab a quick chat with Mike Doble before he packs up and heads off to Donington Park to cheer on Mikey in the British Touring Cars this weekend. Mike, another Masters win. You just had it on that podium position, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, I know. I was hoping to get third there, but failed to be on the brakes into the old hairpin. He's quite brave doing that, and I could stick with him, but didn't really have an opportunity to get by again after that, really, without throwing one bit banzai up the inside. But happy with fourth. Car's in one bit just about, so on to the next one there.
On to the next one indeed. Well, congratulations there. Good luck to Mikey tomorrow as well, Donington Park. And that concludes our wonderful overall podium and our Masters winner there in Mike Doble for the BMW Compact Cup. And that's it for the sprint races this weekend. We've got the little known race left of just a 2-hour endurance race. I'm sure that'll be absolutely fine, I think. But I'm actually going to run up to the commentary box and join Scott up there shortly, so he doesn't lose his voice like I'm losing mine. We've got a 2-hour SuperSport Endurance Championship race. It's time to head back up to the commentary box for Scott to talk us through this massive grid of eclectic cars.
It certainly is, Rob. Yes, as you absolutely said, we are finished for sprint racing for the day. Time to go endurance racing to finish off Saturday's programme here at Donington Park. And it's the third round of the season for the new SuperSport Endurance Cup. There is some beautiful and magnificent machines on this grid. Some great cars, including one or two personal favourites of mine. And here's how they're going to line up for 2 hours of racing. It's Keir McCollum and Bart Horston who will start on pole in Pro A in their BMW 1 Series, alongside Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones in their M3 engine in E36 Compact. Dave Griffin, a guest driver in his E90 M3, starts alongside the E46 M3 of Julian McBride. Then Ricky Kumba in his Honda Civic, which looks like a TCR car, but isn't. I'll explain that in a second. And then it's Jasper Sapra's BMW who starts in P6 in his E36 machine. Then Leon Bidgeway, who won it outright at Silverstone GP. He starts 7th alongside a very special car, which is John Dixon and Richard Taffender in their Lotus Evora ex-British GT4 car, starting in 8th. They're a guest. It's Hayes and Reed in the set, Super Copper, who come in 9th alongside Lynch and Clark in their BMW M3. Paul Hinson, who starts in 11th place. He is going to be in the BMW Compact alongside Clinton Ewan in his BMW M3. It's then Mead and Hartland in the VW Scirocco, James Alford in the Golf. Then comes next from the Hayes in their Seat Leon. The Etheridges in their M3 alongside Oliver Smith and that really beautifully prepared BMW, number 36, alongside Ewan. It's then Lee Collins in the only Caterham in the field, alongside Caterham and Scott, another guest in their BMW Compact. Rounding up the top 20 and 21st, it's then Evans and Hart, so it's the Honda Civic Type R and the Robertson and Amos at Mazda MX-5 Mark III. Michael Edwards in car 63 is next to Lotus Elise. It's then Sanford, Noon and Reuter in their Mazda MX-5 Mark III. We were going to have Bailey Edwards, but sadly his car caught fire at the end of the qualifying session. Thankfully the driver seems to be okay, but the car not in a state to race. That means that John Wyatt moves up and starts ahead of him. It's then Connell and Wilkinson Hughes next from Bailey Edwards, who was going to be there, and then Price and Dennis in their Renault Megane. It's then Wiggins, Hyde and Hyde in the Mazda MX-5 Mark III. Oliver Cottam, who is sharing with his dad Edward in what I believe is his last race ever, he was telling me earlier on, and also sharing with Joseph Ritchie too. And then it's Reed and Drinkwater, one of the pace setters in Clubman C, who then is ahead of the Adcox in their BMW. And we should have also had at the back of the grid the Smith and Dennison Mark 1, along with Adams, Dennison and Miller in the Renault Clio RS 197. So 32 strong entry for this third round of the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup. Brand new championship for 2023. If you're not sure what it is simply a 2-hour endurance race. Basically, it's a brand new club level endurance championship. 6 classes with a maximum power to weight ratio of 350 brake horsepower per tonne. That means you get BMWs, you get Lotuses, you get Seats, Honda Civics, Scirocco's, VWs, all sorts of different cars turning out in this one. One thing we've certainly learned so far is if you want to succeed at least in your class, if not overall, get a BMW M3, because that has been basically the car that's dominated most of the way, aside from, of course, the BMW 1 Series that leads Pro A in its class in the points of Keir McConomy and Bart Horston. And it's that Bart Horston who used to race single-seaters, the young racer from Australia. He is Keir McConomy's driver coach, and so he decided to team up with him this season in that number 21 BMW 1 Series. And that car has taken outright pole position here at Donington Park. Its first ever visit to Donington Park, the SuperSport Endurance Cup. So it's a 2-hour race, and you have 2 mandatory pit stops. Each have to be 3 minutes in length mandatory. You are allowed to refuel. You can change drivers. You can have up to 3 drivers in one car. Some drivers do it solo. Some do it with one co-driver. Some do it with 2. And you've got all sorts of different cars across the scope of cars. All the classes separated by power to weight ratios. You've got all sorts in there, from big BMWs, as I say, to Hondas, Lotus Elise, Zigzags, and even the GT4 Evora that's guesting this weekend with John Dixon and Richard Taffender, which that car has some British GT experience. You've also got towards the back, you've got Minis, you've got Honda Civics, Mazda MX-5s, there's a couple of Renaults in the field, you've got the Megane, 2 of the Pure Track cars, the Megane of Price and Dennis, and the Adams, Dennis and Miller Clio RS 197, and all sorts in between as well. There's even the Eric Caterham in there in 18th place with Lee Collins at the wheel, no stranger to any Brscc endurance racing action, and with some of the Golfs and other cars that are sure to be quite the stories that come through in this third race of the season. In fact, the pack is already nicely formed up behind the RunYourFleet.com safety car, and so it is going to be then the Horston and McConomy at 1 Series on pole. It's Gadsby and Jones in their E36 Compact M3 that will start at the front of the grid, but anything can happen in the next 2 hours. Is it going to be a BMW on top? Can somebody else knock a BMW off their perch? Or is it going to be a Lotus, a Honda, or something else then? 2 hours of SuperSport Endurance Cup racing all set to get underway here at Donington Park. Watch for the red lights, because when they go out, any second now, and it's race 3 of the season is underway. It's a good jump actually from the Gadsby and Jones M3 Compact to come down towards turn 1 for the first time. It's a drag race between the McConomy Horston 1 Series and the Gadsby Jones M3 Compact, and it is the McConomy Jones 1 Series that heads in. They're 3 abreast behind them. That was the Hayes and Reed Super Copper side by side with the Dave Griffin BMW M3 that didn't get a good start, but down the hill they tumble for the first time, and it's the 1 Series that leads at the M3 Compact in 2nd place, as it was really on its lock stops there. McBride in 3rd, it's then the Jasper Sapra BMW 4th, the Hayes and Reed Super Copper is up into 5th position. There's the Caterham mid-pack, and also a slow start for the Lotus Evora, John Dixon and Richard Tafford. I think it might be John Dixon at the wheel. But that car did qualify up in 8th position, but it's dropped down to about the mid-pack already, so it's got some work to do to try and pick its way up higher up the order, if possible. Through McLean's for the first time. The field pours its way through. Looks like, fingers crossed, everyone's got through trouble-free. The rest of the pack coming up through the right-hander McLean's, the rest of the field coming up through Coppice and down the back straight. One of my favourite cars in the field, actually two together in fact. You've got the Lotus Evora GT4, and I'm a sucker for that car. I'm quite a fan of the Evora anyway, but that GT4 and its beautiful green and yellow livery is up there too. There goes Ricky Coomber up the inside of the Hayes and Reed Super Copper Seat, and just behind them, you've got, it looks like, Leon Bidgeway, the Welshman in his Lotus Exige, and that car won the race outright at Silverstone on the GP circuit last time out, supporting the C1 24 Hours last month. He's up there too. And also in there too, I think it's Paul Hinson who's up there too, who is looking quite strong as well. I think he's in Clubman A, I believe, in that class. So out to the hairpin they go, on to the end of lap number 1. And still, that's about a minute and a half of racing done, about 1 hour 58 and 20 seconds still to go. And so it's the McConomy Horston BMW that leads the way then. It's then Gadsby and Jones in 2nd place, but Bride is 3rd. Sapra 4th. Dave Griffin's BMW, which is a guest driver, in 5th. Ricky Coomber's Honda Civic is 6th. Then it's the Hayes and Reed's car 7th. The Seat Super Copper 8th is Leon Bidgeway. And here's the fight for 9th between the Paul Hinson BMW and the Hayes and Hayes Super Copper car. That's the other of those two Seats that are in the same team. Julie McBride there was sweeping around the outside and just denying a move there for Jasper Sapra, looking up the inside to try and take the position for what would have been 3rd place outright. So as we say, 6 classes in this championship. That's a maximum power to weight ratio of 350 brake horsepower per tonne. And that now means, of course, that you've got all sorts of different machinery that can fit within it. One thing I will mention is that the timing screen actually just shows A, B and C rather than it doesn't actually show Clubman A or Pro A, which is a bit confusing, but we'll try and work through them as the race goes on. See the Lotus Evora starting to get a bit more up to speed now. It's picking its way through after a very steady start and showing its pure pace as it goes through. It's going past the Hayes and Hayes Seat, and its next target is going to be the Paul Hinson BMW Compact, so it's breaking its way into the top 10. And the other car which I'm quite fond of is the Smith & Ewan BMW number 36 car, which is a beautifully turned out E36 BMW M3. Looks wonderful, kind of like coppery, reddish, sort of brown metallic livery on there. And it's really beautifully turned out car. It looks like one of the old school BMW M3s that used to race in IMSA in some cases, but it's got no livery on it. Really nicely turned out. It looks more like a track day car rather than an actual race car, but really well put together and looking pretty strong. Rob Lewis has joined me up in the commentary box. 2 laps in already. Everything's starting to settle down already in SuperSport, but I have to say, I think you've got, just like me now, watching this flood of cars go by, there is some tasty machinery in this field for sure.
Absolutely, but we had this conversation earlier on, didn't we, Scott, that if you want to be up the front in this series, it's certainly, as we see the pure track racing again just getting bullied out of the way coming out of the Goddard's hairpin, but to be in the top 10 really in this championship, you need a BMW possibly, or a very, very tasty Honda Civic, Ricky Coomber's Honda Civic, which to point out, I know you were very keen to point this out, that is not a TCR car.
No, it looks very much like one, and it did cause a bit of confusion at the start of the season, but after checking in with Ricky, we can confirm it definitely, well, it genuinely does look like the original Honda Civic TCR car. It is a Honda Civic race car that's been built from the ground up that happens to look like a TCR car. A similar sort of looking car, but even though there was never a VW Scirocco TCR, is the Tim Hartland Stuart Mead VW Scirocco. It looks like a bit of a touring car, but again, it's just the body kit and the build that's been put together, the way it's been put together, it looks like it. So it's very good, we call it a touring car clone if you like, but it's a ground up built car in the same way that Ricky Coomber's car is. So just to hopefully omit any confusion, there is no TCR cars in this championship. It might look like one, but it's Ricky Coomber's own self-built machine. So now we've cleared that one up, we can crack on with the rest of the race.
Well, I'm just checking out this battle pack that's heading down the main straight now. I don't know about you, Scott. I missed the Dunlop bridge that used to be there before, but we've got an eclectic mix of car here. You've got a Mazda MX-5, you've got the Lotus Elise with the Berkshire Turbos livery under it, car number 63, which is making its way into the chicane. But there's a battle pack of cars there that you could not get more different if you tried. Absolutely fantastic. They make their way down into the Melbourne Loop. They're hard on the brakes. You've got the BMW Compact with a Lotus Elise down the inside. You've got a Mini Cooper there. You've got a Mazda MX-5. You've got the Renault Megane and the Pure Track Racing team as well. More MX-5s there. And I think this is the gaggle to have a look at, Scott, because they're going to be fighting all the way through this endurance race. Someone's told them this is 2 hours long, right?
I think they have, yeah, but they seem to be fighting as if it's a 15-minute sprint. We've just had all that all day, so I don't quite think they're quite listening too much. But the main thing is they're having fun out there, they're enjoying themselves, and of course, this is typically what you find in endurance race. You have that, it's like an accordion effect. You have everyone's closed up and bunched up together, all those battles initially at the first few minutes of the race, the first part of that race. The middle part of the race, everyone strings out a bit more, the pit strategy starts to come into play, then usually the races start to kind of compress together right towards the end. When everyone's done their pit stops, everyone all comes together on the strategies that they're running, and therefore all the battles that you have that will naturally start to shake out will start to progress as that race goes on. So it's not a surprise to see, you know, that many sort of cars in the mix and that many sort of cars battling hard early on. But of course, this is them just trying to settle in, find their rhythm, find their track positions, and by the time we get towards the pit stops, it'll then start to properly shake out before we get to that second half of the race. And then once everyone's made those mandatory stops, then we can see what the battle's going to be like at the front. We saw quite a strategic race last time at Silverstone, particularly when we had a safety car that broke things up a little bit. But cars taking advantage of the pit window and pitting when the safety car was in particular the Leon Bridgeway and Lotus that timed their pit strategy to absolute perfection, and that's what helped Leon get himself towards the front, get such a large lead, and in the end go on to win that race and beat all the Pro A cars in his Pro B Lotus Exige, which is a great drive to make that happen. So far, it's wins, if you want to call them outright wins, for the McConomy and Horston BMW that won at Snetterton. And here's our race winner from Silverstone, the Leon Bridgeway number 32, yes, Leon Bridgeway's car, the number 32 Lotus Exige. It's now being, to use your term, bullied a little bit by the Hazelreed set Super Copper. It's almost like, that's almost a recreation of the old BMW M8 meme, isn't it? Kind of like the little Lotus Elise got the huge set Super Copper just looming up behind it. It must be quite exciting watching this huge big Super Copper car just in your rearview mirror. You might get even bigger fright in a minute because the Lotus is on its way as well. The Lotus Evora is not too far away. It's got past the Smith & Ewan BMW and the Lynch and Clark BMW, so both of those M3s. Its next target is going to be that battle that's going on for 7th and 8th, so watch out for that Lotus there, right there, the GT4 car that's going through. And that now next car is going to be, next target will be that scrap for 7th place that's going on right now.
Absolutely, with that car on screen there, it's still got its British GT livery there, the Lotus Evora. Yes. It is absolutely beautiful. I've had a look at it up close, and it just, there's something about a Lotus. Now, you have the acronym on it, which is lots of trouble, usually serious. But you just can't beat a decent racing Lotus. They are beautiful cars, as we see a bit of a issue there on the brakes going into the chicane. Just trying not to have his nose cut off there. That's the 36 car of Smith & Ewan, the BMW E36 M3. As we see this pack, that Evora come through the Melbourne Loop again, head down towards Goddard's, is being followed closely by one of the EST Performance Seat Leons in the background, but you cannot get any different if you tried there in terms of the shapes of the cars up and down the grid. You've got likes of Renault Clios, Renault Meganes. Up the front you've got the big bustling fire-spitting M3s. You've got Ricky Coomber's Honda Civic that looks like a TCR car, but it's not a TCR car. You've got an ex-British GT Lotus Evora, BMW E36 M3s, which are the mainstay of British Club Motorsport. I feel you've had the likes of Paul Hinson, who's currently running first in his class, which is Clubman Class A. He's got a BMW compact that effectively is just what I would like to call had some jalapenos fired into it. It's really been spiced up and ready for the hard endurance racing and well developed. And then you've also got the likes of James Alford, who is in the VW Golf, the Mark 6 VW Golf, always looking immaculate whenever he brings it out as well. The Platinum Trade car.
You could get that out for something, could you?
No, I'll get my teeth back in, it's fine.
Good point you make about James Alford, because it's nice, since he joined, I think his first race with anything BRSCC, I think, was Brands Hatching ClubSport last year. Yeah. And he seems to have taken to both ClubSport and SuperSport really quickly. He likes both formats, and he's actually doing double duty, because he's also, I believe, doing ClubSport Trophy tomorrow as well. So this is going to be it. So he's really enjoying himself out there. I just mentioned, what's not making it easy for us in terms of category exactly who's in which class is that TSL decided just to put A, B and C on there, but not designate Pro A or Club A, B and C on that side. in terms of that. In terms of the pit stop window, we believe the first pit stops take place, I think it's within after the first 20 minutes of the race have been completed, and the pit window exists until the end of until the last 15 minutes of the race. So that entire pit window, you have to make 2 mandatory pit stops. If you pit outside of those 2 windows, you can still make a pit stop, but it won't count towards your mandatory one. So the first pit stop window should open after the first 20 minutes and end with 15 minutes to go. So in that whole sequence is when you'll have the cars coming for pit stops. So the pit window won't open now for another 9 minutes or so until we get those first stops in. This is a Rob Boston racing car. In fact, I have another one of the Mazda MX-5s out there, so a couple of rather nicely turned out Mazdas. But the Rob Boston car, which has got the Sanford Noonan Reuter in the mix. I've said it once before and I'll say it again. Rob Boston, there's a big lock up there for the BMW. It's the hairpin, one of the compacts, and that was the, let's have a look, I can tell you which one it probably is. That was probably the Caterham Scott BMW, that's 182 that's in there. So that car is currently sat at the moment in, it's supposed to be Pro A, but it's in, is that 182? No, I couldn't quite tell who that was exactly. We'll check as you come across the line to see exactly which order that's in. It's the car immediately in front of the Sanford Noonan Reuter car. It is Caterham Scott, so it's 182. That car, I guess, in this one. But I was going to say about the Rob Boston Racing Mazda, it and a few other cars are already being lapped now by the race leaders, the McConnell and Horston 1 Series. With Rob Boston, he doesn't engineer a bad car, I don't find. Any car he tends to put his hands on, whether it's a Mazda, a Lotus, or a GT car, or a touring car, he knows how to get the best out of it. He's one of those engineers who he can get the best out of just about almost any kind of race car he lays his hands on.
Absolutely, and we found that at the Racer Remembrance last year. He was looking to carry on his streak of wins in that, and certainly they pulled it off. I think an engine change during the interval helped, but
yeah, it tends to, doesn't it, when one engine's failing, doesn't it?
Yes, but you know, the car, the man himself, Rob Boston, I mean, he's a very successful team owner, very successful driver in his own right, and very correctly, as you say, Scott, anything he puts his hand to does indeed turn to gold, as we see the BMW make a move past the pure track McGann there, going through McLean. So already, we're not even 15 minutes into this race. The pit stops haven't even begun yet, and we're seeing the faster cars starting to make their way through this field, and it just goes to show the vast power to weight ratios that we have on this grid of cars as well. But it's the fact that these cars are sort of able to exist racing together. Hopefully no issues. I'll touch the table there to touch wood. Hopefully no issues going into the further laps of this race. And we see there on screen, that's car number 62. That's the Scirocco that you were referring to earlier, that's got what I referred to as more or less a DTM oh, we got a bit of a blow up there. That's the BMW M3 that looks like it's no longer probably going under its own power. Lots of fluid dripping from underneath there, so I would say that car has potentially thrown a rod.
Yeah, either that or severely overheated, because it's got lots, and also skating off possibly. That was the Paul Hinson BMW. So several cars.
This is going to be a safety car, surely.
No, yes, I have to say at the very least that, yeah, because obviously there's several cars that have hit that fluid. So what's happened is that has obviously dumped quite a lot of fluid on the circuit, and no surprise, safety car has been deployed absolutely straight away, and absolutely right decision. Oliver Smith jumps out of the 36 car. The Robertson Amos cars are still off the road, also having to check up there with the other reducer in their BMW. So no surprise, safety car's been deployed. I'm sure that they'll spring into action and activate the lights once the right moment to get out on track has been done. And there's the that's the Semprini Honda. That's the Evans and Hart car that's gone around. So yeah, it looks like as though whatever's happened,
that's dumped quite a lot of fluid down, and that's a Lotus that's gone off.
That's the 63 car, and that team's already had drama today with one car catching fire at the end of qualifying.
Yes.
The 33 car, but didn't take the start, sadly. We believe the driver's okay, but at least the back of the car's not quite a pretty sight with plenty of...
I would say medium rare.
Right, okay. Not to make too light the situation, but
no,
it needs to be. But off the road now has gone the 97 Mazda MX-5. They're going to have to slow this field down to try and at least clear up whatever fluid's down there, because there were several cars that hit
the pure track car getting sideways.
Yeah, the McGann was very lucky not to get around there. Oh, Julian McBride's getting sideways, and so is Rookie Coombe, but they've really got to... I'm not the doubt them already, because the marshals are doing a magnificent job as they are, but I'm certain they must have the waving every single slippery surface like they've got down there to try and warn the drivers out there, because the safety car has been deployed. Everyone's got to be just that little bit really careful. The safety car has now gone out there. It's picked up initially the other pure track car. That's the Renault Clio of Matt Adams.
That'll be Sarah Dennis driving that car at the moment.
And Jamie Miller as well. Sarah Dennis at the wheel then. Again, that was, I think I put the commentator's curse on it. That was one of my 2 favourite cars in the field. That's the car I was talking about. It's really lovely. He puts the car together, but sadly, just the reliability on it just wasn't there.
Unfortunately, yeah. And I used the term earlier, thrown a rod. So effectively, that's normally the case that where something gets a bit loose in the engine and it literally throws the con rod out the side of the engine, punches a big hole of it, and that's normally where the oil then escapes from. So what that would have done there, that's dumped all of the contents of its oil sump onto the track, and you've seen there with the cars scattering everywhere. The marshals getting to it as quickly as possible. We've got our first visitor to the pit lane, although not in the window, Scott. So is that the car number 77 pulling into the garage? So maybe some issues there.
Essentially, that car was running 3rd in class at that point, which is a shame. So that's unfortunate to see that car is having issues. That's the Sanford Newton Reuter car out what was 23rd. Clubman B car, I think. There is, I think that's all the Smith at the wheel of that car. He's then out of the car. And he seems to be finding the positive side of it anyway. He seems to be kind of just chatting with the marshals and thinking, oh, well, if that's racing, it happens.
Knowing the marshals, they're trying to cheer him up a bit. They know the driver's probably going to be a bit grumpy. He's just seen, all he's seeing at the moment, Scott, is pound notes, because he knows that engine rebuild's going to be a bit costly to do. So, and a big shout out to our Orange Army there. We absolutely love you to bits. They have been on song all day, getting cars done, getting our drivers sorted and making sure that our races are running on time. And it's great to see them out there enjoying this British sunshine and this Brscc summer race day.
Yeah. Apparently, some have officially started next week. I've got quite season, so it gets to June.
It's fine.
It's June, July, August, and then it gets to September. That's the
Absolutely.
Also, I should learn to put my mic down rather than actually talk so people can hear me, although sometimes that's not being able to hear me is not necessarily a bad thing. So anyway, I'm going to try under the safety guide to try and decipher on the TSL timer screen and see who is where in terms of the order. So from the very top, Pro A is being, and overall is being led by the Kia Economy Bart Horston BMW 1 Series. Second place currently is the guest car, which is one of the guest cars, which is the Dave Griffin BMW M3 E90. And then in third place is the Jasper Sapra BMW M3. That rounds up the top 3 in Pro A. Pro B is being led by the Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones BMW Compact with the M3 engine that got the really good start initially. And then it's that second place for Julian McBride in his BMW M3. And then Leon Bidgeway, the Silverstone winner, is in third place to round up the top 3 in that class. In Pro C, it's now the Stuart Mead, right, yeah, I think we've got it. It's the Stuart Mead, Tim Hartland VW Scirocco that leads that class. In second, it's the Hayes and Hayes Seat Leon, so it's the non-Super Copper car that we've got up there in Pro C. And third place in class looks to be the 63 car of Michael Edwards, and he leads, he's in third place in Lotus Elise in Pro C. We get to Clubman A, and that's being led by, let's see, Paul Hinson's BMW Compact at the moment. James Alford's currently second in Clubman A in the VW Golf. And then third place for Evans and Hart in their Honda Civic Type R. That rounds up the top 3 for them. Clubman B is being led by, looks like, the Robinson and Amos. They've been the winners of both of those races so far. Robinson and Amos in the Mazda MX-5 Mark III. That leads Pro B. Then it's second place in that class is the Connell and Wilkinson Hughes, and there's a third driver in there. Wilkinson Hughes and Nolan Mazda MX-5 Mark III. That's the 97 car. And then Clubman C is third place back in 28th overall, is the Cottams with, which is Oliver and Edward, and Joseph Ritchie in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup car. And then Clubman C is being led by David Drinkwater and Adam Reed in their BMW Compact. Second for Smith and Dennison, Pete Smith and I think James Dennison in their Mazda MX-5 Mark I. And then it's Philip Adcock and Matthew Adcock in the BMW Compact Cup in Clubman C in third place. Breathe. And that's still 6 classes. It was a bit trying to decipher it. You have to look at kind of where you've got 2 A's in first position, 2 B's in first place. That's where you have to kind of look down the order and try and find where they are. We managed to decipher it, and I'm sure we'll continue deciphering it throughout the race as it goes on. We're seconds away from the pit window opening, so in a couple of seconds' time, the pit window will officially open any second now. So it means that from now until 15 minutes to the end of the race, you are allowed to make your 2 mandatory pit stops. Each has to be 3 minutes in length from pit in to pit out, and if you are short on any of them, you think you get penalised. I think at the very least, the time that you're short by And I know this is the case in club sport, but you get that time you're short by plus 30 seconds. I'll double check it in the regs in a second. But so you do get penalised if you're on a short pit stop time on top of that. And you can take those pit stops anytime you want. So you can take them right at the beginning and get all the driver time for one of your quicker drivers in, so they can go for the rest of the race and try to fill in that driver time that you need. You can spread them out, so you can kind of make it equal. You can centre it around maybe the quicker of your 2 or 3 drivers. There's lots of different strategy elements that come into play here in terms of, you know, how long can you go, how do you play these strategies out. You know this, of course, from C1 Racing courses, from other champions like Fun Cup and other endurance championships. This is the key strategy part of the race. Now the pit stops are in, how do you structure it? How do you choose to do your refueling? How do you choose to do your driver stints? How long are those stints? When do you decide to pit within those windows? So many things to think about, so many factors that you have to put into play. It's quite something that you have to have quite a logical and tactical head on your shoulders to try and get right if you need someone to help you out on that. But ultimately, most drivers are out there just to enjoy the 2 hours, to have fun, and wherever they end up is wherever they end up. At the same time, though, the racing drivers, they're competitive, they want to win.
Yeah, there's always the competitive juices. Anyone that enters a motor race goes, oh, I'm just here to have a bit of fun. They're lying. Because I try and tell people that all the time, and they say the same thing to me. But the one thing that is going to play a part in this, Scott, is that Run Your Fleet safety car that's up at the front. That's going to play a big part in this as well, because of course we're just sneaking into that pit stop window now. So it wouldn't surprise me if poor Jeremy, our cameraman, is going to get absolutely inundated with lots of cars going into the pits, because endurance racing, what it's about is spending as little time in the pits as possible and as much time out on track. And with the safety car that bunches all the field up, slows everyone down, that negates the time lost into the pit lane. So you can come in, get your first stop, as we see a member of our Orange Army just getting the old speedy dry cement dust down to cover that oil slick that's happened up at the top. I'm pretty sure they've already recovered the BMW out of the gravel. So a lot of the work, as we see race leader heading to the pit lane. So as we expected, we've got the pit stop starting. The Pure Track Clio's in. That's going to be a very busy pit lane. Car number 90's in. That's another BMW M3's in. But let's just have a look at this pit stop here. That is our race leader, the BMW 1 Series. Pulls in, 45-degree angle. We'll see if the driver's just going to get out, if there's any fuel going in at all. Can't see anything. Just Sapra's in. Yeah, I have a feeling, Scott, we're going to see about 60 to 75% of the field pull in for a pit stop.
I think even 1 or 2 cars were looking to go in the pit lane, saw the traffic jam and thought, nah, I'm going around for another lap, because they didn't want to get too caught up in it. You can see several cars are doing this, and no wonder, if you're behind the safety car, it's a free pit stop essentially. You're going to lose much less time than you would be under green flag conditions. So essentially, in many cases, unless you've got a specific strategy that you have to stick to, the question's got to be, under safety car, pitting under the safety car, why not? Because essentially you're going to lose a heck of a lot less time than you would if you're doing it under green flag when you're at full speed. So take advantage of it. If it switches up your pit strategy a little bit, just go with the flow and see how the rest of the race plays out.
Absolutely, and without putting the mocker on anything, it could well be that this safety car's out for a significant number of laps, because the car's been recovered, but they've got to make sure that the track is at least, I wouldn't say clean, but they've got to make sure that they get enough speedy dry down to soak up that oil, get rid of it, so that when the cars go back to green flag racing again and go hell for leather as they normally do, we don't have cars spinning off again. So it might take a while, but as you can see there, that is a very, very busy pit lane. Lots of cars being worked on. The car you can see right up the front, the BMW Compact with the Skegness tyres livery down the side. That's the Adam Reed, David Drinkwater car. I was talking to them last night over a very quiet drink, and they were looking forward to their chances. David Drinkwater, of course, a very experienced endurance racer in his own right. He's raced at the likes of Nürburgring 24 hours. He's even raced at the Bathurst 12 hours. To put that onto his CV as well, a very experienced racer. It does look like he is actually taking the wheel of that car, and they pitted from the lead of their class. So the Reed Drinkwater car, BMW Compact, that in qualifying achieved a fastest lap of a 1:54.792. So very impressive lap there from them, but the crew's still getting to work. I think that's actually one of the Donington Park track crews there, but as well as putting the speedy dry down, they'll possibly be soaking chemical in it as well, just so it doesn't soak into the tarmac. So unfortunately, when you see cars normally when you see cars throw a rod like this or an oil line comes adrift, anything like that, it's not just getting the car out of the way that they've got to deal with, it's the consequences of the oil slick. But we're starting to see cars now exit the pit lane after their stop's done. That car in front of us there, number 43, just about to get to release, as we see our race leader that certainly not on the road at the moment, but the McConomy Horston car has been released from his pit stop.
Yeah, that was
the patch.
Yeah, that was the Dave Griffin car that's coming out. Jasper Sapper's gone through. The Etheridges have had to wait a couple of cars to get out. You can see the Smith and Dennison MX-5 going out. There's the Kia McConomy Bart Horston car, and also the 97 MX-5 as well is also headed out on track after it. So that's the Connell, Wilkerson, Hughes, and we'll get the third name once they get on the screen. Colin, Wilkerson, Hughes and Nolan car, so 3 drivers sharing that one. And they came in second in Club and B, so they've got some work to do to try and get back up the order if they can. Of course, what this will mean is if there is, whilst this safety car period continues on, if there is a second group of cars that comes in, we have to kind of wait until the race, all the stops are done, everyone comes back behind the safety car to really get a true idea of how this race is shaken out in terms of where people are. Now that's interesting. There's a red light at the end of the pit lane, which means because there are cars coming past the ones that haven't pitted yet, which means that a couple of the cars that have been caught out because the safety car is bringing the train past, they've now got to wait. And so technically those cars have gone a lap down on that one, but I think when those cars come back through again, particularly if they can do under the safety car, if they choose to pit under the safety car, they'll be able to get back around again. So the 2 cars that seem to have missed out in the sequence are the Dixon and Taffin Lotus Evora, which is coming out now, you see there, and also the Julian McBride BMW, and that car was in quite contention towards the top of the field anyway. It came in, it was in the mix of the cars that had or hadn't pitted. It actually came out sort of 4th or 5th out of the cars that did. In terms of cars that have come through and actually haven't pitted yet, the actual car that leads the way, it seems at the moment, is the car that's second in shot, because it looks like the Civic of...
It's Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart in that Civic,
yeah,
the Sempridi racing car. I mean, you know, they're up at the. They'll certainly screenshot that, and I'm sure show that to their sponsors to maybe get some plaudits there, showing them leading the pack in front of the safety car. But no, that BMW M3 engine compact there certainly looks a bit tasty, but it's interesting that they didn't choose to pit this time around, Scott. So I'm wondering if they've just thought, no, it's okay, we're running our own strategy as it is. Maybe they sort of accounted for an early safety car to potentially go into their pit stop strategy. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm sure as the rest of the race plays out, we'll certainly find out as they come through. We've already come up towards half an hour in this SuperSport Endurance Cup race. We've had quite a bit of action initially. Things settled down quite quickly, and now we've had this first foray of pit stops for everyone to try and get them out of the way quickly. It's been pretty crucial. There's essentially the reason, which is the slippery surface flag. We had the number 36 BMW essentially have its engine let go in not a spectacular way, but at least in terms of what the engine now doesn't have in it, rather than what it does have. It's a lot of fluid and oil or whatever it might be that's been come onto the circuit right here down up at the Coppice. So our brilliant marshals and recovery teams have been very quickly putting down quick dry and any chemicals they need to absorb whatever fluid came out of the 36 BMW. That car fell out of the race, of course. And so the field now stacked up behind the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car. So it is the Evans and Hart Honda, which is further back in the pack, but it's now at least the car that leads the race is that Gadsby and Jones car. Here's the number 98 machine. That's the MX-5 Super Cup car of Oliver and Edward Cottam along with Joseph Ritchie. I think it's Oliver that's going to go out there now. It looks like Oliver's crash helmet. I think it is. So Oliver will get behind the wheel and complete his first pit stop.
And we were talking to his dad earlier, weren't we, Scott? And,
we were.
He's the first thing he was very quick to mention to us was this is actually going to be his last race, or as he called it, his retirement race. So he mentioned that after 37 years, you know, he's got some operations coming up to sort out some issues with his back. So best wishes to you for that. And it's just great to see. Obviously, Oliver Cottam, you would have seen in TCR UK. He's running in the Audi there this season, and he's almost passing it down to the second generation now. So just going for one last hurrah with his son. Great to see.
Yeah, good to see. And Oliver, I'm certain, will be keen to try and get some good experience. He did say, his dad did say that he's trying to get him into a few different experiences, into different cars. He's did around C1s. He's done a little bit of also doing TCR as well, and a couple of other little things that he's trying to just kind of broaden his horizons in terms of different experience levels. Into the pit lane comes the Gadsby and Jones BMWs. That's our in from what was the lead. This will now give the lead, unless anyone else is pitting, I think, to the Hayes and the Hayes Sayat that hasn't pitted yet. So, no, that car's also coming in too. The Lee Collins Caterham is staying out, so that's the highest place of the cars that haven't pitted yet. Also in is James Alford in the VW Golf. A couple more cars also stopping. So yeah, we've got another 3 or 4 pit callers underneath this safety car. This, I think, now pushes the Lee Collins Caterham, I think, now up to the lead at the moment, and it also now brings out of the original cars which actually made their first few stops, it now brings essentially technically the net lead now is still the McConnell and Horston BMW, because it's in 5th overall. It's the highest place of the cars which are on track, not in the pits, and that have made a pit stop, if that all makes sense.
Yep.
And then Lee Collins is the only one that's on track at the moment in the leading group which hasn't made a stop. The other ones that haven't, there's a few that haven't stopped yet. So you've got the Edmonton Hart Civic that's been out there, the Caterham Scott BMW Compact, the Wiggins Hyde and Hyde Mazda MX-5. Price and Dennis Brennan McGann hasn't pitted yet, and neither has John Wyatt's Mini Cooper either, so those cars are yet to stop also. But the majority of the rest of the field have at least made their first pit stop. And Lee Collins, who is not, he's just 6th in the queue, if you can see it, the little tiny little Caterham you can see just amongst the, I think that's quite a size comparison, the tiny little Caterham 310R and the much larger Lotus Evora just sat right behind you. That must be quite exciting in size comparison.
It's like you said earlier, it's like the memes you keep seeing with the British GT, the big BMW M car. I think there was a few that was about Le Mans as well.
Yeah, with the NASCAR.
Yeah,
well.
absolutely.
Same thing.
It's it would certainly be one. So if you are one of the motorsport purists out there that thinks, we need to make a meme out of something, as we just see a shot of James Alford out of the car. They're just getting the car ready to go. He's very tense, is our James Alford. He looked very psyched up, ready for battle there. But I did briefly see him earlier that I think they had an oil breather pipe that had just worked loose they were sorting out, but he was very happy overall with the pace of his car. He's moved to a new team that's looking after him now, and he's a lot happier with how things are going for him, so very confident. A very, very quick driver is James Alford. We obviously spoke about him earlier, but as it stands, really what we're doing now is just waiting for the field to kind of normalise, get itself back together. We're still under safety car conditions as the half-hour mark passes. The car you see on screen is the Semprini Motorsport car of Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart, just warming its tyres up under the safety car. You've got the likes of the Pure Trap McGann there, you've got the Gold Mini Cooper that's come through, and the Caterham. And I'll tell you one thing, one car I would be racing this weekend, it will be that Caterham, purely for the properties of getting lots of airthrow through the car to keep you cool during the race, because it has been a warm one today. It's very muggy, it's very humid outside. Even when it rained earlier, it was psychological rain, because as soon as the rain hit the track, it dried off. So very warm conditions for the cars to contend with, as we see one of the EST Performance Seat Leon Cupras heading it out onto the circuit, and that there is the BMW Compact, the M3 engined Compact, has re-entered this race. So as soon as things normalise themselves, we'll hopefully see where everyone stands to reason after the first round of pit stops in this 2-hour SuperSport endurance race. As we just see James Alford get going again. I'm pretty sure they've just had to do a bump start there as well on the Platinum Car Care sponsored car. So
quite possibly. Yeah,
it did look like he had to give it a little bit of a bump, didn't he? So making his way back down the pit straight now, as we see the runyourfleet.com safety car making another lap. So it's not going to be in this time around. Obviously the work that needs to be carried out to tidy the circuit up after that oil spillage is taking a lot longer than we thought, but the track marshals and the track officials working away to get the job done. I'm wondering if it's possible to, seeing as though this is such a long safety car period, maybe it's worth just getting your car in maybe for another pit stop to get things over and done with. But I suppose it relies on the capacity of those fuel tanks that these cars are carrying.
Yeah, that certainly would be. I think the sort of think about. And I think what they are doing now is, they're letting some of the cars that aren't the leader sweep back through. It now has picked up the current race leader, which is the Lee Collins Caterham 310R, which we know is the only car now that's literally, well, there's a few still yet to pit, but they're defiantly choosing not to enter the safety car and sticking to their original strategies. Whether it plays out for them or not, we'll have to wait and see. Looks like, given that the marshals are enjoying a quick drink trackside, non-alcoholic, you understand. You can see there was, of course, he was got a bottle of drink in the mix there. They are looks like they are pretty much finished the clear-up operation, which suggests that because now I think now they've done that,
they can release the cars.
They can release the cars at least to get them round to the back of the queue. Once, of course, they then join the back of the queue, we should be in good condition to then get the race back underway. What this has now done with the order, now we can give you some kind of indication. Now they're pretty much in the order they should be. Lee Collins' Caterham now currently leads the way so far in the outright race. Second place is now currently the McConomy and Horston BMW. So essentially the McConomy and Horston 1 Series is the net leader, because that Collins and Caterham has got to make its first pit stop anyway. So you can kind of discount that car from really being in the lead. It's not really in the lead, so to speak, even though it is on the timing screen. Next is then the Dave Griffin BMW, one of the guest cars in the field. That's currently in third, but let's say net second. And we won't say a net thing anymore because it would get confusing. And then you've got the Sapra BMW in fourth of overall at the moment. The Leon Bidgeway car in fifth. Ricky Coomber in sixth in the Honda Civic. As we see another of our pit calls under the safety car, the Pure Track Renault Megane, which is now sporting a rear wing. Up the first couple of metres it had a just a front splitter, but for this weekend they've said they've stuck a rear wing on the back to have a bit of stability, a bit more downforce. Seems to be working.
Yes, funnily enough, I was actually watching them fit that. I'm quite good friends with the team, so I popped in to see Matt and Sarah Dennis and see how the team are getting on. Simon Coombs, you can see there in the background, as well as being a Brscc coordinator and with the social media with certain British touring car teams. He puts his hand to the Pure Track team this weekend as their team manager, but the lights are out on the safety car, and the runyourfleet.com Jaguar XF safety car is going to make its way round Goddard's and peel off into the pit lane, Scott, because we are about to go racing once again with the Caterham heading the pack.
Indeed so. As we come out of the final couple of corners, the safety car's back in, and green flag flies as we go back to racing once more in the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup, and it is Lee Collins at the moment who leads the way pretty much. And ironically, they come back towards Redgate Corner to find the Dennis and Price Megane that's just exited pit lane, so just in front of them. But I'm certain that the Caterham & Co will make light work of it on that one, because it's in a completely different class, and whoever is now the incumbent in that car has now decided to completely move out of the way and let everyone through. Collins now is trying to do his best to escape up the road in the Caterham as much as he can, but I fear that for him at least, one, he has to still make a pit stop anyway, but two, McConomy, the McConomy Horston car, the Griffin car, Sapra Bidgeway car will start to peel past. Case in point, the car's already lost track position to the Dixon and Tapper Lotus Evora. So Evora now is not in the lead of the race anymore. Its track position is lost, but the lead actually hasn't lost just yet. In Bride BMW is, I think, a lap down because of all the pit stops. Yeah, so it's a lap down at this point in time, but others still have to make a stop. So now the two cars for the actual race leader now nose to tail. Again, the size difference is massive, but you can see that McConomy and Horston, the car with much more horsepower, blasting past the Caterham, and Lee Collins just has to capitulate and go, look, I ain't got anything on this.
Absolutely.
I need to pit anyway, but threw it back into the lead now, having made its first stop under the safety car, is the McConomy and Horston BMW 1 Series into the lead back once again here at Donington Park in SuperSport Endurance Cup.
And the one thing I have noticed as well on our timing screen, Scott, there are actually two cars that have made 2 pit stops. One of them being the David Drinkwater and Adam Reed car. So I'm wondering if that's because they are more or less standard cars, so they will have standard tanks. So even in a 2-hour race, it could well be that they can fill the car up and not have to perform a fuel stop yet, or only have a little top up. So they've potentially done 20 minutes of the race, top up the rest of the fuel tank, and they don't have to do that for the rest of the race. They get one more stop done and out the way, so they've already done 2 stops. They need to do 3 to complete the set. So if they just need to do one more, that kind of puts them on the front foot straight away. So if they get another safety car crop up within the next hour or so, as we see, that's the Lotus Evora slowing.
Yeah, the Lotus Evora looks like it's slowing. I don't think that's it, just letting faster traffic past. I'm afraid, well, that's both of my favourites hitting trouble. That was the BMW, and now it's the Lotus Evora that sadly is touring a little bit through the crane of curves. All the cars around it. Staying very close. And Leon Bidgeway was so close to making contact. That was closer than I would have wanted them. Certainly that the Dixon Tafford team would have wanted, and certainly also Leon Bidgeway would have wanted either.
No, I think you could barely get an A4 piece of paper in between the gap that's that small.
If that.
And as well, you're really under load going through the craners as well, so to get to the old hairpin, stand on the anchors, and all of a sudden there's a very slow car there. I think the driver must have been sweating a bit, and not just because of the hot weather. The cars you see just very carefully, very tentatively making their way down the inside past where the oil was laid down, so you can see the cement dust that they've had to lay down over the large streaks of oil. So it also gives you an indication of just how much oil was actually put down there, sadly.
It does, but thankfully our magnificent marshal and recovery teams have played a blinder in managing to
Superb
get that. Absolutely superb job getting it cleaned up as always. So good to see we got racing back underway relatively swiftly once that clean-up was complete. And so now that the race is continuing on, you can see both the McConnell Horse BMW and the Dave Griffin BMW have both got past Lee Collins' Caterham, so that's gone through pretty quickly. The next couple of cars that will go past is going to be the Bidgeway and Coomber car. So the Bidgeway's Lotus 6 Siege, and then Ricky Coomber's Honda Civic will go past. Just Ricky Coomber's car at the top of the screen just there, but here comes our Silverstone GP winner, Leon Bidgeway, in the little Lotus 6 Siege with the substantially larger rear wing than standard. There goes Ricky Coomber, and then put up just behind it is Hayes and Reed. So that's actually for 5th, 6th and 7th overall in the result, and also that'll be between Bidgeway and the Hayes and Reed Super Cup, but that will be 2nd and 3rd in Pro B at the front of the field, so that's looking good. So now these pit stops are shaken out. We'll count Leon Collins' car in there anyway, but in terms of where we are, it's McConnell and Horsley leads the way then as we approach the into the sort of second quarter of this race. So they lead the BMW 1 Series, McConnell and Horston. It's Griffin in 2nd place in his BMW E90 M3. The Sapra BMW is up there in 3rd position ahead of the Lee Collins Caterham that's just lost 3rd place to Jasper Sapra, which is now down to 4th. But remember, Lee Collins hasn't made his first mandatory pit stop yet, so technically he's kind of out of position and out of sync with everyone else. Leon Bidgeway in the Lotus 6 each. He's currently 5th place overall, ahead of Ricky Coomber's Honda Civic in 6th. The Hayes and Reed set Super Copper is in 7th place from Paul Hinston in 8th in his BMW. Then it's the Hayes and Hayes in the other set. They're in that squad. They're in 9th position. And the Gadsby and Jones BMW, after its pit stop under the safety car, has found itself shuffled down into P10. And I'm going to try and have a go at the class rundown again from top to bottom. So deep breath. From Class Pro A, it's McCormick and Horston that leads. Dave Griffin in 2nd place and Jasper Sapra in 3rd, all in BMWs. In Pro B, it's Lee Collins at the moment, but hasn't stopped just yet. So technically the net leader is the Leon Bidgeway Exige, ahead of the Hayes and Reed Super Copper Seat, and then it's the Gadsby and Jones BMW E36 Compact with the M3 engine. In Pro C, it's the Hayes and Hayes Seat Leon who leads the way from John Wyatt in the Mini Cooper Turbo, and then I think it's then Mead and Heartland that's into the pit lane again, I think, for looks like what's recorded as their 2nd stop. They're currently sat in 3rd in Pro C. For Clubman A, it is Paul Hinson who leads in the BMW Compact from Evans and Hart in the Honda Civic Type R, and then it's James Alford in the VW Golf. In Pro B, it's the Connell, Wilkerson, Hughes and Nolan Mazda MX-5 that leads the way, from Robinson and Amos in their Mazda MX-5, and then Oliver Cotton with Edmund Cotton and Joseph Ritchie. And then in Clubman C, that's Dave Griffin that's coming to hold. Now that car had problems at Silverstone, and yet again the car having issues, so I'm afraid the E90 M3, which is in the kind of BTCC West Surrey Racing inspired colours, I'm afraid is grinding to a halt. So another of the front-running Pro A cars hitting trouble, and again, as the Lotus was, coasting its way down the hill through the Craner curves, doing a grand job to keep offline, mind you, but it's not a place you want to find yourself having a problem.
Absolutely.
So I'm afraid the Dave Griffin car in all sorts of trouble once again. And as we talked about, that car was in a good position to win the race. It played a blindly with the pit stop strategy, then had that pit stop when it had those mechanical issues. It looks like, unless it's the same sort of issue, those problems have reared their head again.
It could well be. I know he's actually pulling off the circuit now, Scott, so they're not even going to make it back to the pits at this point. The question will be if he's pulled off somewhere that's the marshals can get to easily and push them off the circuit, or are we going to see the emergence of another safety car to negate that? But from what I can remember of the Silverstone race, it was an oil pressure issue, so whether it was a dodgy switch or something like that, as soon as they registered a bit of low oil pressure, they just decided to play it safe and switch off because they were getting alarms on the dash. So hopefully not the case here, otherwise you can that's normally when it gets very, very expensive. But again, when you're racing, when it's nice and hot, obviously the hotter oil gets, it loses its viscosity, its thickness, and that's where you start to lose oil pressure. So the hot conditions really on these cars, it's about getting them as cool as you can with lots of extra oil coolers and turbo coolers for some of these cars. As we see a lovely little attempted move down the inside into the old hairpin by the EST Performance car number 14. Thought better of it, dicing away there. But there's the car just parked on the grass there. I'm wondering if they're just going to cover it with a localised yellow and leave it be. But sad to see as well, because I do like the appearance of that car. Certainly one of the most aggressive E90s I've seen. and looking very resplendent in those Team WSR colours.
It is a mystery in terms of, you know, kind of, it's a shame that the cars like that are hitting those kind of problems, but in the endurance race, of course, it's one of those things where you have to take it on the chin. We saw that with the monocourse with cars that hit problems and front runners that are up there, but it's just the luck of the race. It's just how the race plays out in that sense. So unfortunately, the Dave Griffin car going no further. I was in the middle of about to finish Pro C, in fact, where the Pro C top 3 was. So just to finish that off, currently leading the way is the Mazda MX-5 of Pete Smith and Dennison. They currently lead Clubman C. So Clubman C, not Pro C. Clubman C. The second place is the Adcocks for the Matthew in their BMW Compact. And then in third place through that sequence, the Reed and Drinkwater car, which showing has been in twice. So that car's currently in third place at the moment in class. So maybe not all as well with not all has been well with that car, unless they've tried to make 2 pit stops in short sequence. They can try and go to the end of the race, not have to pit again. Because of course you can do that if you wanted to. It just depends on how you fit around your driver time and that side of things. But whilst one sort of BTCC looking BMW has pulled to the side of the field, and the other one, this one, the 1 Series, not related. They're not in the same team. They simply just happen to have very similar, if not identical, paint schemes. This car continues on at the front. See, that's the Wigan Tyre and High car. There's Jasper Sapra's BMW, which is currently sat at the moment. Looks like, I believe now, well, that's up to second place now, because of course the Griffin car is at the side of the road, having retired with another issue. So the Sapra BMW is currently lapping at the moment. Similar sort of pace to the economy Horston car right now. So it's currently about 0.2 of a second in between the 2 cars lap time wise. Leon Bidgeway's car has also quickly risen up to third place. It's got past the Collins Caterham, as has also Ricky Coomber's Honda Civic. So the Caterham still hasn't actually made a pit stop just yet. And still, so the Hayes and Reed car battling away with the Lynch and Clark BMW we saw just now. But that car's back in 13th place. It's 6th in Class B. And that was actually Hayes and Reed, I think, trying to put even a lap on it, or trying to that BMW unlapping itself to try and get further up the order as much as it can before the second set of pit stops come through, whenever drivers choose to use that.
Absolutely. And one car that we saw on screen there, Jas Sapra, so he's on the case now, just trying to chase down that leading car of the McComely and Horston car. But Jazz actually had a few issues at Silverstone as well, so they'll be looking to get a good result, that team, and get that car back on. As we just see the camera panning around there, we're not sure what happened there, Scott. Maybe something caught their eye out on the circuit. But what we've got right now, so the cars have thinned themselves out. You've got the faster cars that will be going through their various, they'll just get their head down, try and get on with it, and the slower cars will have their own pit strategies. We see another car into the pit lane. That's the 182 blue compact cup car, and that's Cater and Scott at the wheel there. Actually flagged up as a guest, so not doing the full championship round, or not eligible for championship points there, but still a lovely looking compact car. They get the job done. Give it a good push backwards, because of course you're not allowed to reverse in the pit lane, and there we go. Our orange army getting rid of the Griffin BMW, so they've obviously covered it with a localised yellow, so they'll have double waved yellows at the old hairpin leading up towards McLean's, and they've just got the snatch vehicle there to perform a live snatch. BMW compact leaving the pit lane now, and back out onto the circuit is the Pure Track McGann. Breaks into Redgate, turns in, lovely job.
So Caterham and Scott back into the race after their first pit stop, and there are still 1 or 2 cars that again are defiantly not pitting, just haven't pit just yet. I think we're down to just 3 cars that haven't pit just yet, and that's the Lee Collins Caterham, the Evans and Hart Honda Civic, and the John Wyatt Mini Cooper. All 3 of them are yet to make their first pit stops just yet, so they're obviously playing a much different strategy to everyone else, and a lot of people had that idea of jumping in when the pit stops were pit window was open, and it certainly seems to have worked for many people to try and lose little to no time underneath that safety car. Just seeing there, that's the Paul Hinson BMW ahead of James Alford, and those cars are running. Paul Hinson leading Club in A, whereas James Alford is currently he's behind by I think a lap or so, but he's 3rd in that class as well. So these 2 cars are battling on at the moment, not directly just yet, because they are a few positions apart and a couple of places apart. I think about a lap apart as well on the timing screen. So of course they still wanted to mix it up. But this is how it's kind of mixed up the race a little bit in terms of those that did initially pit onto the safety car have now got that major advantage, whereas those that kind of chose to follow around the safety car whilst others are taking their pit stop, they're the ones that are now losing out in terms of having lost time waiting for the safety car to come back around, obviously losing laps on the cars that had, because as soon as the pit window opened, rather than following the safety car around for that long period of time, those that wanted to pit and could pit, you're absolutely right, about 50% of the field dived in straight away to try and make that first pit stop with a losing minimal amount of time. Now that's happened, there are some cars out there that are simply just playing catch-up out there because they lost so much time in that sort of pit window, particularly when waiting on the safety car.
Absolutely, Scott. Well put point there. I will just mention the car on screen there. You'd have seen the Three Amigos number plate on the front of the BMW Compact, and that's Paul Hinson. And if I cast your mind back to Silverstone, they had that absolute ding-dong battle with Andy Mollison in the Clio Cup Gen 4 car towards the end that really got everyone on their seats. Certainly I was in the back of the commentary room getting ready to do the podium results, and I was gesticulating all over the place. It was a fantastic motor race, and Paul doing further development work on that car. As I said before, used to be a BMW Compact Cup car. He's done some bits to it, put some extra juice into it, thrown some jalapenos at it, and even this weekend you'll notice the addition of that new rear wing. You know, and he's quite rightly made the point that it's working. They've tested it, they've tried it, and it's actually, he can feel the physical difference now in the car. So it's all about these small gains for a lot of these cars, because whereas you'll see the proper build machines at the front that have had a lot of professional input into them, you'll also see what I like to call the garage builds, the guys that are at home working hard, doing these little modifications, doing these little changes just to see if they can get the extra tenths, the extra hundredths of a second in these endurance races, which the small ones always add up to the big number.
They do. Yeah, it's all those little 1%.
Absolutely.
Going through that, the 1% that you get from just all the little differences, all the little tweaks that you make, all just add up to can make a big difference. And sometimes you don't have to make big changes to the car. It's like when you come to setting a race car up. Sometimes it's the small adjustments that you make that can make more of a difference than the bigger changes. But the bigger changes can fundamentally change the dynamics of the car, how it feels, how it rides, how much fuel consumption it has, how it uses the tyres, how it heats them up. Sometimes it's just the most finest changes that can make that happen.
I've just noticed on the screen there, Scott, the Caterham that's going through that hasn't made a pit stop yet, the Collins car that's in 5th place. There's something flapping on the front nose cone. I'm wondering if it's either clouted the curb a bit too hard, or it's certainly been impacted by something. It could be a bit of rag or something, but if the camera can find the front of the Caterham again, there's something flapping on the front of that car that could attract the likes of the clerk of the course to maybe give it the old classic meatball flag.
Potentially, that is something which the Collins Caterham could get caught out by. We've got the next few cars coming up, so hopefully if our producer can just give us a focus on the next few cars and take a look at the Caterham coming through here. Whereabouts on the screen coming through? Yeah, here it is. Now,
There is something hanging down, isn't there?
Yeah, there is something hanging down. That's eagle eyes, well spotted on that one. So I'm not quite sure if that's either some kind of like a tie wrap of some kind, or a cable, or a pipe or something.
It did look bigger than that. I thought that maybe the bottom of the nose cone somewhere had a bit of an impact, and it was a bit of the fiberglass in the nose cone that had gone or something. But we'll keep an eye on that as they go round. There's nothing, certainly, no messages from race control yet to suggest otherwise as they head down the Craner Curds following the Semprini Racing Honda Civic.
Right, we've got a couple of time penalties coming through now to a couple of the cars which are spotted. So cars 5 and 90 are being given a 60-second penalty to be applied at the end of the race.
Oh, that's quite severe.
Now, in terms of what that's for, I might have to go and quickly consult the regulations on that one, because I'm not 100% as to exactly why they're going to give it a 60-second penalty, excuse me. So, let me just see if I can... So, whilst we're watching this race here, I'm going to quickly see if I can hunt into the tech documents, into the regulations, just see what... If it's possibly for a short... Maybe it's for a short pit stop, potentially, because... Look here. Right, okay, so this is interesting. Right, so I've found a rule here actually which suggests about the 60-second time penalty, and this may well be. It could be for a number of things. It doesn't actually specify exactly what it could be. There are a number of things that you can do which you can get penalised 60 seconds. So it's either for each of those cars have either it's one of these things, or both, or different combination of each of these two. So it's either each of those cars have either impeded the progress of another car whilst in the pit lane, and that includes obstructing the path of a car that is attempting to enter or exit a pit stop area. You've then also got whether they've reversed in the pit lane, or there's been a pit stop refueling indiscretion. So my initial thought might be pit stop refueling indiscretion.
I would go with that, possibly.
Because essentially, if they've impeded the progress of another car in the pit lane, it seems like one of those more things where they've had, and it can be something as simple as when you're refueling, not having goggles on, not having a full face helmet on. It's something as simple as that, but unfortunately, the rules are the rules, and if you can't follow, if you don't, accident or not, if you don't follow in your pit stop the right fire safety protocols, then you can get penalised for it. So I imagine at the very least, that's possibly what those two cars have been penalised for 60 seconds. So it's the number 90 car, which is the Bruce Robertson and Richard Amos Mazda MX-5, and the number 5 car, which is the James Alford Volkswagen Racing, so VW Golf, that's currently in the race as well. So those two cars, the number 5 car currently sat in 13th place overall and 3rd in Clubman A, and number 17th place car, which is the second in Clubman B. So those two cars are both currently sat at the moment on the podium, but depending on the gap they've got behind them, whether or not they'll drop off those respective podiums, we'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely. So already the penalties, the mistakes happening, the penalties being applied, and we've got 3 minutes to go until we hit the halfway point of this race. As we see on the screen now, coming down the Craner curves, that is the Pure Track Racing Renault Megane, and that car following, being hotly pursued by the Ricky Coomber Honda Civic, that is the Leon Bidgeway Lotus that won at Silverstone. And that car, albeit that is a Pro B class car, that looks so planted going through the Craner curves and through the old hairpin up towards McLean's. It's just making mincemeat of the track. It's one thing that Lotus cars surely do make. It's a very, very well handling car, and Leon Bidgeway is a very capable driver as well. They got together, got that win at Silverstone, and they're looking very, very good now as well, especially against the Class A cars. So the two in front with McComany and Bart Horston and Jas Sapra in second place, but Leon Bidgeway at the moment, he's biding his time. He's in 3rd place. Ricky Coomber as well, he's in 4th place overall as things stand. And they're just biding their time at the moment. We're over half distance in this race. They've still got 2 pit stops to go. There's a few cars lower down that have done 2 of their pit stops, so they've only got 1 to go. It's all to play as we head into this last hour.
It is certainly all to play for. This could be an interesting on-track change of position in a second. We've got the Pro B leading Lotus up against the Pro A 3rd place Honda Civic. We're coming to the head, and this will be the on-track position overall. Here again, for those who are just joined in and ask the question, is that a Honda Civic TCR? No, it's not. It is a Honda Civic racing car built that happens to look like a TCR car a little bit. Again, it would also help if I was to put my microphone down so people can actually hear me, but again, not being able to hear me is not necessarily a bad thing either. Anyway, I was talking about the fact that we've got this battle going on for 3rd and 4th outright between the Leon Bidgeway Lotus and the Ricky Coomber Honda Civic. And I was going to mention as well, for those who might be joining just now and was wondering, is that a Honda Civic TCR car? No, it's not. It is a Honda Civic race car that's been built from the ground up, which just happens to look like a TCR car. If you look at that and the first generation Honda Civic TCR touring car, they do look very alike, but it's simply just a rather nice sort of wide body kit on that car that makes it look a bit more like a proper race car than just a box standard Honda Civic, so to speak. So good effort from Ricky Coomber to put that car together. He has also got as well, one of the cars he has got, which is, it's one of the Honda Civic Tyre Par, but one of the Honda Civic Tyre Par saloons that were only available over in Japan. He's raced that a couple of times in ClubSport. It's a very unique car, which I've never really seen too much before, if at all, in this country. And the fact he's brought it over and turned one into a race car to compete in series and championships, like, for example, ClubSport Trophy, I applaud him for bringing something a bit more unique.
Absolutely. If it's anything, Scott, you know, we all love our unique club racing cars here, and that's certainly one of them. But it's almost like Ricky has a certain taste for a certain brand. Definitely think he's a Honda man there. As we see the BMW Compact holding a bit of its furniture on the back bumper. I'm wondering if it's just been getting a little bit too close with the Mazda MX-5 of the Scudera Dave team as they went through Goddard's there.
Seeing the 63 Lotus going through the shot as well. That team's had a pretty tricky day today. The number 33 car, which was in there, which was another of their cars in their stable, had the rather unfortunate fire rise at the end of qualifying, and well, the driver appears to be okay. Unfortunately, the rear of the car at least does not. So I'm afraid that that car's needs some work. As you see, that's the Cater and that's the number 182 Cater and Scott BMW that's having a problem. Here's the Everton Hart Civic finally making its pit stop.
And you could just see where the fuel tank's situated, otherwise they'll be looking at quite bemused, wondering what they're doing in the boot there, but they have got a fuel cell that's in the spare wheel well on that Civic there, the 2.4 litre Honda Civic. And that's Jeremy Evans that's filling the car up now with Phil Hart on fire extinguisher duties. But certainly that compact is smoking now. There's something not quite right on that. Is that tyre smoke, or was that a bit of engine smoke as it came round?
If it was tyre smoke, it would have been rubbing against one of the rear arches on the back. It didn't look like it was rubbing against anything. That looked like a bit more smoke coming out the back of the car in terms of something that was more mechanical that was causing that. Pit stop continues. Now that looks to me as if that's observing pit stop protocols. Both drivers have got full race suits and helmets on. They've got the fire extinguisher ready to catch if the worst happens. Thankfully it's not at this point in time. The driver concentrating hard to make sure that the fuel all goes in.
The frustrating thing about those tough jugs is it always seems to go slower when you're operating them. When you're up against, oh, there's a bit Jas Sapra really on the limit there going down the granite curves. Go on, Jas, go get him, son.
That's just Jas Sapra being Jas Sapra. He does that all the time. It usually shares that car with Ryan Branson. From what I understand, it's just him this weekend by the looks of it. So Jas cracking on in second place, only 11 seconds away from the leaders. So he's carrying on. And he's now putting a lap on the John Wyatt Mini, which is still yet to make its first pit stop, which I'm quite surprised by. But John's still staying out there and still enjoying himself at the moment before his first pit stop, at least whenever that happens. Remember, they have to pit before the last 15 minutes of the race. We see the 97, that's from X5, just jumping out of the way of Ricky Cooper's Honda Civic. It was well saved, and very lucky to only skitter across the very edge of the gravel trap and not to go quite deep into it and possibly ruin his race.
Yeah, and of course Ricky Cooper, he's on his own charge as well, going up trying to pass the Leon Bidgeway Lotus, and what that's done is that's actually let Leon off a bit, so we could sort of see Leon get caught up in a bit of traffic, and that's going to be the other factor, of course, in these races. You've got the faster cars that are coming through, the slower cars, or I say slower cars, the traffic. They're fighting for their own class wins, so unfortunately they're just going to be the sort of the meat in the sandwich at times, especially round the likes of the old hairpin, the Craner curves, because there's only really one effective line through there to get a good lap time and lap speed. And if you have to deviate to pass a slower car at the wrong moment, as we saw there with the Scudera Dave car that got very, very squirrely, and but very gladly kept it out of the gravel. As you can see, Scott, if it goes wrong, it could go very wrong.
Yeah, we've seen that plenty throughout the day as well. As we see, I thought for a second it was a change for position, but it's not. It was Ricky Cooper getting past a Lotus, but not the Lotus that he's chasing. That was the 63 car that he's put a lap on.
Should we call it practice?
Yes. Practice. He's gone past the Michael Edwards number 63. Lotus leads the Berkshire Turbo car. There it is. Turns its way out through Redgate Corner, but still Ricky Cooper continues his pursuit of Leon Bidgeway, just putting a lap on the Cater.
Back, but he's flashing his lights again. We see down into the Craner curves. Ricky Cooper is now caught up by another slower car. So Leon Bidgeway making hay while the sun shines as Ricky Cooper down the inside. He was flashing his lights. Come on, get out of my way. I'm chasing that Exceed. He even had time to flash his hazards there to give him a thank you for letting him through. So always fair in love and war, as they say, Scott. So fantastic racing so far. I think this is the battle to really focus on. That is one planted Honda Civic, and Ricky Cooper's on a charge. He really wants to get ahead of that Lotus, and he's probably got it in the back of his mind as well. He knows that that car in front was a very, very quick car at Silverstone. It won the races. We see our Caterham has finally entered pit lane, and we might get an answer to what it is that's dangling underneath that nose cone.
Potentially, we might well get an answer to that. You're absolutely right, and we'll see if they can go. There's Julian McBride carrying on in 9th place overall, and currently, in terms of the order that he's currently in on the timing screen, he's showing as being 5th in Pro B at the moment, so he's a little bit further back. He's one of the cars that lost a bit of time. I think was one of a couple of cars had to wait at the end of the pit lane when the red light was on, but he managed to get out without too much trouble after that. Bit far down the order, but still not too much time to go through. Of course, a lot of these cars have only made their first pit stop. We've still got these essentially the second set of pit stops, but that's going to be a bit more of a spread out second set, unless we do get another safety car, touch wood. So we'll see how that plays out. But now we've got third and fourth place. Bidgeway and Cooper are pretty much together on track now by about 1.3 seconds. They're coming up now to put an up to a couple more cars, the first of which is the Etheridges and their number 80 Pro B BMW. And that car is quite far down, actually. The Etheridges is down in 22nd overall. 7th in Class B, so that's not all that good. Right, that appears to be what was called. It was a
tow strap.
A tow strap that was hanging down.
That's a very strange tow strap to have on the front of the car, especially if it's dragging on the floor like that. It won't be as effective. There's a bit of a lock up there, so again the traffic causing a bit of a issue there for the Liam Ridgway car, and Ricky Coomber is still stuck behind that Seat Leon, who's now, I thought, was that slowing down significantly because it had an issue, or was that just a speed differential? I wouldn't think it would be that much, or it's just been caught out on the traffic. But what's happened there is that's actually allowed Leon Bridgeway to get further gapped on Ricky Coomber's Honda Civic as they turn into the S's and head down towards the Melbourne Loop again. 32 laps the leader has completed as well, so he's got a fastest lap in this race of a 1:39.346, the only car to duck under the 140s this weekend. So as they come out of the Melbourne Loop now, head up towards Goddard's, it's all this traffic they've got to cope with. As we all see there, the car 87 BMW M3 just making a move past the Gold Mini. And there's the Drinkwater Reed car. That's made 2 pit stops, don't forget, so they're in the box seat going into this final hour. They just need to make one more stop to be compliant. But the Bidgeway Lotus Exige is using the traffic quite nicely just to keep a nice gap now between him and Ricky Coomber. So I'm wondering now if Ricky is just pacing himself before the second set of pit stops.
Well, the thing is with the Drinkwater and Reed car, as far as I'm aware, both of those stops were made within the pit window.
Yeah.
So technically that car doesn't have to stop again.
Is it 2 or 3 stops they have to do?
It's 2 stops. It's 2 stops with a minimum of 3 minutes each from pit in to pit out. So if they've made 2 pit stops in quick succession, essentially that car, if the driver's got enough fuel, that car can run to the end of the race, not have to pit again.
They're in the box seat. They're really in the box seat. That's
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, they've kind of, and that's the thing in this championship or in this particular format. You've got that pit window, but within reason, you can literally do any combination race setup that you want in order to be able to do your pit strategy. So if you do want to do, 2 pit stops back to back, and in a couple of the pilot races, I've seen that happen. I think it was at least in the first pilot race that we did, the eventual leads or second place car did make its 2 pit stops back to back. So it literally did the first pit stop and immediately came in the second next time around. So they did both their pit stops in 2 laps, and then just was good for the rest of the race.
Astonishing.
So they were. I can't remember if they were on the podium or at least somewhere around the top 5, but they were one of the cars that were around the front of the field and did manage to take advantage of that. But that can either happen, could work in extreme circumstances, or just a complete luck of the draw. If your car is just that much faster that you can take advantage of that, do those 2 quick pit stops back to back on back-to-back laps, and still be able to come out on top and get a good finish somewhere towards the front of the field.
Absolutely. The car we see on screen there, James Alford, so then he's now carrying the dreaded 60-second penalty that's going to be added on to his final race time. He currently sits 11th overall as it stands and 2nd in Clubman A class, I believe. So they come down towards and that's the number 65 Mazda MX-5 just making its way through the chicane there. Through the Melbourne Loop now, we see Jas Sapra making a move down the inside of the Paul Hinson BMW Compact there. Jas Sapra also with the BMW Compact, the M3 engine Compact, I should say, of Gadsby and Jones. So Paul Hinson is actually, as it stands, he is in 5th place, which is very impressive.
Yeah, Paul Hinson's one of those silent assassins up the field where he just quietly but calmly gets on with his race, just doesn't have too much drama at all and just carries on as he should. I have a feeling though he's about to be demoted from 5th position because the Gadsby and Jones BMW is right behind him, and given that that car has a significant pace advantage, given that it's in Pro B compared to Clubman A for Paul Hinson's car, I think we're about to see a little change overall for 5th and 6th position. So it looks like the Gadsby and Jones car is about to make it through. Jasper Sapper is putting a lap on him now, bewinged Graham and Price and Dennis Renault Megane. That's 2 Renault Meganes we've seen today, because we also saw the Richard Owen car in the ClubSport Renault Cup. Good to see the Meganes are becoming more of a, not say common, but there's more and more people who are looking to that car and thinking they can turn it into a race car now.
They are a very capable car as well, and I'll tell you one thing, Scott, that a lot of people won't know. I actually took my ARDS test in one of those cars at Silverstone. So we see the EST Performance Seat Super Copa into the pit lane, car number 14, as we also see, talking of Pure Track, they've just released their Renault Clio from having any issues, and that is the 182 car that's just come in. Now, in the background there, I don't know about you, Scott, but that didn't take the traditional entrance to the pit lane, so I'm wondering if that's faced any issues at all, or that's... It was quite weird. When we cut to the shot of the pit lane, it was not exactly where we had expected it to have come in. So I'm wondering if whether it's been recovered or it's pulled off somewhere, as we just see the Pure Track Racing Clio making its way out onto the circuit. So that car being driven by Sarah Dennis and Jamie Miller.
Yeah, and Matt Adams as well, who is essentially who is the lead driver in that car, Matt Adams. So whoever's in that car right now will essentially take it to the finish. There is Alex Reed, going to take over from Hayes, who's been driving that car with him. So this is, of course, one of 2 cars that EST Performance run within the field in separate classes. They've got the Super Copper, which is in somewhere. Hayes and Reed are in Pro B, and then you've got Pro C for Hayes and Hayes in the regular set down. That's not the Super Copper car, but this is the Super Copper machine number 14 that's making its pit stop. Quick check of the tyre pressures now that the refueling's done. I like they've gone full SuperSport. They've even put on their little square number. They put Brscc in a little square number, in a little number square as well, like it's a proper sponsor or title thing. I like
Absolutely.
that. It's neat little touches like that that make some of these cars. You can tell that when they join the championship or join the series, they just neat little touches that make the effort to make it essentially there is a SuperSport Endurance car or a ClubSport Trophy car. They become the regulars, and they think, right, well, let's see if we can adorn it with this or with that. And so that's a nice little touch they've added just the Brscc logo into what is normally the number square, like when you put like Auto Trader or something else in the British touring cars. They've done that a little bit, and I quite like that.
Yeah, it's a very nice touch, and that's the Wyatt car, the Pro C car, that's in for one of its pit stops as well. They've got the bonnet up on that car as well, so I'm wondering if they're just doing any cursory checks. I hope it's not anything else, certainly, as we see more cars coming in for their pit stops. So this is the part of the race now, Scott, where we're going to see who our runners and riders really are up at the front. The highest car in terms of the car that's made the most pit stops is the Hayes car that we had up on the screen, so they're just rejoining the circuit now. So as it stands, they're in 8th position, and that looks like a car that's overheated, which is less than ideal, potentially.
Certainly not what they want, that's for sure.
No, there's a bit of steam there that perhaps shouldn't be there. So we're keen to see what's going on. Thank you to our cameraman Jeremy for that, and that's Jess Sapra making his way. He's in 2nd place at the moment. 18 seconds is the deficit Jess Sapra has from the leading BMW 1 Series car, Economy, and Bart Horston. Leon Bidgeway still holding 3rd place from a fast-charging Ricky Coomber in the Honda Civic in 4th place. In 5th place is the Gadsby Jones BMW E36 Compact M3. Paul Hinson in 6th place in the BMW Compact also. So in the top 10 we've got BMW, Lotus, Honda, BMW, BMW, Seat, VW, BMW.
So it kind of reinforces my point from earlier on today, which is if you want to do well in this championship, primarily the first car you should look at getting is a BMW, because
absolutely,
for most parts. But of course, there's either taking the more common route or there's taking the more unique route by picking a car that would just fit the regulations of the car that you want to run. It's good that we've got that variety, not just BMWs, but there's Hondas, there's Lotuses, there's VWs, there's Mazdas, there's Seats, there's a Caterham, there's Minis, there's Renault Clios, there's all sorts of different cars that can turn out in here. Essentially, as long as the car fits the regulations and it's in there, it's quite good. And that's just for Sapra coming in, or not, because it looks like he was possibly ready for a pit stop and decided the squad's not ready yet, so I'm going to go back out again. So that might well be an unnecessary pit call. It'll show on his time screen his second pit stop, but I don't think he's actually made it.
No, I'm wondering if he's going to come back into the pits again to carry out that pit stop. Otherwise, he might well be. Yeah,
well, it won't count at all as a. It'll show as a pit stop, but it won't actually count as a proper one. So that's going to be quite interesting in terms of how that's going to.
Yeah, because looking at that shot there, he hasn't stopped further up the pit lane, so I'm wondering if he just managed to get going again, or it was called. We see Ricky Cooper around the outside of the Caterham. That's a very, very hot brake kit on there. So Jas Sapra is still in the pit lane.
Right. Okay. Well, he has at least stopped. I think my guessing is possibly a case of mistaken identity, because he may have possibly tried to stop what was the wrong stop from pit stall. Realised he was going towards the wrong one and turned out of it. I think looks like he's in the right one now, because he's facing at a 45-degree angle. The brakes on that car were looking a bit toasty as well. There was also a bit of lick of flame from those as well. So he's certainly been. You can't accuse him not for trying. You've got brakes that are almost literally on fire, which is quite interesting.
Yeah. I mean, he's in the car there, ready to go. He'll be ready and raring, as they say, and getting the engine revved up, ready to go. So the minimum of 3 minutes, don't forget. So it's a lot of time for the driver to sort of sit there and sort of contemplate how the rest of his race is going to pan out. Obviously, for next time, he'll remember must stop in the right grid, in the right pit stall.
that would certainly help. He's now just being shown right. This is how much time you got left.
I thought it'd be showing him memes. Yeah, check out this meme, Jas. They've just made this one about you, sir.
So as the pit stop continues on, and Jas sits there. Also, I've just noticed our race leaders are in too, so the McConnelly-Horston car is in. So that's a crucial pit stop for them. There goes Lee Collins in the Caterham. Right, Ricky Coomer's also diving in as well. So Leon Bidgeway has gone through, and that essentially pushes him into, well, it does now, into the lead because he hasn't pitted yet. So Leon Bidgeway up into second place now that the Sapra BMW's been in for its regular stop. This is interesting. So let's see how well Leon Bidgeway can play the strategy here. We've got the Price and Dennis. No, sorry, Price and Dennis. Renault McGann was battling there with the Lee Collins car, and then you've got just that's going on. Here's our pit call for our leaders. It's car 21, leading overall and in Pro A, the top class. So the Jeff Steele Racing prepared BMW. Good to see Jeff Steele, of course. For those who have long memories, we know that Jeff Steele, of course, he first cropped up at least on many people's radars when racing as a privateer in the British Touring Car Championship in '94.
That's a very good memory, Scott. Yeah, it would have been about.
Don't ask me how I remember it. It's probably one of the videotapes I watched the most when I was in the youngest days that I remember, about 3 or 4 years old. It was one of the first videotapes I've been watching a lot, and I just remember Jeff Steele being one of the privateers. Only reason I remember is because he had a spin in one race at Brands Hatch, and Murray Walker made a bit of a fuss about it, which was quite interesting. Well, maybe interesting to me at least, probably not to everyone else listening, but probably not a big car analyst to me and you, but it doesn't matter.
So certainly someone that is very much affiliated with the BMW brand as well. It's you normally see running BMWs. They have run BMWs in the British Touring Cars, but there on screen is your race leader heading out onto circuit as Leon Bidgeway comes through and takes the lead on the circuit, but he is yet to complete his second pit stop, and unless he can pull a 3-minute gap to the McTominay and Horston car, it's looking quite good for that 1 Series on screen. Ricky Coomber has in for his stop as well, as it gets a bit tight there coming out into Redgate. That was the Pure Track race that began. They've had a lot of screen time this in this 2-hour race, so they'll be getting some meat for their sponsors.
Yeah, Matt and Sarah better thank our producers for this one, because there are quite a lot of screen time, particularly for the big hand, so that's quite good for them. But then again, it seems to be popping up wherever the leaders are, which is quite fortuitous for them, I suppose. But there is the 888 car, now with its new rear wing on the back of it. So the McConnell and Horston car now back out after its second pit stop. This has, as you say, promoted the Leon Bidgeway car to the lead. It now essentially has about a lap and a half lead at the moment before it makes its second stop on the McConnell and Horston car. Now, depending on who's the wheel of that car now, I'll be intrigued to see who's doing that. Because the one thing we didn't get, I think, was start drivers. So, unfortunately, we didn't see exactly who started the car and also then who's in it, and who's in it now after the pit stops. So, McConnell then, the McConnell Horston car continues on. Ricky Coombs' pit stop is still yet to be completed, but it's just leaving left pit lane now as I say that, so it's out back once again. So I think a few more cars that would have gone through. I think Julian McBride has probably gone through there. So too also, yes he has in fact actually, so has the McCollum Horston car. Paul Hinson hasn't made his second stop either yet, so he's pushing on. There's one of the two cars in the field which has got its 60-second penalty, we think for one of a few reasons, but it's currently sat in 20th place overall and 3rd in Clubman B. In terms of class leaders, as we can check in with all of them, there's the Reed Drinkwater BMW. Now, if they have made both of their stops, they're in quite a good position here because they can start to climb up the order and take advantage of the fact that they can pick off a few cars in front of them. The class leaders at the moment, Leon Bidgeway, who leads the way overall, leads in Pro B. It's currently in Clubman A, Paul Hinson, who leads the way there. Pro A is led by the McCollum and Horston in the BMW 1 Series. Pro C is the Hayes and Seat Leon. Clubman B, then got the, at the moment I think it's the Oliver Cotton MX-5, but again it's yet to make a pit stop. It's the Oliver Cotton, Ed Cotton and Joseph Ritchie MX-5 Super Cup car. And then in Clubman C, it's the Adcox, Phil and Matthew in their BMW Compact, and they lead the way at the moment from the Reed and Drinkwater car that we've just been seeing on screen in the background briefly. And that car is at the moment technically it's a lap behind, I think, but we'll wait until they both cross the line to see exactly where it sits at the moment. Big twitch there for Paul Hinson's BMW exiting the hairpin as he put his foot down.
You can't say he's not trying.
No, definitely not. And also going over the hill there, over the crest, was the Reed Drinkwater car. There goes McBride up the inside of Paul Hinson, who doesn't want to give it up too much, but I think he realises he's at a power disadvantage and just lets Julian McBride go and tucks in under the slipstream. As McBride and Hinson head down towards Redgate. Again, 38 minutes and change on the clock before we hit the checkered flag for this third round of the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup race. At the moment, it is currently Leon Bidgeway yet to make his second stop. He leads the way. He was the Silverstone race winner in Pro B, but he leads now from Julian McBride. This car currently sat in second place, but again, the top three cars, that was actually for track positions. So Julian McBride, in the overall order, at the moment at least, has picked up what's currently second place for him overall. There's no change in the class because Julian McBride is still second in Pro B behind the overall race leading Leon Bidgeway Lotus Exige. And third place Paul Hinson. These two cars and Bidgeway's Lotus are yet to make their second stop. So effectively, the net leader is the McConnell and Horston BMW 1 Series. Now they've made their second stop, and they will go certain odds to the end, barring touch with any problems. Jasper Sapra currently in 5th position. The Hayes and Seat Leon is in from 6th. That's the Pro C car that's in for its stop. We've just seen their teammates Hayes and Reed make their second pit stop a couple of laps ago. So it's the other team car for EST Performance, which is into pit lane. Ricky Coombs made his pit stop. James Alford is yet to make his second stop. He currently sits in 8th overall and 2nd in Clubman A behind Paul Hinson. The Gadsby and Jones car, which is 3rd in Pro B, is 9th overall, and then it's the 63 Michael Edwards Lotus Elise that's in 10th position, and in 2nd place in Pro C at this point in time.
That car on the screen really is the one in the box seat as it stands, so they're currently setting lap times of about 1:44, so about 5 seconds on its fastest lap of the race. But to be honest, it's a case of they just need to sit back, wait for the cars in front to do their stop and let the race come to them. But to put it into context, so effectively at the moment that Bidgeway car is about a lap and a half ahead of them, Scott, right? And when you've got an average lap time of about 1:45 seconds, So that Lotus has got to come in, get done and sorted with a minimum pit stop time of 3 minutes. So it's actually going to get very, very close towards the end. So we've got 35 minutes to go, and I think potentially it's going to be a straight shootout between that Lotus Exige and the car on screen there, the Mecomini Horston BMW 1 Series.
And there may be two different classes, but sometimes the classes can, the cars can perfectly offset themselves, whereas you'll get one car which has got the big strength in one area but weak in the other, and it's the other area which the other car it's battling is strong in, so they can the strength play off against each other, where one car's strong in the corners, it might be a little bit less on the straights, and one car might be less on the straights but much better with the corners and under brakes, and so that can really bring it together. Classic was an example of that. If you cast your mind back to the ClubSport Trophy race that we had at Snetterton, we had that great battle that was going on between two different cars particularly, and it was the Scott Parker Audi TT and the Leon Schaefer BMW M3, where the Schaefer M3 had so much more power in a straight line than the Audi TT, but the TT was probably lighter, better on its brakes, better through the corners, and it was able to keep the BMW on the twisty bits where it mattered for it, keep it at bay and pull away and stay ahead in many cases. So it can be a mixture of power and handling. If you offset it against each other and they play against each other, they have their own strengths and weaknesses when it comes to on-track racing. So therefore, it's interesting for these guys to see how that battle's going to play out once Bridgeway makes that second stop and whereabouts it ends up being at this point in the race. In terms of the actual gap, it's currently showing it's about a lap and a half behind. And the last lap time, in fact, actually, the Mecomini Horston BMW was lapping a second quicker than Bridgeway. So whatever that gap is, it's coming down, but it's not coming down by like massive chunks. It's like, I mean, a second's not a small amount of time, but it's not as big as someone taking 2, 3, 4 seconds to lap out of you, because they're consistently and demonstratively faster than the car that you're trying to battle for position.
Absolutely, and Ricky Cooper now sitting. I mean, you mentioned James Alford earlier, who sat in 7th place. He's got to make his his second stop, but he's also got that 60-second penalty hanging over him that's to be applied at the end of the race. So he's got to add a minute on whatever he gets up to, but he is still hanging in there inside the top 10. But the Lotus itself, like you say, it's not all about the power in motor racing. A well set up car, a well set up chassis will effectively make up 20, 30 theoretical horsepower over a heavy car or over a poor handling car that's got more power any day.
That's just through the corners alone.
Absolutely. So that's kind of the mindset you have to go in, and it's very well known. We see one of the BMWs getting very wide there, going through Goddard's, heading onto the start-finish straight again. But the Lotus, similar to the one that you see on screen now, as we see a BMW entering the pits there. Which number was that, Scott?
That was our second place car, Julian McBride, from P2 overall, and second place in Pro B.
So they're making their pit stop count, and we'll see where they end up in the overall scheme of things as this race plays out. So we're 3/4 distance through then, 32 minutes to go, and the car on screen 176, another BMW E46 M3. They're in 13th overall, but the Julian McBride car getting a drop in there. As you can see, very well turned out pit crew there, massive fuel churns, and they can empty a car in seconds. Absolutely empty their churns into the car in seconds with the way they sort of have different air valves and everything to let things go. We could also see the Honda Civic in the background, the Semprini racing car. That's now entered the pits to carry out its second scheduled stop. The James Alford car is now in the pit lane to carry out its second stop, obviously with that penalty still hanging over it. But the Julian McBride team get to work, driver going back in. Obviously the driver not allowed inside the car while any refueling is taking place. Quick wishy-wash of the windscreen to make sure everything's nice and clear, so the driver's got no more excuses.
And that's another BMW that's been breathed on by Jeff Steele Racing. So I think if anyone wants a well-sorted BMW, that's the man that you go to.
You go to Jeff Steele. I mean, you know, the guy is a BMW specialist. He's renowned throughout the industry for being an expert in the field. But we also see the Semprini racing car there. Are they doing a tyre change on the front? Have they got an issue?
It looks like it. Looks like the front rise at least has been jacked up so they can change it. And it's one of those races where you don't normally see tyre changes in these sort of races. It's refueling, yes, driver changes, yes, but tyre changes, not something you usually see.
No, we've got checking out the unique vents on the car there. We've got the BMW Compact coming in as well, car 182, and that's pulling into the garage, sadly. So, oh dear, end of the road for that car. But the Sombrini team working away on the front right of that Honda Civic. So, I'll be honest, that's probably either looking like a tyre change, or they're working away certainly on something on that corner. They're not happy with it.
The Cater & Scott car in from what was 25th position, so that's quite far down the order. So that car's had its own troubles, and there's a little bit off the pace in general. So
it was seen smoking earlier as well, if I can recall.
You're absolutely right. There's good memory. It was actually smoking earlier on. Now, here's a key pit stop, because Leon Bidgeway, I've noticed, is in. So the race leader, this is pretty much, I think, the most crucial pit stop of the race. There he is. This is the stop which will decide, essentially. I don't think he's done enough to stay in front of the McConomy Horston car. The question is, when he comes back out, what is the gap and what pace can he set? Because the last time I saw a lap times on here, he did a 146.3, but McConomy Horston just did a 141.6. Fastest lap of the race is held by the BMW 1 Series car. It's a 139.3, but they're lapping still pretty quickly, considerably quicker than the latest release at this point.
So it's all about, I think McConomy and Horston, the team, are probably listing it in on our commentary and giving their driver the hurry up over the radio. But that Lotus Exige rejoins the race, so we're going to see where we are now in terms of overall position. And I think, as it stands, that is Leon Bidgeway in the lead of this race, is it not?
We'll have to wait. We'll have to wait and see if the McConomy Horston car comes through. Unless that car's just coming, it's been in for a while, and we noticed it right at the end of its pit stop. That seemed like quite a quick pit stop to me, but probably because we probably joined it right towards the end, as I like to think we did, because I only just noticed that the Bidgeway car had been in for a while. So, right, coming through, there has been a lead change. McConomy Horston have come through, and they have taken the lead now. And the Paul Hinson, I think, not just done that, but they've also passed the Paul Hinson Compact as well, because they're up 2 spots now. So Bidgeway's down 2, and McConomy's up 2. There's the Price and Dennis began making its second pit stop. So everyone here now just leaving to the last sort of half an hour or so to make that second pit stop to get themselves in the position they need to be in once they've managed to bed in, get some good pace at the middle stint, and then set themselves up to get that last pit stop, put the fuel they need in to get to the end of the race, and just drive as hard as possible in order to secure the position. So it looks as though that the Bidgeway and the Bidgeway Lotus is sat back in 4th position at the moment, because no other cars have come through to demote it from anywhere. The Lotus Exige does still lead Pro B, so Leon Bidgeway does still lead the class. And now we're getting these sort of second pit stops shaking out, going through. I thought for 1 second the camera quickly switched to Paul Hinton, because I thought for a second that car had some kind of an issue. But you spotted something.
I don't know. It didn't look as fast out of the corner there, and it certainly wasn't taking the apex. That's one to keep out for, because could the Paul Hinton car be facing a few issues?
You'd certainly hope not, because that car's been looking pretty solid in the first 2 rounds anyway.
Absolutely.
But if that car is continuing on just fine, but there it is into the hairpin, and it looks normal pace to me at the moment now anyway. So it looks like it's kind of just probably running at its own. But I guess bear in mind with the pace comparison compared to the Pro A car, it's Pro A against Club 1A, so there's going to be a pace difference anyway. So maybe just perceptively, he was simply just trying to keep out of the way, or he was just on a different sort of pace, different sort of line than the leading McConomy and Horston car. But in terms of the classes, at least, Pro A, I mean, this car's won its class twice in a row, so it's looking pretty strong. It was a couple of cars that have won their class twice in a row. The only other ones that had were... It was the Bruce Robertson, the Richard Amos car, won its class twice. There's different point amounts depending sometimes on how many cars are actually in the class. So it scales the points down based on how many cars there are. So if you've got less than 5 or 6, you get like 30 points for a winner. So, or if it's something like that, so if you've got a certain amount of cars, how many cars you get entered in your class determines how many points you can be awarded for it. So it kind of gets away from, if you remember the old British touring car system of doing it, where regardless of how many cars are in the class, for example, in '89, there was like probably 3 or 4 cars in the smaller class C.
Yeah.
Compared to like 8 or 9 Ford Sierras in Class A, yet John Glenn still won because he was winning his class more often than not, regardless of how many cars are in it. So this at least to stop like a class that's got less cars in it, no matter what level it is, from still getting a maximum points. The points are scaled depending on how many cars you've got in your class. Therefore, the less cars you have, the less points that you score. You can still win your class, but there, for example, as we saw the example through there, there was 2 different amounts of points scored for 2 wins because there was different amounts of cars each time. So the number of cars that was in the same class as Robinson and Amos and their MX-5 differed from Snetterton to Silverstone's, therefore they would give a different amount of points depending on how many cars were in it. So again, hopefully that cleared it up. If you got it, no, neither have I. Good, anyway.
Absolutely. We'll carry on. Ricky Coomber still making his way through traffic there. He's in 4th place as it stands. He's trying to chase down the Jas Sapra car. As it stands, according to our timing streams, the Leon Bidgeway car is actually sitting 5th. So Ricky Coomber has jumped Leon Bidgeway in those pit stops. So we were concentrated on Leon Bidgeway as potentially having a good go at taking the lead of this race. We really got that wrong, but as it stands on the road, Ricky Coomber is in 4th, Leon Bidgeway is in 5th, but of course we've got to take into account that Paul Hinson, that sits in 2nd place, has to take his 2nd stop. So realistically, what we're looking at is McComany and Horston in 1st place, Jas Sapra in 2nd. We've got a spinner, that's number 65.
That's the Wigan Hyde and Hyde MX-5 that's gone around at the exit of the old hairpin.
Had a bit of a rotation, hopefully not assisted by anyone else. Just a bit of a mistake as the Scudera Dave car still getting it sideways.
And it went sideways twice in one corner. He could have caught it, he could have got sideways, caught it, then it went again for a 2nd time and caught it again. So that was great. It's either Connell, Wilkinson, Hughes or Nolan, whichever of the 3 drivers are in the wheel of that car. I'd take my hat off if you ever had one on that one, sir, because that was great car control to catch a slide twice in one corner. I've never seen that before. You catch a slide once in a corner, but to get it sideways twice in a single slide is pretty unique. I've never really seen that before.
And to do it in a Mazda as well, Scott, quite literally a Tokyo drift.
He didn't really have that much. The ring one wasn't doing very much on that the slides either, was it? Interesting. One thing we should point out for those that haven't made their 2nd pit stop, less than 10 minutes to go before the pit window closes. So if you do make a pit stop outside it, then not only will it not count, but you'll get penalised for stopping outside the pit window. By then, if you've made a pit stop outside the window at the end of the race, so essentially it means if you stopped outside the window and the system only registers as being one that only having made, I'll get my words out eventually, only having made 1 legitimate pit stop rather than 2, that's when you get the penalty for that. So that's going to the drivers have to be very careful of. I imagine some of the cars, we've got a few more making their pit stops towards the bottom of the field. The cars still have to make those 2nd pit stops that are running. We've got a few towards the bottom end here. You've got the white Mini that's in, I think. Oh, that might be a problem.
That was the one that overheated
for a while. Robinson and Amos are in for their pit stops. That's that one. You've also got the Cotton. So you've got Cotton. The time screen just shows Oliver Cotton, but there is also Oliver Cotton, Ed Cotton, and Joseph Ritchie. That car hasn't stopped yet for its 2nd stop. Neither has Lee Collins in the Caterham, Michael Edwards in the Elise, and also, crucially, Paul Hinson in the BMW Compact. But that car, again, even though it's in Club A, Paul's got this, he drives it by himself, but he's got this real knack of putting really good, solid, consistent lap times and being in these high positions and actually being in a good position where when he pits, he's losing little to no time to drop down the order, because he's currently sat in 3rd right now. He might only drop down somewhere to maybe 6th, 7th place outright.
Absolutely.
Even on pace, that's a Clubman A car that's up there in the mix with the Pro Class cars towards the head of the field in the top 10. That just shows how much of a canny driver he really is. To be in that sort of position where he chooses careful when to take his pit stops. That 2nd stop is a bit later, but it allows him to kind of build a gap up where he needs to through the traffic, stay out of trouble, keep his nose clean, and when he does actually take that 2nd stop and re-emerge, yes, he's lost places, probably not as many as he would have done if he had been a different strategy, battling the other cars and having too much problems. He probably simply doesn't fight too much when it comes to battling, because he knows the more time he spends battling other cars, that's more time lost to cars around him when he's trying to create gaps and build those sort of advantages to the cars around him.
Absolutely. And we head into the final 20 minutes of this race. We've got just over 5 minutes left. Well, just under 7 minutes to be precise, as we see our race leader coming up into McLean's. He's just made his way around the outside of the class leading Drinkwater and Reed car for the Clubman C class. But this BMW 1 Series, touchwood, has been absolutely sublime all day. It's led from go to woe, really good quality pit stops, and at the moment just holds a 14-second lead over Jas Sapra and Paul Hinson in 3rd. As Scott said just now, there aren't enough superlatives to talk about Paul Hinson, he's done a superb job. There's the Drinkwater and Reed car just making its way through the chicane now.
I want to check in with them, of course, because they, of course, technically don't have to stop again. But neither, of course, at the moment do the Adcocks either. So that's like, in terms of where their pace is. I think actually this might be a race where Reed and Drinkwater might have been outfoxed by the Adcocks, which is interesting.
Blimey. Now, to be fair, the Adcocks were also one of the early cars to do a double pit stop early on.
Yes, they were.
The one thing it was also to mention, when we had that safety car out, it snagged the field, it snagged a few of the slower cars at a time when it was trying to pick up this guy on screen here, the race leader. So it could well be that it's affected the race for a couple of the lower powered cars. So unfortunately I've put the mockers on that. I did the, you know what they say when you assume, Scott, but I assumed that it was still holding the class lead as we haven't seen anything dramatic happen. So my apologies for that. But currently as it stands, there's that 17th and 18th. Great to see some good hard racing. And again, this kind of proves one thing as well, Scott. You could take a bog standard BMW compact that you can see on the screen in front of us, right in front of Jas Sapra, who's also holding off the BMW compact M3 as well of the Gatsby Jones car. You know, you could get a bog standard BMW compact, put it in the class and go endurance racing. Cost effective, and a car that could be split across the formulas.
Yep, you're not wrong. Just checking on the timing screen. The rest of our expected pit calls are all currently either have just or are currently making their final pit stops. So which means that everyone that's still running will have completed all their mandatory pit stops. That's good to see. The Paul Hinson BMW, we'll see exactly where that's going to come out. It's this car we're waiting on, of course, because the Gadsby and Jones car is coming through, currently in 6th position. I think in terms of pace, it will probably catch if Hinson gets out before this car crosses the start-finish line and passes it, exiting the pits. There's a couple of the cars leaving just by our pit stop, our pit box or commentary position. Hinson car's one of them. So actually, Hinson has jumped the Gadsby and Jones BMW, and it is out. There it is, going through the hairpin, chasing after Jas Sapra, who's in 2nd place overall. And I'm going to guess that's probably Ian Jones that will have that car, because it's probably the lair of the two drivers that they get out there. But Ian Jones just stood on the right pedal. The thing got sideways exiting the corner. He managed to catch it pretty quickly, but I think he's that's either frustration of trying to keep up with and trying to try and get around again in Jas Sapra BMW, or he's just enjoying himself with 20 minutes to go. I suspect it's a combination of the two, but the Gadsby and Jones car, you see so much pace he was carrying to the Craner curves, the way the car was bouncing and sitting on its suspension midway through Craner curves. That's how you can tell the car's being pushed and even though they're in two separate classes, because the Gadsby car's in Pro B and the Sapra car's in Pro A, fairly evenly matched. Two drivers, it's probably I'm going to say it's Ian Jones driving that car, but it's Ian Jones probably out-driving a little bit the pace of that car, just a tad, against Jan Sapra. Jan was not a slow driver himself. He's quite an experienced driver, has done a lot out there. But I imagine out of the two, Ian Jones is probably just that touch faster, ever the smidge faster. You can tell with the body language of the car, the way he's driving it, that he's pushing it as hard as possible, just at least to try and keep up with Jan Sapra's car, which might have a bit more power on the straights. But in terms of the corners, this interview comment, you can see that launching through the chicane and made it so much, about a car length or so, he just won one set of corners, which is pretty extraordinary to watch and just showing how quick he's going. And look, he's on the tail of it already as they both go past the James Orford VW Golf.
Certainly no holds barred, is it, Scott? You wouldn't think they've been racing for an hour and 45 minutes already as we go through the Goddard's hairpin there. That's one of the EST Performance Seats. We're looking in the background to see where these two end up, these dueling BMWs. So the Jas Sapra car still holding off the Gatsby Jones car. He doesn't care that he's a lap down. He's just like, no, I want to lap myself. Let me get out of the way. But as it stands, McComany and Horston, as usual, up at the front, going hammer and tong, and they've got a 12-second lead over the Jas Sapra car in 2nd. Ricky Coomber is 3rd on the podium in the Honda Civic.
One thing we haven't spotted though, look at the lap times. The economy car did 1:44 last time. Sapra 1:41.5.
So he's on a charge.
He's on a charge, and there's still 16.5 minutes to go.
Oh.
Unless that was the economy car getting caught in traffic, this ain't over. So Sapra is charging hard. And I wonder if actually there's a bit of incentive there. Look, there he is. Look. In some ways, the Gadsby and the Jones cars give you a bit of the hurry up, the incentive to go, right, come on, push, go for it. And so he's trying to cut his way through the traffic as much as possible. So I'm going to keep an eye on lap times here. That might suggest that potentially it's McConomy at the wheel rather than Bart Horston. And again, because in terms of experience, I think it's universally understood that while McConomy's decent, it's Horston's the quicker driver of the two, because Horston is McConomy's driver coach. I look back. I was about to look at Rob, and his face turned to the one of look absolute horror. I looked back at the screen and saw that the Jazz Sapra car almost come to blows with the Seat.
That was so close, and that's exactly what you don't need to do when you're chasing down that car that you saw on the screen there. So that, with 15 minutes to go, it's now effectively, Scott, a 15-minute sprint to the...
I was going to say, I think that the charge possibly might have been temporarily sort of held up by traffic, because the last lap for the McConomy Horston BMW 140.7. So I think he might be all right unless he gets held up in more traffic. It's probably a false alarm for fans of the McConomy Horston BMW. Probably held up through some traffic and lost a couple of seconds. I think all is well with that car, and it was the Sapra car lost almost 2 seconds in that last lap, so where it gained back another 2.5 seconds, it's now lost it again, and the gap is now 14.4 seconds with 50 minutes to go, as the pit window has officially ticked over and closed. And thankfully, everyone that looks that needs to make their pit stops has made their pit stops. One thing to also mention as well, because it's an endurance race, every single car that starts the race is classified as a finisher. So even if you several laps back and you don't actually make it to the end of the flag, several laps back, you're still classified as someone who finishes and therefore scores points in your class. So I think that's the same rule with the C1s as well, essentially, in terms of, because it's an endurance race, everyone is essentially a classified finisher.
Yeah.
I believe so. So
within a certain percentage.
I think it's 75?
Yeah.
75%. I think Fun Cup have the same system as well. We have to be...
there's a car off on the road.
I'm going to take a stab. I think that was the Lynch and Clark BMW, I think. If it's got green flashes on it, I'm correct, but we'll see on the next camera shot if it's coming through. Car's rather oddly off on the grass.
Well, it just carried on down onto the grass. I'm wondering if it just spun off on the inside. And well, we've seen it get back onto the circuit and carry on, but I'm wondering if it had its moment and decided to make up a bit of speed onto the grass before rejoining the circuit.
Yeah, it is the Lynch and Clark BMW, so my presumption was correct. So just for Sapra makes his way out of the hairpin, still with a rather larily driven M3 Compact on his tail. That might be a question to ask, of course, no, he'll be second in class rather than lead, so you might not be able to ask him, but probably ask him post-race before you leave in terms of just, what was it like having the rather spirited drive from whoever's at the wheel of that BMW Compact chasing him down. Again, you can see here, look, through the Carrera curves, it wasn't bouncing on its suspension as much, but it was probably leaning on its suspension, on its lowered suspension as much as possible. And just, it was a slight twitch every time it kind of gets a tiny bit out of shape. But it's holding on. It's kept holding on to Jazz Sapra's coattails and doing quite a fine job with that, at least.
Absolutely. Dueling BMWs here. Just ticked under 13 minutes to go. It's possibly unlucky for some. Just a quick roundup of our top 10 as it stands. All the pit stops are finished, and as we go down the order, in first place we have the McConomy Horston BMW 1 Series car. That has a lead of now 15 seconds from the car on screen in front of you, which is Jazz Sapra. Ricky Coomber is in third in the Honda Civic. Leon Bidgeway is in fourth place overall and in first in class in the Pro B category. The Gadsby Jones BMW Compact that you also see dueling with the Jazz Sapra BMW. That's in fifth place overall, and that is second in class. Sixth place, we have the McBride BMW M3. Paul Hinson has had his second stop and has emerged in seventh place overall, and an incredible first place in Clubman A. Fantastic drive by Paul Hinson. And the Hayes shared Seat Leon is currently shown as in 8th place, and James Alford is shown in 9th place. But they both have a 60-second penalty overhanging them as it stands.
Let me just have a look, because the 114 penalty is relatively new. I hadn't seen that on the screen. So let me have a look at 114.
Yeah, so that is a 60-second penalty as well.
But that looks like it's a second penalty it's been named on as well. So that's
but it could well be that they've updated it according to the time.
You're right, possibly. I was about to say, for example, because it's showing cars 5 and 90, unless they have had another problem on the second pit stop and they've had two 60-second penalties.
Now that would be really unlucky.
No, I think you're right. It looks like they just updated who's getting the penalties with just the 114 car. So that also My guess would be probably at least a pit stop, a refueling misdemeanor, which probably means that refueling infringement, which means they do get that 60-second time is added on. As we come to the last 11 minutes, let's quickly just run through the classes as well, to obviously on the top 10. So in Pro A, it's the cars running first, second and third overall. So it's the McCollum Horston car on course for its second outright win and its third Pro A class win in the BMW 1 Series. Jasper Sapra is second in the BMW M3 E46. And then Ricky Coomber, after problems at both Snetterton and Silverstone, that car right there looks on course potentially, if it holds on for the next 10 and a bit minutes, to take its first finish of the season and its first podium in Pro A in P3 for the Honda Civic. In Pro B, it's the car in fourth place, which is the Leon Bidgeway Lotus Exige, the car that won outright at Silverstone last time. It's ahead of the Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones M3 engine E36 Compact in fifth overall and second in Pro B. And then to complete the set of 1, 2, 3s in first, second and third, and then 4, 5 and 6, it's the Julian McBride BMW E46 M3 that's in sixth place overall and third in Pro B. In Pro C, the leading car in that category is the Hayes & Hayes Seat Leon 114, and that leads the way from the Michael Edwards number 63 Lotus Elise and the I was about to say the Adcox, but it's the third place Pro C car is quite far away down. It's actually the it should be, I think, the Wyatt Cooper Mini Turbo S, because the Mead and Hartland car dropped out, and that Wyatt Mini car showing is being classified, looks like it was set to be classified third place, even though it's in the pit lane. In Clubman A, that's going to be the Paul Hinson BMW Compact that leads the way, 7th overall, and that's going to be ahead of the James Alford Golf. That's got a 60-second penalty, but I don't think it's going to affect its place in class at all, really. So that's going to stay in second place in Clubman A. And third place in Clubman A is the Price and Dennis Redden McGann Triple 8 in 17th place overall. In Clubman B, it looks like it's going to be the quite fitting actually, Oliver Cottam, Edward Cottam and Joseph Ritchie in the leading club in Clubman B, and on course for potentially for a victory, which would be quite a story for Edward, at least, given it's his he's caught to us at least officially his last, well, he says at least his last race, ever race. So they can win their class. That'd be quite a phenomenal achievement if they can manage that. Second place is currently in the pit lane, which is in Clubman B. It's the Connell, Wilkinson, Hughes and Nolan Mazda MX-5 Mark III. It's currently classified as being second place. And then in third place in that class is the Adams, Dennis and Miller Renault Clio RS197, but that's several laps behind. Well, 3 laps behind the Mazda MX-5 if it can't get back out in the next 3 laps. And then Clubman C is being led in 14th overall rather impressively by the Adcox for the Phil and Matthew Adcock. It's then second place for Reed and Drinkwater. So it looks as though that Reed and Drinkwater are about to be knocked off their perches, the current sort of like the sole winners in Clubman C. It looks like the other BMW Compact is going to pick up the victory this time. And then third in Clubman C is going to be 18th overall. So good effort from these 3 Clubman C cars to get up there and stay out of trouble. Is the Pete Smith and James Dennison Mazda MX-5 Mark I, and that sits in 18th overall, 7 laps off the lead, having completed 50 laps in total. So 8 and a bit minutes to go, and unless touchwood anything else dramatic happens in this one, it looks like it's going to be, we think at least, a rather straightforward run to the finish to see who picks up the class victories in each of our 6 categories to round off round 3 of the SuperSport Endurance Cup and Saturday's action here for Brscc at Donington Park.
Yes, it's been a great race day so far today. The sprint races were absolutely phenomenal and a great endurance race with a little bit of spicy action thrown in between with the oil dropped by the sad engine demise of the BMW M3 as we see Jazz Sapra head onto the back straight, still being hounded by the Gatsby Jones car. He's probably thinking, get out of my hair, I'm trying to go fast in this race, I'm trying to catch the leader in front. He's still 40s. Oh. Do I detect a bit of smoke there? A bit of a lock-up?
There was a lock-up, I think.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's one thing that I will certainly be mentioning on the podium interviews when we interview the top 3 for this race. And it's time for me to take off the headset and head back downstairs to get ready to present it. As usual, Scott, it was an absolute pleasure to commentate alongside you.
Likewise, absolutely great job all day so far, Rob, and as you continue to do, good stuff. So as Rob heads off to prepare himself for the interviews, I believe they'll be stopping all 6 of the class winners down there, I believe. I think that's what the instruction will be. So, but we'll see what we get on that side of things and see who we talk to. Hope we can speak to all the class winners. If not, at least it'll be the top 3. But if we can get as many class winners as possible, certainly that'll be excellent stuff. So, less than 7 minutes to go then in our 3rd round of the 2023 SuperSport Endurance Cup at the Brscc. I think you can agree, 3 races in with all 3 grids of 30+ cars, with cars representing all 6 classes. It's been quite a success so far, and I'm sure it will continue to do so in the following rounds coming up. Still 4 more rounds to go in the SuperSport Endurance Cup. The next rounds will take us to the halfway point in the championship. I think it's 7 rounds, it is, or is it 6? It's 6. So this actually brings us to the halfway point after this race. So 3 races down, 3 more to go. The next outing, whoa, and that's the 32. That's Leon Bidgeway. That's the Pro B class leader round. So Leon Bidgeway spins from what was 4th place overall. Now, does that compromise it? And is that car out of the race with 7 minutes to go? Just as I thought, we thought it was going to be drama-free to the end. Leon Bidgeway spins the class-leading Pro B car, and I think that was Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones going through to take the lead. Drama in 7 minutes to go. And Leon Bidgeway's car is out of the race, by the looks of it, unless he can get it going again. I've also noticed that it's a side note, there's a rabbit there by the barriers, but that's least of our concerns. Least of Leon Bidgeway's concerns either. But as the Keir McConomy and Bart Horston car goes through, I've almost got caught off guard by that. Now, Leon Bidgeway has got going again, but was that just a simple spin off of the exit of Coppice Corner? So it's not out of the race. But let me look at the positions of where they were on the exit. Now, was that an actual position change, or were they a lap down? No, that was a position change. So it is Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones who now lead the way now with 5 minutes to go, and they lead Pro B in the 117 BMW E36 Compact with the M3 engine. So Leon Bidgeway with a spin, and he literally spins away Pro B, and that's a real shame. But unfortunately, Leon Bidgeway, at the worst possible moment, has lost the lead in the category, which means he will now have to settle for second best, and the Silverstone race winner outright will have to settle for the points for second place. So this now changes the order to be the Gadsby and Jones M3-engined E36 BMW Compact that leads. Leon Bidgeway is now down to second place, and this is the car now in third place. You can see the white BMW with the yellow trim. That's Julian McBride. He's still in third place in the Pro B class. He's having a bit of an on-track battle with the 114, the Hayes pair in their Seat Leon. James Alford's there as well. The Lee Collins Caterham is in the mix too. He's getting boxed out there by the bulkier BMW and the Seat. Also, the little Lotus, the 63 car, is not too far away. That's car second in Class C. And its main competition, ironically, its main competition is coming up to lap it, I think, because that's, yeah, the 114 car is putting a lap on its and the car behind it in second place. So it's a really strong driving from the Hayes pair to get to the position where they're about to lap the car in second place, but they're all getting boxed in behind the 63 Lotus. Now they come over the crest and towards Coppice. There goes Julian McBride past into position. SuperSport Endurance, not failing to bring the drama, and it certainly did there with a spin for Leon Bidgeway. And as Michael Edwards continues on, he's got the car that's ahead of him in the race is about to put that lap on him. Also still there, we've got Lee Collins in the Caterham and James Alford in the Volkswagen Golf. 3 minutes to go on the clock. There's the car currently running in second place overall and in Pro A, Jasper Sapra. And now I think he's managed to break free, or at least the Gadsby and Jones car's broken free from bothering him for most of the race. That car now looks to be as though it's on course for a steady run to the flag. But then again, I've said that about many other cars, and it turns out that the Bidgeway car went for that late spin. So across the line, there goes McBride. He'll have wanted, of course, a better result than P6, of course, but he'll get second in class, and that will certainly help him in terms of scoring consistent points. There goes the Hayes and Hayes car. As McBride tumbles his way down through the Carrera curves. I imagine we'll get the leader across the line very shortly. The BMW 1 Series, number 21, is, I imagine, getting quite close to the end of the lap. Just a quick check on the tracker as to where the car 21 is. He's just coming past the pits now, so this is going to be the second to last lap, I think. Yeah, so penultimate lap, and here comes, again, not having start drivers, I wish I could tell you exactly who's in that car, but it is the McCollum Horston BMW that leads, then exiting out of Redgate. 2 laps to go then, and on their way to their third class win in a row from 3 starts, and also it'll be their second outright win after they picked up the victory at Stesterton, but that was after Julian McBride collected a time penalty for a pit stop infringement. I think his pit stop was too short, so therefore he was given that time penalty as a result. And that in turn then gave the victory, in the result at least, to... On the road, it was second on the road, but in the result, it was the victory for McConomy and Horston. So that car currently, it will leave here Donington Park, all things being well, with the Pro A lead, and it will certainly help it in terms of its overall standing in the championship. So down the back straight towards the S's for the second to last time. There's a slippery surface flag out there, so someone else has possibly... whether that's for someone's dropped something like a little bit of fluid, or whether it's possibly, it can be sometimes for the amount of gravel and dust and dirt that gets kicked onto the road because of cars skipping over the chicane and skittering through the gravel. It can shake all sorts of dust and gravel and dirt and stones onto the road, which can really cause that part of the circuit to be quite slippery. So the slippery surface flag tends to go out to just warn drivers to not push too hard into that sector. There goes the visual cut. Now then, that's the Adcocks. That's the Adcocks from Clubman C. That's the Clubman C leaders. There goes the Pro A leaders on to start their last lap of the race. But that's the Adcocks in trouble in Clubman C. Now, if that car gets to finish, it might well be able to pick up victory. Or was that the David Drinkwater car going through? If that's gone through already, that is heartbreak for the Adcocks. They were in the lead by about, what was it? About a minute and a half. Oh, the Adcocks are pulling off, and they're off the road and out of the race. Oh, that is heartbreak for the Adcocks. They were just literally minutes away from a winning Clubman C, and the BMW engine has failed on them in the dying closing minutes of the race. And that's a real shame to see that. So that means now, amazingly, Reed and Drinkwater just had the great escape, and they are still going to win their class again for the third time running. In fact, yeah, they crossed the line just now, and the gap was 23 seconds. The last lap was 2 minutes 7. So Reed and Drinkwater will go through, and they will take the lead on the final lap of the race. Incredible. Now, I think this is the Etheridge BMW and the Ricky Coomber car that's touring in behind in true endurance racing fashion, although we usually see this course in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, when there's some cars that don't want to do another lap. It is going to be the McConomy and Horston BMW that will lead the Etheridges in their BMW M3 and the Ricky Coomber car all the way through. So dramatic changes in lead. 2 class lead changes in the last 6 minutes. It was the spin for Leon Bidgeway here exiting Coppice Corner that gave the lead to the Gadsby and Jones car in Pro B. And then right at the end, just before they started the last lap of the race, heartbreak for the Adcocks, who were that close to taking victory in Clubman C. And unfortunately, they will have to miss out, and it will be Reed and Drinkwater again. But one thing's for certain, Keir McConomy and Bart Horston seem to be the kings of Pro A at the moment. They can't do any wrong in the class. It'll be 3 races and 3 class wins and a second outright win. Keir McConomy and Bart Horston come to the checkered flag and clinch round 3 of the 2023 SuperSport Endurance Cup. It is victory for them, and they will be delighted with that overall, and also in Class A. Class B has also gone through and taken the checkered flag. It is victory for Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones in their BMW E36 Compact with the M3 engine. Here comes Jazz Sapra. He will take second overall and second in Class A. And the class podium has already been filled out in Pro A by Ricky Coomber. Now for other class winners, who else are we left to wait for? Pro C's got to come across the line, and that's going to be the Hayes and Hayes Seat Leon. And then we've got Clubman A, which will be Paul Hinson in 7th place. Here comes the 888, Graham Price and Matt Dennis McGann. And that's Hinson's car running white up at the exit. It will come through to win Clubman A to his relief. So that'll be another victory for him. So excellent work from Paul Hinson. And to get a really strong 7th overall, he's the highest placed Clubman car by a couple of positions, because the next highest car is the James Alford machine. And as for Clubman C, that was the car just gone through is the Smith and Dennison car, so that picks up 2nd place in Clubman C as a result of the Adcocks retiring. There's Julian McBride coming through to pick up 3rd place in Pro B. And now the rest of our class, we're still waiting for the Class C car. There it is, the Hayes and Hayes Seat Leon car 114 will pick up victory in Pro C. Excellent job for EST Performance, they'll be delighted with that. Now the last class winner to come through, got 2 more left, I think. It's the Cottons have got to come through. They've come through already. And there is Adam Reed and David Drinkwater. The great escape. Due to heartbreak to the Adcocks, they clinch a 3rd Clubman C win after what was a dramatic finish and 2 class lead changes in the last 7 minutes after the spin for Leon Bidgeway and the engine failure for the Adcocks right on the second to last lap of the race in the dying minutes of the race. So our 6 class leaders have all come through to take victory, and we'll reel them off in a second as we come through. So everyone appears to... The only car left to take the flag, I think, is the Wigginton Hyde car, which there it is, just as the overall lead winners come across the line to take the checker flags. Here's the last car to finish, and it is Wigginton Hyde. They come across the line and take the victory, take the finish to that race. So remember, all the cars started are classified as on this race, so hopefully it'll get some good points. So there's the result. It's McConomy and Horston who win overall and in Class Pro A, when it's Jasper Sapra second in Pro A and overall. Class Pro B victory goes to Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones from Ricky Coomber in Class Pro A. Leon Bidgeway spun away Pro B victory. He's ahead of Julian McBride in class as well. Other class winners as well, 7th place overall and Class A Clubman A victory goes to Paul Hinson. It's then a Pro C victory in 10th overall for the Hayes and Hayes number 114 Seat Leon. See the results flicking through your screen right now. Other class winners in 14th place overall. That's a fairy tale victory. The Cottams, Oliver and Edwards, in what apparently is Edwards' last ever race. He shared that with Joseph Ritchie. And then we've also got the they're just ahead of the drivers that pulled off. I'm going to call it the Great Escape, which is Reed and Drinkwater once again. He's at the victory in Clubman C. And I think that's just about it in terms of club victories. But you could see there that Kim McConomy, I think, was very relieved to take that victory. And that is 3 out of 3 in Pro A, at least, and 2 outright victories for that car. So congratulations to them. I can see the circuit commentary just picking up a chat with Bart Horston, but Kim McConomy taking his thing off. There is Ian Jones. I suspected it was him driving the car. That was him getting very Larry with his cool vest on as well. That'll be something he's quite happy with. He gets the bottle of water. So him and Martin Gadsby pick up the Pro B victory. And I'm sure with a few more cars down there, hopefully we'll be able to have a chat with them. So as more and more cars trundle into pit lane and we grab more and more of our class winners, let's head down for the final time today to have a chat with Rob Lewis. There's our Paul Hinson car, but let's head down to Rob. We'll be able to have a chat to our class winners out there as a very exhausted Paul Hinson gets out. Down to Rob to have a chat to our class winners from round 3 of SuperSport Endurance Cup here at Donington Park.
Well, I leave the commentary box for 5 minutes, Scott, and it all kicks off. You can see on screen there you've got a very tired Paul Hinson that's won his class Clubman A after a superb drive. We've got the Ian Jones and Gatsby car here. I'm going to grab a chat with you first, actually. Congratulations, you've won Pro B. That was a fantastic race. But the highlight of that was probably us watching you, let's put it this way, you bullied Jas Sapra for most of the last part of that race. That was fantastic to watch.
Yeah, I mean, endurance racing, you usually end up on your own or whatever, and really enjoyed that. It being a 46 could just exit the bend a little bit better. I was probably just a little bit braver on the brakes and finally sort of bullied him into a mistake. I can't thank Martin Gadsby, who's the car owner, for allowing me to race it, AW Track Sport, for setting the car up. They've done an awesome job for an ex-compact cup car.
And that's exactly, there's a few cars on the grid that are like this, so it's a genuine ex-compact cup car that's just been made a bit fruity.
Yeah, basically it's still the compact cup cage, the gas suspension, yeah, just bigger brakes, more power, proper box, bit of aero, and it works.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations there on a fantastic class win. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that was Ian Jones. Let's see if we can grab a chat with our overall winner. I'll just duck out of the way there. The ever-professional Jeff Steele squad getting involved. Guys, fantastic win. We've got Bart Horston here with us as well. Fantastic drive, led from go to woe. Was it really that easy?
It's never easy, but the car was amazing, faultless, like reliable as ever. We both, I think, had a really good race. Yeah.
And what about that middle stint from yourself?
Yeah, it was good. I was happy with how it was. We had a lot of difficulties to contend with, a lot of limitations on the brakes here, so that was quite challenging, and just lots of stuff going in the race with the safety cars. So yeah, really happy to come home first.
And did heat kind of play a bit? It's quite a warm day today. Sort of the temperatures played a part in how you've sort of the strategy for this race?
I think it did. I think it's cooler today. So we were testing yesterday, and so we were used to the heat, got used to it then, and it was a bit better today, if anything, to be honest.
But more importantly as well, remembering that SuperSport is a championship, more points on the board.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, finishing is good, and finishing higher up is better, so yeah.
Finishing higher means more points. Well done, guys. Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, well done. Right, let's go and see if we can find some more class winners. So we've got Paul Hinson over here, who is... We're just having a look. I've got the result. Oh, he's over there. He's disappeared. He's just. I'm going to try and hijack an interview now with the circuit commentators. But just looking at the final results, okay. So this BMW compact car that's in Clubman A has finished on that grid of cars 7th overall, first in class, is putting in lap times of a 1:50.8. That is absolutely astounding. What a car and what a driver. Paul, I'm just going to grab a track with you, sir. Fantastic drive.
Yeah, we've been working on the car for the past few weeks, and we've been developing it over the year and making a few tenths sort of here and there, but they've never come together. We've rocked up here and gone 3 seconds faster than last year, and the car was just mega all the way through the race. I don't know how far we were ahead, but the car was just absolutely faultless, and I drove pretty well, I think. So yeah, really happy with that. But you know, 2 hours is quite a stint in this heat. So glad to finish it now. Go and have a beer.
We remarked during the commentary, because we watched this particular car go absolute hell for leather with Andy Mollison at Silverstone. Is something about your driving style, you just like pushing it to the limit, do you?
Yeah, well, I've sort of grown up with sprint racing, and even though I've moved to endurance, I just can't go for flying laps. So you know, the guys on the pit wall were going, you're 2 laps ahead, slow down. And I was like, stop talking to me, just leave me alone. You know, I just want to go faster and faster, and you know, because every time you go fast, you get a quicker lap. It tells you a bit more about the car. So yeah, just love pushing it really and hanging the back end out. So you know, it's just a joy to drive.
And a new rear wing on the car as well for this weekend. Has it really made that much of a difference for it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, mates in the paddock have got some views. You know, I've got my own, but the fact that we came here ClubSport September last year and did a 1:49, and we came here qualifying today and did a 1:45.2. You know, lap times say everything, and the car felt planted. I like it, and that's the main thing. It works for me. Good lap times, brilliant lap times for this. 3 seconds a lap faster than last year, so you know, I'm keeping it.
Fantastic, and I was hoping, congratulations by the way, Paul Hinson, superb job, 7th place overall, brilliant drive. I was hoping to grab some of the other class winners. We have got the Pro C car number 114. Absolutely not a mark on this car after the race. This has finished first in its class, which was 10th overall, even with the penalty, don't forget. But they finished first in Pro C. Let's see if we can have a chat with the drivers. Come on over, guys. We've got a team of Hayes here in this really quite beautiful Seat Leon, guys. Fantastic result, great class win. How'd you feel?
Over the moon, first win. Over the moon.
Overwhelmed, first win, my second ever race. So
your second ever race, and you've gone and won.
Yeah, overwhelmed. Really happy with that. Stay consistent. Car got hot in the middle, but no, it was great.
So overall, what kind of pushed you guys forward to enter this championship?
Thank my brother, really.
Yeah, we've got a tuning garage, tune cars.
Yeah, EST Performance. We own EST Performance, tune our own cars, built the car from ground up. So yeah, just all the efforts building it's paid off. Eventually the wins come.
And obviously the Super Copa would be something as a bit of an inspiration for it.
Funny enough, it's not actually a Super Copa.
Well, no, I know this one isn't, but
oh yeah. My brother's got one in there, but we're getting closer to the times.
So is that the aim, is it?
Yep, 100%.
Fantastic. I'll let you guys carry on. Obviously, the emotion of the occasion, I'll let you guys go and enjoy the champers now. Unfortunately, we've only managed to pull about 4 of the class winners down in there. Other notables including David Drinkwater and the Adam Reed car and the Gegnes tyres on that very dramatic last lap. But a fantastic 2-hour race there from our SuperSport Endurance Championship. It's been a brilliant race here at Donington. I'm signing off for the moment, so it's goodbye from me, Robert Lewis, but it's time to head back upstairs to the main man in the commentary box, and that is Scott Woodwis.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rob. Again, great stuff as always on Pit Lane, and of course, join me here in the SuperSport Endurance box as well. So that concludes day one of our Donington Summer Race Weekend here at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit. Of course, it's not over yet. We've still got more racing action to come tomorrow. A slightly more relaxed, if you like, race there. There's not as much sprint racing, more endurance racing, because we've got more long distance racing to come. We've got a couple of formulas carrying over from today. So we've got the second race of the weekend for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup, and 2 more races for the National Formula 4 Championship. But tomorrow we're joined by 2 more formula, the ZEO Prototype Series, after their fantastic 2 races to start off 2023. They are here at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit to continue for their second outing of the year. And also we have our main event for tomorrow, the next round of the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. They're now just about a month removed from the epic 24 hours at Silverstone. It's their first sprint, if you like, race once again. 3 hours around Donington Park. The champions of the 24 hours Trojan are on the grid, so are Emacs, so of course our other top teams at Silverlake and everyone else involved. Got 45 teams ready to go for 3 hours. Rob will be down in pit lane for that. I'll be here on comms as well, as it will be for everything tomorrow also. Before we sign off, if you want to make sure that you watch all the action tomorrow, be sure to hit the subscribe button and hit the like button and turn on notifications, because it means when we go live, you'll be notified as well. We're going to go live from roughly around about 11 o'clock tomorrow when we get racing underway with the second MG Metro Cup for the day. So be sure to tune in for that. But from myself, Scott Woodward, from Rob Lewis, from all of our production crew at Digitex TV, and all of us here at Donington Park, thank you very much for watching. And again, join us back at 11 o'clock or so tomorrow for more racing action for day 2 of our summer race weekend at Donington Park here at the Brscc. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.